And thank you to all our sponsors for believing in us, for giving us the opportunity to hosting this event again. And a large shout out to TIE members. You know, for a TIE president, this is pretty much the culmination of the year, an important landmark in one's journey. And you know, TIE members make it successful for every president. So thank you, TIE members, and a warm welcome to everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Well, be ये पेटी बांध लीजिए आपको आज के पहले हमरा पहले फेलो ट्रैवलर से मिलवाती हूं A veteran of the internet industry, he leads strategy and operations of the Make My Trip group, including the management of all business units within the organization. Few of us also know that he played a key role in executing a successful merger between Make My Trip and IBBO Group. He also acts as a mentor to the senior management team and other high potential team members within the Make My Trip organization. A recipient of many awards, including the Bloomberg Award for the Best CFO in India in 2010. He is the man who led the initial public offering of Make My Trip with successful listing on NASDAQ in US in 2010. And not only that, apart from being the founding team that built Make My Trip ground up, he is a believer of India's digital opportunity and a backer of many young Indian tech companies that are raring to make their mark. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Rajesh Magao, founder, Make My Trip. And now, for our next Hamra, for our next fellow traveler, our moderator, Grazity Interactive के founder और CEO के तौर पे ये अपनी टीम को ना केवल mentor करते हैं, but he also drives sales and support to forge ahead in the age of digital natives. In fact, he's been building a community for the largest online marketing companies, the most complex software products, and the earliest outsourced product development out of India for more than 3 decades now. Previously, at TerraSyn, he enabled software companies to use the India cost advantage without any quality disadvantage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the past president of TIE Chandigarh and founder, CEO, Grazity Interactive, Mr. Alok Ramsusaria. Over to you.
मेरी एक ही गुजारिश है, हम तो घर वाले हैं यार, बाहर वालों की तारीफ किया करो.
Actually, बाहर वालों के लिए भी काफी embarrassing हो जाता है. This is the only part that I don't like in the discussions.
So, welcome everybody. I'm so glad to see a full house, and we will try and cover a lot of ground. How many of you know when Make My Trip started? Guess? पीछे से? Pratap sir? Yeah. 2000, right out after the dot-com bust. 2020, they started in 2000. 23 years later, Rajesh, who was part of the original journey, is still here. Deep is still there. KU is still there. Out of the 4 co-founders, 3 are still actively involved with the organization. And here, when we talk to youngsters, we talk about organizations which are, built to the next funding round. So I will start with that, Rajesh, and talk about the philosophical difference about building an organization which is built to last versus built to flip.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Excited to be here, and thanks, Alok. No, I think it's a very pertinent question, to say the least, because if you really see even Make My Trip history, in many ways it's still pretty young because internet ecosystem is still evolving and best is yet to come. But yet we would have already spent over 2 decades in the market. So and that I think tells the story, right? So how do you actually think about building the businesses for really, really long-term view, rather than just thinking about building or starting the startup and thinking. Of course, there are going to be steps involved in it, right? So there are going to be phases and steps involved in it. But what is very important is to see, are you really thinking about, like a 5-year journey, which is the way typically, I'm sure you would be familiar with. If you go and ask for funding, the investor will, and people will say, okay, investor has a horizon of 3 years or 5 years, and maybe maximum that I've seen that people say, we are long only investors, etc. And they will stretch it to 7 years perhaps. But that is really investors' point of view, and they have, their business model, they need to see from their point of view. But for entrepreneurs, if you are getting into it, and I often say this, and which is what sort of we ended up practicing over the years, that it's a choice that you need to make. You have all kinds of choices in front of you because, at the end of the day, when you're thinking of setting up a startup, etc., you're competent, you're capable. So that is not an issue at all. And you have plenty of choices. World is open in front of you. Take your time, think through before you make that choice. But if that choice happens to be setting up your own business, being an entrepreneur, then it's a really, really long haul, guys. It is not a short-term, stint. Like I will do it for just because it's a fashion statement to make for 1 year or 2 years or 3 years or 5 years, or I will have a short-term or a mid-term objective and then I'll get out of the business, or I have an objective to make money and therefore I will do this. It is not about that. Entrepreneurship is to build the businesses for long-term, with a long-term vision, long-term view. Alongside the journey, you will see many ups and downs, but then you will have to be prepared to do that. And that's what I mean by really long-term. And, at Make My Trip, that was really the objective. We were not, when we set it up in, as Pratapji said, in 2000, it was actually All Fools Day, 1st April 2000. So we just became 23-year-old adult. The day we started, there was a perfect storm of a kind when there was .com burst and a 9/11 and a SARS that happened. And whatever tiny funding, that couple of $1 million that we had, we actually lost that. Not only we lost that money, even the VC who funded or who promised us to fund, he gave us only 1 tranche and the second tranche was due. He only shut shop. because .com burst had happened and we were supposed to be .com in an era, mind you, in 2000 to 2006. That was our probably the most challenging phase, but the huge amount of learning, where there was no digitization. I mean, today, I think if I look back, it looks like that it was like 200 years old history. The way we have also evolved, and we should talk about it, the pace at which it has accelerated. But back then, the internet bandwidth, the digitization ecosystem, the payment gateways, etc., used to be nothing, like literally nothing, absolutely patent. So we were ahead of our time. But guess what? We believed in idea, and we said it is a matter of time. The question was not whether this will take off or not. The question was only when, which effectively means that it is going to be a long-term journey. Right? So that would be my first point of view. I think if you really, really want to build the business, get into it from a long-term point of view, be prepared to just really go through all the ups and downs in the life. And as we go along, we should talk about pandemic was another big example of that. But you can't really, get into setting up your own business and most of us in the room, would be either entrepreneur or budding entrepreneurs or potential entrepreneurs, and very seasoned. The front row is, by the way, very, very seasoned entrepreneurs already, and they will tell you all of this, or what I'm just trying to share with you.
So one interesting thing, I think, when we were talking, I discovered that when you started, your founding team was already seasoned executives.
Yeah.
And all of them came from a business background. The big difference is that unlike today, when technology is the celebrated, starting point, business was a starting point for you. Would you say that the fact that your founding team was what it was, that is part of the DNA which has caused you to think very long term?
No, I think it's a very, very good point. Yeah, no, so we were not necessarily fresh off the school. In fact, the most interesting part is that we all met as founding team at Make My Trip. We didn't know each other before. So Deep is the one, who I'm sure all of you know. He's the one who founded it. And then then Rajesh Mago came on board, then Keyur Joshi, then Sachin Bhatia came on board. We were a 4-member team. But we met at Make My Trip. In fact, among us, we often say that it was probably meant to be, maybe destiny or whatever, right? You're all sort of a rational thinker, but, when you look back and you say, listen, we were not friends in the college, etc. We actually did we went to different colleges, different background and all. We were all professionals. I had about 7-8 years senior position corporate experience before, getting into Make My Trip. Deep was vice president GE. I had a long stint. I was heading North Zone of Aptech at that point in time. And the then blue chip, Aptech and NIT used to be the blue chip education companies for whatever it's worth right now. And now people will look back and say, what were you guys teaching at that point in time? There was basic computers that we were teaching at that point in time. And then there was a startup after that where I was just sharing with Alok, just sitting out there, which was, for me, was a dry run for getting into Make My Trip or starting the entrepreneur stint, because I quite liked. There was a startup. Even back then, we were trying to do video streaming, believe it or not, to do a Master of Computer Science degree from University of Illinois, from Delhi. It was the Malchamarg Center. It was video streaming, and then IIT professors used to sort of supplement or complement the computer science students for them to be able to actually give exactly the same degree, not the correspondence degree. It was from University of Illinois, exactly identical degree. The famous one batch, that graduated from that little university, it was called Quantum Institute, was famously like 30 lakh salary and stuff like that. And it was all in the papers. But it was not scalable, so it didn't really take off. It was also a pretty expensive course. But back then, that was the startup journey. So we were all experienced. Even Keyur had experience before. Keyur and Sachin were relatively younger. Deep and I were same age, same batch actually. He did his MBA, I did my CA. And we came together. I think the point that you're trying to make is really interesting. That, were we able to create the bond within the founding team, which was going to take us following the vision that we had for a really, really long time. I think that's very critical. We were all, and you have to have team which is diverse and complementary skill set, different functional backgrounds and stuff. The way we used to operate was, it was truly, let's say if Deep was leading at that point in time, but it was truly like a founding team with complete amount of ownership, all 4 of us, and dividing the portfolios. When I did, IPO in 2010, 2000 to 2010 was a pretty interesting journey. So if I was the most qualified to take the company public, then I was leading that portfolio. That didn't mean that I could not do operations, or I could not, because before that I was actually doing a business role. So that is how we started to sort of work together and make sure that continues. Because if that does not continue, then that becomes a problem. That becomes a massive disruption. So it's important to have the team together. It's important to have the founding team, binding together, talking the same language, leading from front. And then, as you scale up, then you end up sort of building the next level of team as well. Because, That's also, by the way, a very, very important part. Talking about the team, and just make one point and then we can move on to the next one. You know, one of the things that at least over the years that I have seen, you know, interacting with the ecosystem, entrepreneur ecosystem, in fact, mentoring some of the young entrepreneurs. I've been on Flipkart board also for many years. Really, it was an honor and privilege to work with Sachin and Binny as well. And Sachin happens to be this part of the world as well. You know, over the years, the learning was that that there could be some sort of sometimes differences develop, you know, friction develops, and they're not necessarily able to then manage that altogether. And one of the key reasons for that is that when you have to scale up the company, they don't like to let go. See, we all believe that, you know, I'm the founder or part of the founding team, I should be hold on to stuff. I can tell you, legendary is what Deep sort of did at Make My Trip, where from the word go, he was very, very clear that one, he has to hire the better than himself, and two, that, you know, the founder will have to keep letting go as we scale up the business. Not necessarily hold on to all the portfolios and do it. You will not be able to do it because you will not be able to scale up the company. You'll have to build the environment of trust and confidence and take it to the next level, not necessarily confined it to that. The founding team will always be where people would look up to. But if you are not able to, if you have to just scale up your company and you know, hire professionals would not be interested in coming in if it turns out to be quote unquote Lala company. And, you know, pardon my word for that, but, you know, quote unquote, right? Because you can't have that sort of culture. You have to then, you know, translate that into a pretty professional culture.
Thanks. I think we are going to jump ahead 10 years to the IPO, right? In 2010, you went IPO, and you went IPO on NASDAQ. One of the few companies, I think the first one I heard was a follow-on offering from Infosys, but you were first to IPO only on NASDAQ. So why did you choose to go on NASDAQ? What were the steps to, and why did you go IPO in the first place? So.
Sure. No, I think it's an interesting story. You know, I don't think there's any forum that I don't get asked this question, especially in the recent context when, you know, India, you know, public or stock market ecosystem is also evolving, investors ecosystem is also evolving, especially to entertain new age consumer tech companies or internet-led companies and the businesses. So let me tell you the story back then what happened. You know, and in fact, the interesting story is that our house was divided. When I say a house, our board was divided. In fact, we used to have, and I'm sure you would all know, Sanjeev Bikhchandani, gentleman, the pioneer in this industry as well. You know, when they set up InfoEdge, he used to be on our board. He and Hitesh, you know, sort of formed a formidable combination, you know, still doing very, very well. Again, a very good example of building long-term business and so on. And, you know, and house was divided essentially, and first time addressing whether, you know, why did we go US and not necessarily in India, to do whether to do IPO in India or to do IPO in US. And the reason why we ended up actually doing in the US was actually no sort of, at some level it was pretty simple. And I'll tell you why. You know, like you said, right? We were eventually the first internet company from India that had gone listed in the US, internet company. Infosys was there before us and all. But internet company, there was no, and also B2C company. Now, Sanjeev's company, InfoEdge, Naukri.com, had got listed in India, but they were more B2B from a business model standpoint, not necessarily B2C, like not directly to the consumer. And as we were sort of doing the analysis and studying on India, in India Stock Exchange, there was no internet stock. And trust you me, at that point in time, either the investor ecosystem or the analyst ecosystem, which is very, very important, or you need to have, you know, investors benchmarking you with the other listed stocks and all that. We had none whatsoever. We had absolutely none whatsoever in India. To make things worse, SEBI has evolved quite a bit today, but back then, SEBI was also evolving. And in the outlook, because because of the fact that all the businesses that were going public and getting listed in India were all brick and mortar businesses. There was nothing wrong with it. And that ecosystem was pretty robust. You know, whether it is investors or retail investors or the HNIs or the analyst or the stock exchange, the regulator. Very, very robust. But when it came to internet business, there was hardly any awareness. You know, when you talk to people, people would not be able to understand, relate with the fact that internet businesses can be loss-making, you know, for some time, but there is still value in that business, right? So they was not able to relate with anything. In comparison to that, when I started interacting with the US ecosystem, it was delightful. It was delightful in terms of their understanding, their investors' appetite, their appetite to stay invested long term. There were tons of internet B2C companies which were listed in the US, so you didn't have to make that effort to make those comparisons. The benchmarks, the analyst ecosystem was hugely evolved. And here's the best part. I tell you, and this is back in 2010, and now I'm saying that SEBI is fairly evolved, you know, more recently. Regulator, the stock exchange, NASDAQ, you know, the DRHP equivalent out there, when you do the F1 filing out there, which is essentially a prospectus, the scrutiny of prospectus, the quality with which they end up scrutinizing it, and they send you their review notes and the subsequent conversations were absolutely high quality. Absolutely high quality. I used to love those interactions because there will always be observations that they would want to do it, but their scope and objective used to be absolutely clear. They will have professionals that they would have hired as part of NASDAQ who would be reviewing your prospectus, that you can talk to more logically and conceptually, not on whims and fancies. It was a delightful experience in terms of just going through the whole process, getting the approval of the prospectus, and then finding the right opportunity. Business is ready, then you must consider India as an India ecosystem, India Stock Exchange, because you know there are other values and benefits of going public in India.
I think one of the questions, think about it, 2000 to 2010, 10 years startup to IPO, very fast IPO if you would say. But post IPO, now what would you advise young entrepreneurs? I mean, should you look at an IPO? Should you look at very quickly, and we are almost out of time. So fast answer there, and then I have a couple of more questions.
Yeah, all right. Okay, very quickly. No, I think it's a great question as well. And that is, you know, whether and when and, you know, what is the real reason for you to go IPO? I think it's a very, very important question, guys. I don't think it is a slam dunk sort of decision. It is not necessarily a fashion statement to make. It is a hugely responsible event for the company, and therefore the objective has to be very, very clear. So what's the objective for the IPO? Are you going to raise more funds? Are you going to just use that platform to raise more funding? Do you really need that funding? Or is the objective to give a exit to the investors? Or are you by any chance thinking as an entrepreneur or a founder that we will also get an exit along with that? That perhaps is the biggest mistake that you would end up doing. Because IPO is beginning of the journey, guys. It is not the end of the journey for the founders and the entrepreneurs. I'll tell you a very interesting sort of trivia. When we had a blockbuster IPO, and it was really, really received well. We had 89% pop on the day one, and I was wondering what did we do overnight to get 89% jump on day one in India. It was all euphoria, by the way. And you know, and you seeing some of the euphoria happening in here as well. And we were feeling good about it, but not necessarily super excited about it, because we were clear in our head that it is beginning of the journey. It is the more responsibility coming your way as founders and entrepreneurs. We were clear walking into it. It was not necessarily exit. The interesting story is, as the event happened, and you know how they sort of make it publicly, the whole event, the way they will do it, the live telecast, etc. You know, they just really make it look like a massive event, etc., with huge amount of mileage and people watching it live, etc. So it creates a lot of excitement, and they just do it, you know, whatever it feels good for the company and stuff like that. And somebody called me from there and congratulating back in India, and congratulating and saying, you know, good show and all, and, you know, fantastic IPO, what's the result, etc. And I was exhausted by then, and, you know, it was a good sort of to say, okay, you know, finally the project got over. And I was sounding a bit low, and he asked me, he said, why are you sounding so low? Why are you not so excited about it? And I remember, quote unquote, and I'm not saying it because I'm saying it, I'm just using this example to make the point. And I said, listen, you know, this is just the hype and the euphoria. The project got over and I feel good about it. It was successful and I feel good about it. But this is just the beginning of the journey. This is the same 89% pop, 2 quarters down. If I don't deliver, it's going to come crashing down, which is what is happening. So what is important is that you have alternatives. You should be clear whether you want to go to the public platform to raise money or not. Because the level of scrutiny, the level of disclosures, the level of governance is going to be of a different order. Are you ready for that or not? If you're not ready and you still want to raise money, today there are other options. You can go private, you can, you know, and if you want to exit, then you can look for M&A options and so on and so forth. But do not think IPO just for the sake of doing it, that IPO is the only option.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think this is sage advice. The IPO is the beginning of the journey, not the end of a journey. It's the exit for the investor, not for the founder team. So I think every one of us who's an entrepreneur, that's key advice to take away. And, you know, since 2010, we are now in 2023, and we went through, and I was talking to Rajesh back. So profitable, you know, loss-making, profit-making, IPO, scaling, then pandemic, right? A company which went from $6 billion, $7 billion in GMV, 700 million in turnover, to $150 million in turnover, 20%, and is still today thriving. So the pandemic, I think we'll just cover the pandemic and what next, and then we'll wrap up. Sure. So you want to talk about? Yeah,
sure. No, you know, like I was just mentioning, and I'll build on that. I was mentioning that you will see the down cycles, guys. I mean, no industry does not see the down cycle. These days, the macro events, the world, happening at the world are actually making these cycles come in more frequently, by the way. You know, it used to be, you know, 4 or 5 years, 10 years, there will be a cycle, etc. Now it's every couple of years. So you got to be ready, you got to be very strong, you got to be resilient, and you know, build sort of core strengths in your business for you to be able to withstand that. Now, talking about pandemic, you know, clearly, like Alok mentioned, right? So we were 7 billion gross booking value, 3,000 people, 3 brands. You know, and back then in 2000, when I was saying perfect storm happened, we were very tiny, we were very small, so it was easy for us to be able to do it. Now this time it happened, mother of all, you know, down cycle events, if you will, at a very big scale for us. You know, 3,000 people, 7 billion, and the day lockdown was announced in the country, while full year we were like, whatever, 30% of the pre-pandemic number, which was fiscal year 20, in that quarter we were down by 95%. Now for a public listed company, revenue being down by 95% means something, right? So, you know, obviously it was a crisis situation. So one part of it was managing the crisis. Thankfully, having seen some of the crises, we were not one of those who would panic. Because, and that is the piece of advice, I don't think panic takes you anywhere. It actually takes away the thinking ability completely. What is the need of the hour at that point in time is that you need to act. You can't actually be thinking and analyzing, you need to act on that, because you know, you will have to really immediately act on managing the crisis. But I think the learning there was that, you know, every challenge or every challenging situation, if you can turn that into opportunity. And that is one of the things that we tried to do it. We had huge amount of resources. We had about 1,000 engineers, another 100 product managers who were not doing anything. The business as usual was not happening and revenue. And we decided, and we said, while we will continue to keep managing the crisis, let us see what is going to be the life post-pandemic. At some point in time, that has to end, right? And if it is going to end, how are we going to look like? And we started investing behind hugely, building new capabilities. All the engineers were there. We started building platforms. We got into B2B2C space. We built the corporate platform. We built the fintech platform. We built the ad tech platform. I kid you not, in those 2 years, we ended up actually building software like never before. We also launched in GCC market. And now as we come out of it, we have far more capabilities of distribution, become an omni-channel, become a super app, for us to be able to just tap into the future, revenue growth. So one part of his recovery, thankfully, God has been kind now. If hopefully COVID is behind us, we are on a run rate of pre-pandemic recovery. But the next level of growth, as we get into this fiscal, there is going to be, huge amount of potential for growth for us, given these capabilities. So therefore, if you are able to look for silver lining, look for turning the challenges into opportunity, that should be the thought process at that point in time.
Great, thank you. I think our time is up, and I do want to take this opportunity to just summarize what Rajesh told us. Startup in adverse times, don't look at an IPO as the exit, it's the start. And build to last. It's possible to build companies without having to go to school together with your founders or any of them being a techie. Amazing success story out of India, first company to list on NASDAQ. Thank you so much, Rajesh, for sharing your story with us.
Thank you, you've been kind. Thank you for your patience.
When the why is clear, the how shows itself, and every end is also a new beginning. So it is where IPO is just the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rajesh Magao, founder Make My Trip, in conversation with Mr. Alok Ramsasaria, founder, CEO, Grazity Interactive. And to present a small token of our appreciation to our panel, may I request past president and charter member, TIE Chandigarh, Mr. Pratap Aggarwal, to do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, could we have a loud round of applause for them, please? Well, applause is good anyways, it's healthy for one reason, and it keeps the energy going in the room as well. So let's keep that going at all points of time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our respected speaker and moderator. चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं. बस यूं ही क्लासरूम की 4 दीवार के अंदर स्टूडेंट्स की कहानी है. वही कुर्सियां, वही ब्लैक बोर्ड देख के जिंदगी बितानी है. पर अब सोचते हैं कभी निकलकर देखें इस क्लासरूम की 4 दीवारी से. सुना है इसके बाहर भी एक खूबसूरत जिंदगानी है. Education today assumes a wholesome perspective, and it is necessary to forge ties with the industry to understand how theory and reality merge and come together. और इसी विचार के साथ मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ उन्हें who has been instrumental in creating more than 60 relevant industry-linked programs across all streams at graduate, postgraduate, and doctorate level. Her contribution also extends to building incubation centers for students with more than 100 incubated companies. With her background of PhD in education and variegated experience in the field of education, spanning 4 decades. We are privileged to have her bring such an enriched perspective on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Madhu Chitkara, Pro-Chancellor, Chitkara University, to learn how academia and research are shaping India's innovation ecosystem.
Voice is so good. So good morning, everyone. I think coming from Make My Trip and then Pratapji's and Robin, my dear Robin here, I think it's a great opportunity given to me to talk about that how academia has working together with the industry. And I think many people are there from industry, and how the industry-academia interface is changing the whole ecosystem of education. Well said by my MC that I started my teaching career in 19. I'm very old in that. I started my first teaching career in 1976. And when Robin was talking about that, then TIE is already 23 years old, you said. And Make My Trip is also 2000, 2001. And Chitkara also started in 2002 as a college. So we started as a teaching, that was our vision, that because me, my husband, both were teachers, and we started as a teaching as our passion. But slowly we have seen that if the academia is not working very closely with the industry, there is no impact on it. And you have seen that the startups are there. There are many entrepreneurs, those who are coming up. So in 2007, we thought that it's done with the teaching, and we have to do something and we were very early started up that the students are to be given that hand-holding where they can work on their own. And that was the time we understood that market needs something very different from academia. And that is the history that that is why there are so many startups, and in North, I think that is coming up. On 26th of April, we celebrated the Intellectual Property Day. And this time, what is the topic? You will be amazed to know that they are saying that the women in intellectual property. So I think that is that we are working in all the ecosystems of the education and the industry. And when education is working with the teaching and the research, we are coming up with many Scopus Index research papers, and I request the industry sitting here that please you give your problems to the industry, to the academia, so that our researchers can work for you. And I will give you the one example that day before yesterday we signed a MOU with Mr. PJ Singh, and he is the CII chairman nowadays. There is a company, those who are working in the healthcare, and they wanted to have some solution in their industry that there is very small solution they want, and they don't want to put the consultant in their industry. They come up to the academia and they said that do something and give some solution for it. And our researchers, just joining hand with the industry, they come up with the idea that we will give you the solution and you give something to our researchers to work on it. So it's a win-win for both of us that industry is giving some problem to the academia and academia is giving some solution to the industry. And in that way, our researchers are getting that type of internship, and that is giving the spirit of entrepreneurship. So I will tell you that one example. When we started with this, 2014, we come up with the idea that there should be a center which is working only on the research, and we have to handhold the students. So if industry, academia, and all the regulatory bodies come together, there is a drastic change. And I think that is an example that many companies are in the market, those who are directly coming from the educational institutes and giving solutions to the market. So I think this ecosystem, we all have to work together. And now, I think some of you are from academia. There is a national education policy, which is a very, I think it's a boom for all of us, and where we are joining hands with all the verticals of education, with all the verticals of industry and the entrepreneurs. So what is that? They are saying that from primary education to the higher education, there should be a hand holding, and from higher education to the industry. So if for higher education, the next step is the industry. For school education, the next step is the higher education. And so this ecosystem, if we work together, I think one of the guests sitting here is working in a vertical of school education, and they have more than 40,000 students. I was just talking to him, and he said that you please help us out to have some incubations in the school education. And the result of this is that when we were working on this, that we have 3 incubation centers. Piyush is sitting here, he is taking care of our seed, where the entrepreneurship is there, and we are giving the seed money to the startups. So when those incubation centers were started by the different universities, not only in Chitkara University, but the different universities started with their incubation centers, and the many startups came there, and they said that we want to do something in this vertical, you give us the space. And I think that collaboration with the industry and academia has given so much to the education as well as to the industry. So I think those are the result of it. Make My Trip, he was talking about that Binny Bansal is from this area. He is from Panchkula. And he is our own startup because he was a student of Chitkara. So we are very proud of him that he has given a very different vertical to our startups, that this can be a limit. You can reach to that limit also. So I think those who are sitting in the front and the 2-3 rows, they all are the startups, and they are working. I think many examples are sitting here that they are into the school education. You have example of Robin, you have example of Mr. Madan. They are into the school education, but side by side, they are working something for uplifting the students those who want to work on it. So now if you see the NEP, we say the students, please don't always come up for the placement. You should not always be the job seekers, but you should be the job creators. And this is the, I think, the future of education, where I request all the industry people to give us because many people are from here, from the university and from the schools. Don't think that only the higher education students will be giving you the solutions. I will give you some examples in the school education. Now there are Inspire schemes in schools, and many students from Chandigarh, from Punjab, from Haryana, they were there and they were selected at a national level, and they gave the solutions which was for the environmental upliftment, and they got the funding at the age of in class 8th or 9th. So now that you see that very young students are coming up with those ideas, so they want to do something. So it means all education has to be changed. All the educators, those who are sitting here, please don't think that only teaching will work. Teaching will not work. NEP says that you should handhold, and for that, what we have started doing is that since we have adopted the villages around our universities, and every universities have adopted that, so we are going to, somebody was, one of the speakers here, he was saying that there are some businesses who are B2B and some are B2C. So in our villages, the people are there, they are illiterate, and they don't have, they always send their products through the mediators. So when they are going to the market, they are not able to get the profit which have been given to them. Reason being that there are the mediators, they get the profit, and when they're coming back, the value they got is a very, very meager amount which they are getting. So how we started, that we gave the project to the students. We said that you do something apni mandi. So we started a Chitkara Mandi. We got a space in Paras downtown. And the students were from the marketing. It was from the Bachelor of Business Administration, and they were the marketing students. They got the products from all the villages around. You know that in Punjab, we are in Punjab and in Himachal, we have 2 universities and 2 schools. So in Punjab, you know that the Fulkari is very jutti, they do the paranda, and then they do very small, small things. So they got the products from those villages, and they were selling it in the market, and that was a apni mandi. And those profits were given directly to the people who were doing it. So in that way, you see what is the outcome of it? It's a win-win for all the verticals. Our students were expert in marketing the products. So the business was going directly to the consumer. So there were no mediator, and they were getting the full profit, whatever was to be given to that business. So I think in that way, if we start hand-holding each other, I think this will be a very good thing. And as an educationist, I want the industry to come up to our help. You please help our students, that means they are giving the products. And I will give you one very good example of how the students are working very closely. You know that there is a problem of कि पराली जला दी जाती है, and then Delhi is the problem. वो Delhi कहता है जी बहुत pollution है, and because Punjab is doing something very bad. If there is a solution, so how we come up, one of the researcher, along with the people around that university, they come up with a solution that the end product of it was, they used AI and they used the different technologies. And in that way, the end product of that parali was a carbon, there was a small product, it was a carbon. And it is used in one of the industries. And why they were doing it? आप लोगों ने पूछा होगा कभी एग्रीकल्चर से भी क्यों आप जलाते हो? वो कहते हैं कि मैम मेरे को 25,000 रुपया प्रॉफिट है, और मैं जब उस चीज़ को लेके ट्रैवल करके लेके जाता हूँ तो मेरे को 25-30 हज़ार रुपया तो उस पर लग जाता है. सो व्हाट आई एम अर्निंग, सो द बेस्ट पॉसिबल वे इज कि उसको जला दो. सो वी केम अप विद द आइडिया दैट व्हाई नॉट you do this, you don't have to pay anything to us, and this is, we are taking your all, which you don't want to use it, and we are coming up with the product, which is a product which is used in the industry. So you see that ecosystem, if we all work together, it will be a great change, and then academia and research will be giving you the benefit to the society. So now there are many verticals in research where we are doing in the agri. Now I will give you one example that there is one guy who is working in agro tourism, and he was honored by our Honorable Prime Minister also, and he got the funding in Shark Tank. What he did, he came to our campus and he said that during one of the meets, he said that agriculture people were not now very happy doing in the agriculture, and they say that it is not their status symbol when they say that hum kisan hai. So they were selling off their land, agricultural place, and coming up with any of the jobs or something like this. So what is a very unique idea, and I think those who are in those fields can use it in Punjab. Now we take this mandate that we showed that interest to him, and we have signed a MOU with him, and I request some of the people who are from Punjab or Haryana or from Himachal, those who are into the agriculture, we can give you a very great idea. Doing your agricultural thing, you do the tourism also. So many Goras are coming here, and many people are visiting Punjab because of the Golden Temple, because of the Jallianwala Bagh, and because of the Wagah border. So they are visiting. So you take them to your field, and there you give some small activities. You can have, show them that charkha kaisa kata jata hai, kaise hum chulhe pe kaam karte hain, how we are doing that things. And they feel very, very excited. Now, in that way, indirectly, you are creating the business for them. And this becomes agri-tourism. So agro-tourism is a new concept which is, and now we took that mandate and we signed a MOU with that fellow, and we said that you just give us the ideas that how we can do it. And in our campus, we developed one form, which is a yellow form, where we are doing the organic farming, and in that form, we have started now this tourism product. So where all our adopted villages, people will come, will see that how we can do it, and in that way, this industry, academia, research, if they are doing together, it will give the wonders to the whole ecosystem. And for that, I request all the industry guys to just join hand with the academia like us, and this will be a great movement. And we should let us start from Chandigarh, and Chandigarh is Chandigarh, so it's all good, great people are here. Thank you once again, Robin, giving me this opportunity to be part of this thing. Thank you very much.
Patience is our top priority. You have my commitment that we'll work
सुनते हैं जो ऑनलाइन डिलीवरी और लॉजिस्टिक्स को सुनहरा बनाते हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, I now lead you on to our next fireside chat on innovative e-commerce and logistics strategies for SMEs. May I request our speaker, Surat Saharan, co-founder at Delivery, to come up on the dais, accompanied by a loud round of applause, of course. Well, he holds a bachelor's degree in technology from the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. And previously, he was with Bain & Company India Private Limited and ICICI Lombard Insurance Company as well. And next is our moderator, Mr. Hridesh Madhar, serial entrepreneur, co-founder, Hit Bullseye, which is India's leading test prep portal, largest growing test prep portal as well. May I request sir to come up on the dais. Member CII, HP State Council, and also mentor at STPI Neuron, Chandigarh. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for innovative e-commerce and logistics strategies for SMEs. Over to you, Hridesh, sir.
Thank you, Niharika. In fact, as Niharika said, we very easily use e-commerce and logistics, and we have no idea what goes behind these e-commerce, whether it's Amazon or Flipkart. And when I met Surajji, such a humble person, and let me tell you, we all talk about B2C brands, But let me tell you, the real stories are the people who have made the companies which are built on a lot of, I'll say, operational excellence. Let me put some figures. A turnover of more than 7,000 crores. 1 lakh people working directly or indirectly. An IPO. And what you can think of. So, warm welcome to Surajji. And as the topic is around SME strategies for e-commerce and logistics, so my first question to you will be is that Chandigarh is a place where we have a lot of SMEs. And so what is there in for SMEs and small businesses when it comes to logistics and e-commerce?
So, thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure. See, e-commerce, traditionally when e-commerce started, the concept was that people who came into this space were people specializing in e-commerce. So an Amazon or a Flipkart or a Snapdeal, which did not have an offline presence. And so they started creating master warehouses from where shipments were moving out to consumers, which is what we enabled. We've been enabling all this while. But today, when the e-commerce market has matured and offline businesses want to go online, I think the one thing they have to start to think about is how do they optimize for distance travel. What I mean is that if there's a consumer sitting in Tirupur in the south, orders an item, that item going from a Delhi or a Chandigarh is going to cost a large amount of money, right? Because it's traveling that much distance. However, if they have an offline outlet very close to the consumer and can facilitate movement from that outlet to the consumer, it brings down the cost of logistics massively. That is what we call as omni-channel. It's not e-commerce purely, it is a combination of servicing online orders from your offline stores. And that's the strategy that I think people should adopt. Ultimately, minimize the distance traveled to the consumer. So if you can place your products close to the consumer, if you already have an offline presence closer to consumer, move the products there so that they can move out to the consumer from there. That's the only thing to keep in mind.
So how all it started? Because everybody is here and we are all inspired by, how it started. So how it happened with you, It was accidental or it was...
No, it was not accidental. E-commerce was not our first sector. I mean, we were 5 founders. The 2 out of the 5 started this. We started as a food delivery company. So, Dipinder and Pankaj, both the founders of Zomato, used to work with us at Bain & Company. And this was in 2010 when Sahil, who's our CEO, and I were sitting and discussing what next. We'd done consulting for a few years. अब consulting में क्या होता है ना कि या तो you commit and you then decide कि मुझे partner बनना है और मुझे और 10 साल लगाने, या फिर there is a time when you say कि यार this is not for me, I want to do something of my own or I want to do something else. So we had reached that point where we were talking about what next, and we met Dipinder and Pankaj from Zomato. They said, "Yaar, look, we list menus," and this is 2010. We list menus, but a lot of restaurants don't have an option to deliver because they don't have their riders. Can we do something? Can you guys set up the logistics for us? We thought about it for some time. We said, "Look, I think there is a need. No denying that, but we will not set it up as part of Zomato. We will set it up as an independent company." That's how delivery got created. उसमें क्या होता था कि lunch and dinner were busy because food orders ज़्यादा उसी time पे आते थे, and we had spare capacity in between. To fill that capacity, we started delivering e-commerce shipments to another small e-commerce companies based out of Gurgaon. They were friends or friend of friends, and they said, you guys, we said we are free. And they said, if you're free, can you please deliver these shipments locally? And we said, yes, of course. During that experience, we realized that e-commerce, the way investors are betting on this industry, if it has to grow that way, what is needed is a good backend. Now, 2010 में parcel deliver करने हमें आते थे, a DTDC or a first flight or a Blue Dart, they knew how to deliver parcels. We've always sent parcels to our relatives, to our children, parents, but cash नहीं होता था उसमें कहीं पे. There was no COD, right? And that was the big challenge that the industry was facing. They would send out an order, it would get delivered, cash would get collected, but the company, the selling company would get cash back after a month. That working cycle is not a practical one. And so that was the big problem. And he said, look, if we can set up a company that can do reconciliation at a shipment level every single day, we can remit the cash back next day. There is no issue. And so that's how we started. Then we said, yaar, ab ye food wala ek bar band karna padega, because e-commerce has a more pressing problem. And e-commerce has a lot more interest from investors, but without this backend, e-commerce will never take off in India. So that's how we started. The third partner joined us very quickly, another of our colleagues from Bain. And then we got 2 more people, because the 3 of us had no idea how to build tech. So we found people who knew tech more than us, and we said, yeah, let's get them on. So by the end of 2011, we were 5 founders, and we had the company running in Delhi NCR. So that's sort of the journey.
Oh, lovely. So I think it's a story where, how the opportunities and the company evolved and pivoted. I think that's all we have to learn, that we start from one thing and eventually find other opportunity the more we get into the depth of the businesses. So one more interesting question I want to ask you. Usually you have two or 3 founders. You have 5. And a lot of us run partnership firms, right? Or companies which are in partnership. Can you throw some light how you make that cohesion and how you have carved out things around or work within, so that you are all working in perfect synchronization and there were no problems? Because a lot of time we have seen startups die because partners are not able to move together.
So I think like I said, 3 of the 5 founders, we were together at the same company, and we had been together 2 of us had been together for 5 years, and the third one was with us for 3 years. We knew each other very well. See, logistics is an operationally intensive business. Having 5 founders actually helped us in many ways. Each of us would sort of pick one part of the city and handle the operations there. Also, what happened was, industry logistics is a sector which is traditionally looked down upon. Nobody wanted to join logistics because logistics had a bad reputation. Logistics had zero tech intervention when we started. And so having 5 founders actually helped us hiring good talent, because all of us had our own networks. The reason we've been able to work together is that we've always been very, very honest to each other. Right? The 3 of us, like I said, we knew each other for very long. The other 2 also came through references. References in the sense that there were common friends amongst us. And when we met, I think it became very clear very quickly that we can easily, completely trust each other. And so if I was handling operations, and if I had to take a decision related to operations, everybody else would just simply trust me and say, yes, whatever you're doing is right. And over the years, we've never had a reason to not continue doing that, right? I think we come from a background. Bain & Company is a management consulting firm. It's a global, very large, one of the top 3, McKinsey, BCG and Bain. The going in assumption is that when you have a colleague, that colleague is well trained and reliable and dependable. And I think that's the philosophy we used when we got in. We said, yeah, we are 5 founders. 3 of us anyways, we had a very different kind of comfort with each other. But the other 2 also, we said, look, we're going to go in with the assumption that I'm going to trust you fully. Right? You're capable, for sure, right? Everybody is from a good background, good experience. So the pedigree is there. We're going to start off with the assumption that we can trust each other, right? Over the years, we never got a reason to not do that, right? I think we were lucky, or we clicked very well at a mental level. And so that's helped us sort of scale. So even when you choose your founders, I think whether you're 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, I think the going in assumption has to be that I'm going to trust you from both sides, or 5 sides, or whatever. Whenever there are points in time where you feel that, there is something going on that you should be more aware about, or you don't fully understand or trust, I think having open communication helps. Asking that question right then and there helps prevent a lot of heartache later on. Don't keep waiting and let it sort of build in inside, because when that happens, then the consequences are bad. But otherwise, I think 5 founders, 2 founders, doesn't matter. Trust has to be even between 2 founders. 2 founder may be problem hota hai. So trust has to continue to remain.
I think very well pointed out by Surajji is that one, absolute faith and trust. And second is whenever you have something in your mind, say it there and then, rather than keeping in your mind and making some things around it and making it negative. So you have scaled up this so beautifully, and it's a lot of hard effort. And I know, let me tell you, most of you may not understand the problems. So see, when we started schools and our buses cross 50, it becomes a logical and logistics nightmare. From diesel to maintenance. I'm saying hats off. You have been managing such a huge system. So what are the typical challenges you faced at an initial level, and then or probably at when you've grown up?
So I think you rightly said it's a operationally very intensive business, continues to be so, and we face challenges even today. The challenges today, however, are very different from what they were in the beginning. Let me first tell you about current challenges. So, it's a widespread business. It's affected by very, very local problems. So if there's a political procession somewhere or a rally somewhere, it affects our business. If there's heavy rainfall in a particular part of the country, it affects our business. If there is a festival in a part of the country, it affects our business. If there is any kind of a riot or a public disturbance, it affects our business. So we continue to have these kind of problems. If there's a accident on the highway, it affects our business because the trucks don't move, right? So we continue to have many, many problems even today. I think the important thing is that you should know what is the next course of action at any point in time, right? So if one of our trucks breaks down in the middle of the highway, there has to be subsequent steps that corrects for it. So first step is to inform the clients and the consignees that your shipments are going to be delayed by so and so time. An alternate option has to reach the point, transfer shipments into the other vehicle and move them out. Ultimately, there's a promise you make to your client and to the consumer, right? That promise has to be kept. If for whatever reasons, now these are things not fully in our control all the time, right? If there's a political rally that has come up suddenly, I can't control it. But what I can control is that I can inform the consignees that this is going to get delayed. By how much time, right? So I think those are important steps in an operationally intensive business. Early challenges for us, like I touched upon earlier as well, was, first of all, was getting good talent in. An industry which is not looked upon in a very positive light, how do you attract good people to come in and join you in that industry? I think 5 founders actually helped us there, because the early hires were all personal connects. So either people who had worked with us, or people who had studied with us, or people who came through common references. That allowed us to build the first few sort of people in. And then, they had their own networks, and so we kept pulling people through references. Once somebody joined, they realized that it is not a standard logistics company. We're trying to do something very different. We're trying to do it very differently. And so retention has not been a problem at senior levels for us. Other challenges were things like, in the early days, we did not have full end-to-end visibility, so we would also see thefts happen at times. We would also see damages to shipments at times. How do you create the right process? Because the first time it happens, you don't know what to do, right? The first time is always first principles se socho. We were engineers, we're all engineers. You have a problem, break it down into smaller parts and solve for each individual part. And then you're sorted, right? Next time you face the same problem, you know what to do exactly. You don't have to rethink. So codifying what you've developed or what you've done for future reference becomes very important. I think today we employ a lot of people. How do you make sure they continue to work in the best interest of the company, right? So we've used company ownership to a large extent. We've offered ESOPs to a lot of our corporate employees to make them feel part of the company and also to reap the rewards when the company does well. We can't do that for all of our workforce, but we've always tried to stay connected. And so every year, all of the founders, all of the senior management, we are always on the ground during our peak seasons. We pick one city each and just be there, the critical cities. I think that creates a sense of belonging, that creates a sense of one company, even though, we're not meeting them every day, but they feel like there is somebody who comes here every now and then from the senior leadership, spends time with us, works with us. And so creating that culture becomes important. The other thing that we've ensured here is industry, people at the front line, their experience traditionally has been that they've not got paid on time, not got paid the right amounts. That's the one thing from day one we have ensured that we will never miss on. So 7 तारीख को अगर सैलरी मिलनी है तो 7 तारीख को मिलेगी, पूरी मिलेगी. अगर कोई कैलकुलेशन की वजह से प्रॉब्लम है तो उसको रेक्टिफाई भी 2 दिन में किया जाएगा. And I think that created a sense of belongingness to the company. And we've never had to fire mass layoffs, never, because we've hired judiciously. I think in the times of euphoria, you've seen a lot of companies hire crazy and then have had to fire. We've never had to do that. So थोड़ा सा पहले सोच लोगे ना तो बहुत सारे challenges कम हो जाते हैं. Don't just go out and do something in the moment and then say कि बाद में देखा जाएगा. I think a little bit of thinking upfront helps. That's it.
I think, see, managing 1 lakh people directly and indirectly, I think the way that you give examples, you have set the culture, maybe the right time, payments happening and sense of belongingness, that's amazing, truly amazing. So we all, when a lot of us are funded, we are seeking funding, and, ultimate goal for most of the people is that you reach up to the IPO stage. So you had done and dusted everything. So I want to throw some light on, what are some of the advice you'll give to the people who are about to raise fund or maybe go to the next round, and how your experiences, probably they will not make those mistakes, or you analyze those things, please.
So funding, look, I think funding is important, necessary, but at the same time, raise only as much as you need. Because if you raise more than what you need, you end up making the kind of mistakes I just spoke about. Having too much money in the bank is not a good thing always, because you would end up hiring a lot of people saying, "Paisa hai, hire kar lo," but not really thinking about how are you going to use them. So raise only as much as you need. The other thing that I've seen is that people are very sort of touchy about valuations. कि मुझे तो इतने valuation पे ही raise करना है, मुझे 20 करोड़ की valuation से कम में नहीं raise करूँगा मैं. Whereas some investor might be there who's willing to do it at a valuation of 15 crores. A lot of businesses have died because of that, having a very strong argument for a valuation. COVID के time पे, as an example, in 2020, a lot of companies that may have been in negotiation stages just before COVID hit, nobody knew, right? COVID आने वाला है. And they did not raise money because they said कि मुझे इस valuation से कम में raise नहीं करना है. And COVID hit, that money was no longer available. So a lot of companies actually died during that period. I think valuation is important, but it's not the most important thing. Having 80% of a $10 million company versus having 8% of a $2 billion company are two very different things, right? So be judicious, be a little practical in that sense. Otherwise, look at the investor not just as a pure investor, but also whether your mindset is aligned, whether your investor understands what you're trying to do well, because that will save you a lot of heartache later. If the investor understands your language and understands what you're trying to do, is aligned to it, only then raise money. Well, the color of money also matters, is what I'm trying to say.
In fact, one last question I'd like to ask you is that one piece of advice you'd like to give to our young budding entrepreneurs about how they should manage companies and then they look forward.
I think the one thing that you need to keep in mind is that be honest to yourself and to your colleagues. When I say honest to yourself, मतलब काम जो कर रहे हो, do it with full commitment. Every company, every business takes a lot of hard work. And there are no shortcuts in that. Matlab, we worked 18 hours for first 7-8 years of our lives, of the company's life. Without that, we wouldn't have been here. It's very easy for somebody to look at us today and say, कि यार इनके पास तो बहुत कुछ है, पैसा है, ये है, वो है. But it doesn't get built overnight. You really have to do the hard work, and there are no shortcuts, no alternatives. So that is the one thing I would like to say. Ki be honest to yourself when work is needed. Do it. Do it honestly. Do it with full commitment. Only then will you succeed.
Thank you very much, Surji, for coming here on behalf of TIE. I'd like to thank you very much and sharing your valuable insight with the ecosystem of Chandigarh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Many thanks, Hridesh sir, and many thanks, Suraj, for being here. And that was such a wonderful discussion. In fact, you know, I'm reminded of a saying that goes like this: the one who leads the orchestra must turn his back on the crowd in terms of commitment, in terms of whatever they must do, and commit to it fully. Thank you so much once more. And may I call upon our Vice President of TIE Chandigarh, Mr. Harit Mohan, to present a token of gratitude to our speaker and moderator. आप इससे तेज भी ताली बजाओगे मुझे बुरा नहीं लगेगा मतलब you can go ahead and you can do that. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Suraj Saharan, co-founder, Delivery. And our moderator, Mr. Hridesh Madan, co-founder, Hit Bullseye. छोटी छोटी खुशियां ही तो जीने का सहारा बनती हैं। ख्वाहिशों का क्या है, वो तो पल पल बदलती हैं, लेकिन ये ख्वाहिशें पाना ही कभी कभी वो छोटी छोटी खुशियां बन जाती हैं। Well, India is becoming the world's fastest growing startup tech ecosystem with 100+ unicorn startups as of 2022. In fact, India became the world's third largest startup economy after crossing the 100 unicorn mark, ranked after US with 600+ unicorn startups and China with 300+. Now, speaking of choti khwahishein, small desires, our next choti khwahish is to disrupt Bharat in another way. And perhaps to do that, we can take insights from the Unicorn Playbook. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time that I lead you on to our next discussion on disrupting Bharat, insights from Unicorn Playbook. And to do the honors on this panel, may I please welcome on the dais Mr. Vishesh Khurana, founder, ShipRocket, Mr. Sojendu Midda, founder, DealShare, Mr. Kanav Hasija, co-founder and CPO, Innovator, and our moderator, DNV Kumaraguru, Director, External Relations, ISB. Yes, please go ahead and please give the panel a loud round of applause. Loud should mean loud, right? Over to you, sir. Over to you.
Check, check. Thank you. Niharika, thank you very much. So the one thing about TiECon is venues change. It goes from online to offline, offline to online, but Niharika is the constant. So she does a great job of sort of moderating and doing the entire session. So thank you, Niharika. So we are here with a very illustrious panel. And I want to sort of start off by reminding a little bit about our country, right? India is 75 years old. We are in the Amrut Kal. And we are looking forward to the next 25 years. The Prime Minister has given a call, and we as a nation have said we all need to have a Shatabdi Sankalp, right? Which means what's that thing that will get us to where we want to be in the next 25 years. But one of the key elements of moving, you know, that Sankalp to Siddhi, as we say Sankalp se Siddhi, is about how do we take Bharat forward along with India, right? And some of you may say, well, what's the difference? India is the same as Bharat, Bharat is the same as India. theoretically and everything else, it's the same. But we do know that there are some differences, right? So and today's panel is about how do we build solutions for Bharat? How do we create disruptions for Bharat? And learn from people who have done this over the past many years. But these are also, as the session says, these are also unicorns. I'm a parent of a 9-year-old girl. When she was much younger, the only thing that in life that she wanted was to actually see a unicorn in real life. So what is a unicorn? Apart from the fact that it's a nice play toy for kids, we know that it's either mythically or otherwise, it's a rare entity, right? So in some sense, people here are sitting on stage with me are people who represent that rarity, but it's not just rarity in terms of valuation. That is a different discussion altogether, whether you want to agree with that valuation or not. But it's rare because of a couple of things. One, because for you to be a unicorn, I think it's clearly that you have to be a disruptor, right? You're also invariably tech-led, right? You lead from the front with technology and innovations that are led by technology. And third is that you're trying to create solutions, right? So we have with us an eminent panel here, Vishesh from Shiprocket, right? Sorry, I'm so sorry. Medda. I was just trying to get the first name right, Sarjendu, but he sort of introduced himself as Medda. So Medda and Kanav, who's come all the way from the US, but has a Tri-City connection. Yeah, so has a Tri-City connection as well. So we have the three panelists with us today. I want to sort of do this panel interactive. So audience will get questions, will get an opportunity to ask questions. But what I want to request all three of you is to sort of do, use about 3 minutes maybe. One of our panelists couldn't make it, so we have a little bit of room here. Talk a little bit of about what you do, your company, like Dealshare, Shiprocket, and Innovaser. What do you do? What are the solutions you're building for Bharat, right? Or what you intend to build for Bharat, right? And also, after that, I want to ask you a couple of questions about, insights from the Unicorn Playbook, right? So, Vishesh, we want to start with you.
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me. So I'll quickly start with what Shiprocket is. In one line, Shiprocket is a e-commerce operating system. What I mean by that is anything that an e-commerce business needs in terms of a tech stack, we have now put together in one single company. So it starts with marketing. So you need marketing tech, you need communication tech, CRM tech, then the whole logistics and supply chain layer. So supply chain, we figured out warehousing is a big key element of any business, and the communication post checkout, the tracking, the communication, the scheduling of delivery. So all that tech in one stack. And what happens post delivery, the return management, the customer service, and the trust bit. So kind of trying to put together all of these things under one single company. How we do that is, Shiprocket is a bundle of about 7 products. It starts with the marketing technology called Vixo. Then we have Shiprocket as a core product. Then we have Shiprocket Fulfillment as our warehousing business. Then we have a B2B shipping business, which is your bulk shipping, full truckload business product. Outside that, it's called Rocketbox. And then our post-checkout, we have technologies which help you it's called Engage basically, which is now your post-checkout customer service product. All of these products, how it works together. So our end goal as a company is if you want to start an online business, all you need is a capital and your laptop. Anybody should be able to start this business just with no employees and one laptop in his room. Because all the services that we have put together is what you need to basically manage all of that.
And you take care of all the other services.
Absolutely. So from your marketing to your warehousing to your return management, your customer service, your call center to that extent. So everything that you need as back office operations to run that e-commerce business, even to the extent of helping you get your products manufactured. So if I can explain you in the journey of an e-commerce business, what happens? Your products get manufactured from a manufacturer, come to Shiprocket warehouse, then you have your Shopify website or any other platform that you use. Once you get an order, it automatically starts showing up in Shiprocket panel. It can now, from my warehouse, be picked, packed, and from there we will fulfill it. when it's on its way to the customer, all the communication that goes around, the tracking, where is your order, the SMS, the WhatsApp, any kind of communication, and even if customer wants to schedule his delivery, those can happen through this platform. Once it is delivered, if he wants to now contact you back again for any kind of issue, now he can again, it goes through me. You can schedule returns, you can replacement kind of things, again done from my warehouse. And so this is your entire back office, right? You don't ever see your product as a owner of that business, right? All the back office can just happen through us. That's what it looks like in the Shiprocket system.
So, before I move to Meta, one of the things is in terms of what percentage of business comes from tier 1, tier 2 cities and others? I mean, I know in your case it's mostly tier 2, tier 3 cities. Is that correct?
It's a well spread, but tier 2s, yes. Tier 1 is, while it's a well spread out. I was asked this question last time also, so I actually this time went back and told my team to get me this data more accurately. So now I have it accurately. About 40% is tier 1.
Okay.
And then another 40% is, let's say, tier 2 and 3 spread out. And then a balance is about the rurals and the very long post tier 3 also, as we call that.
And you have a conscious sort of focus on trying to increase that spread in the areas which is not currently served well?
So as Shiprocket, we do not control orders, right? So demand is not being generated by us.
Sure.
We are servicing that demand, but the good part about this data is that there is demand coming from all parts of India.
Got it. Got it. Meta, now I'll come to you. But before you start introducing DealShare, you also have to tell what is the meaning of the name Saurjendu, right? Which is your first name.
You have to believe it. You have to believe what I say.
I will completely believe what you say.
It means solar system.
Solar system. So good. So there you go. The entire solar system in one person.
Yeah,
but also tell us about DealShare. We were talking earlier in the lounge, but I think in terms of your current plans, but also, what you do. And also at some stage, I know you spoke about the market conditions and therefore your expansion will sort of be a little more spaced out. But also that was something that we would love to hear from you as well.
Briefly about the introduction of the company. So I run a company called DealShare, and it's essentially a social commerce company. Now what we mean by social commerce is basically it's an e-commerce company, but we deploy social marketing modes rather than classical marketing modes, which reduces the customer acquisition cost and reacquisition cost dramatically. Because consumers are bringing consumers rather than we doing a lot of Facebook ads or Google ads or even above the line communication and so on. So that's one part of the differentiation that we do. On the other side, we serve Bharat and not India. So like you started with, so our consumers are the middle India and low income population and not really people like us who are anyways well served and pampered by lot more other e-commerce players. So we strive to serve the population which earns less than 1 lakh a month. The real median is a 50,000 rupees household income per month. So that's where our median income is. These are people who have been going primarily to kiranas, and we are amongst the very few who are trying to organize this retail in India. Essentially, most of the organization has happened at the upper tier population, but we are trying to organize this. And we are also basically providing the same service to kiranas itself. So it's kirana going consumers and kiranas both. So that's the second part of the differentiation. The third part is essentially we actually promote more of SME products. So while we are in the grocery and essentials space, so it's not long tail for us. We basically operate in the grocery and essential categories. But in the same categories, while most other organized retailers are heavy on top brands, we promote the SMEs, the local manufacturers or small manufacturers who produce high quality products, but they don't know how to sell or market their product as much as big brands do. And on top of that, we have also started private labels. The reason we promote SMEs and private labels over top brands is because we want to increase the affordability of consumers. Simple, the sales and marketing costs that these brands basically spend on, that we save for the manufacturers and we pass on to the end consumers. Now, an end consumer who is basically challenged for affordability can, let's say, save around 30% more by purchasing the brand, maybe more than that, actually, for the CPG products. So that's what we are trying to do. And the third, so this is the third part, and the fourth part is about creating micro-entrepreneurship on the distribution side also. So while we manage our warehouses, the last mile is done by a network of micro-entrepreneurs whom we call Dost. which we have created across the various locations that we operate.
So these are like individual sort of
Yeah, they belong to the localities or they belong to the small towns which we operate in.
Yeah.
So if it is a large town, we'll give the whole locality to the micro entrepreneur to serve, and they will pick up from our warehouses and serve the locality because they know the locality really well than what our fleet can do. And if it is a small town, we give the town to them. So, and in small towns, in fact, they do the warehousing also. We don't do the warehousing for small towns.
So what's your coverage like in terms of number of towns or number of?
So currently we are operating in 6 states, are close to 110, 120 cities and towns. So that's the current coverage right now.
And what's your plan looking like over the next 5 years?
We would definitely want to cover the whole country with this model, because this model actually operates across all tiers of cities and towns, starting from metros to even very small towns. So we cover towns which are 10,000 odd population as well.
Okay.
Today. So at least in the older states that like Rajasthan and NCR are older states for us. So there we are covering very deep into the market. And we believe that the deeper you go in the market, the benefit to the consumer is higher. So we would want to get down to all the cities and towns across the length and breadth of the country.
Great. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Meta. And we'll come back to you. I have a couple of questions on, who are you disrupting in the existing ecosystem with your model? But I want to talk to Kanav, because he's unique in this panel because he doesn't have an India operation or an India exposure at this point of time. But of course, there's a lot of insights about India from your work. So when do you start focusing on India? And sort of what will it look like for your customers, potential customers in India? And also a little bit about what Innovator does.
Sure. I think before that, we do have India operations. So we have 1,000 team workforce in India. But we are not in the sexy consumer tech or logistics tech business. We are in healthcare tech. So the problem we are solving is Western medicine is more indexed towards solving the acute problems, not the chronic problems. And that is making the cost, the healthcare cost rise in every developed country. India as well, but it's not that high. In all the developed countries like US, UK, Australia, Canada, the healthcare cost is going up. And we are bringing back the concept of preventive medicine with technology. So how do you identify a pre-diabetic patient and let them not become diabetic, or let them not have a kidney failure if they're diabetic? Or how do you make sure that this patient who's going to a high utilization service way often can go to a low utilization service, right? So it's coordination of care and prevention of disease progression that we solve through our technology. So about 20 million lives on our platform being managed actively every day. And we have reduced the cost of care by about $2 billion every year.
$2 billion?
Dollars every year. Out of which we obviously we enjoy 100 million ARR. So, but if you look at the large scheme of things, in US we save about $1.5 billion cost every year. US spends about $4 trillion in healthcare. That's more than India's GDP combined. And they waste about $1 trillion every year. In that $1 trillion wastage, we are only saving 0.15% as of now.
And what's the goal you want to save?
About 10%. So when I come to India, like India right now is solving the access to care problem. US solved access to care about 20 years ago. So every small city and town in US has a rural hospital, which India is trying to solve right now. And as more insurance kicks in India, and there's more access to care, that's when we come in. So I'm projecting about 5 years from now.
Okay.
That will come into India.
2028.
Sure. But I'm pretty happy with the national health stack being built in India. So the team that built UPI is also building the national health stack. So soon medical records will be available through digital stack, which will help us spearhead our technology pretty fast into India.
So apart from US, are you doing it in any other country right now? If so,
yeah, so we are expanding into UK and Middle East as of now. So the expansion is going to happen probably end of this year.
Great. So this is a very interesting thing. So there's health, there's sort of SME, there's this, I mean, large thing about, you know, have an idea and money and we'll provide everything else for you kind of this thing. You know, this session is also about the unicorn playbook. Now I'm keen to know, is there a playbook hidden somewhere that if you follow that playbook, you can become a unicorn? Or is it a playbook that you get it after you get the status of a unicorn? I mean, we know the answer to it, but I'm just curious to know what are those things from the playbook that you guys would like to share with us in the audience here at TiECon? Because, you know, in a couple of years, someone here in the audience will be on stage, you know, and that's our hope. You know, someone from in the audience will be here on stage in a couple of years sharing your insights as a unicorn to the audience then. So, Kanav, can we start with you in terms of, you know, if you want to share a couple of insights from your playbook?
I think first, let me address the controversial question first, which is, unicorn is not what you want to we aspire towards. That's a tag given to us by the VC community.
Yeah.
We don't aim to be unicorns per se. But I think the question is, how do you become a big and reliable business that can scale?
Valuable, yeah.
I think in my world of enterprise SaaS, which is a slightly different world, I would say, be honest to yourself that do you understand customers' problems? In enterprise SaaS world, you can be very superficial in knowing customer problems and you have no idea what's happening. And are you really solving that problem or not? So my playbook was when I got my first customer in the US, it was in a small state called Iowa where no one goes. It's only farming corns and whatnot. And a hospital there, which was our first customer. I camped there for 3 months. So much so that one night at 4 a.m., I was in the office and the lights were on. And the police came and they're like, why is the lights on in the hospital, in that administrative area? And I had to tell them that I'm working here. Yeah. So I think camping at customer locations and knowing what the customer really needs in enterprise SaaS, being truly honest to yourself about that is the most important thing. I think the second thing which we all, I'm sure, have committed mistakes and failed, and you all will commit the same mistakes even if we tell you not to, but which has to be solved is build a strong team. Hire people who are smarter than you, because you cannot be smart in all things, in all dimensions. Right?
Fair enough. That's a very, very candid sort of you know, feedback. Medha?
Yeah, let me first start with a lighter note because you started saying that you have a kid, 9-year-old, who loves unicorns. So I have 2 young daughters, 9 and 6, again, who love unicorns crazily. Have no idea that their dad is running a unicorn. So that's very important, that they should not have any idea. But on a serious note, I think, like what you also touched upon, first of all, it is very important to know that you are not running to become a unicorn. You are running to basically create a large, valuable organization which has some cause. Now, large organizations are made when there is a large social cause behind it, or some large cause has to basically be behind creating a large and valuable organization. So that's first. So that ingredient or the idea has to be really that much for you to become, let's say, a unicorn and later a decacorn and so on. So these are all tags that come on the space. Now, like he also said, it is also very important to be very close to consumer pain points and consumer solutioning. So when you are going behind this cause, you have to go deep into the problem solving also. Now, if you are not solving problems for the market or for the consumers, then you are not creating value. Me Too will never create a large value. So you have to always keep in your mind that you are picking first the right problems, which are problems for a large TAM, and then you are going behind problem solving. So that's the second part, very important. Third, consumer empathy. I mean, there's nothing which goes beyond that. So you have to have, as the founder, you have to be constantly behind solving for consumer and have consumer empathy. And lastly, like he again touched, so team is very important. You need to have a solid team. You need to have complementary skills even within the founders first. So you first choose your co-founders in a manner that they are complementary in skills, and then you fill your next level in a manner that it becomes a solid team altogether.
Great, thank you very much. Vishesh?
So actually, I will start with one thing about the word unicorn, right? I actually hate that word. And I'll voice it out why there's a reason around it. Because what it does to the ecosystem, and I've seen that now happening a lot, is people are now started taking that as a milestone, which isn't. Problem with the word unicorn is founders have started, because it's now a renowned milestone for the industry point of view. So people are starting aspiring to hit that milestone before they hit all the other milestones that are needed. And what is happening is profitability has gone out. While I agree with the point that solve real problems, find good problems, and all of those things. But while if you're solving real problems with burning $100 million, you're actually creating one for yourself. So it's good to solve problems, but make sure you're solving it while being effective as a business and also your own survivability. And the other problem is once you hit that milestone, because in your head it's a milestone, you suddenly start feeling you're successful because someone treats you like one. A lot of ecosystems start treating you like one. But the reality is the business, no matter it's unicorn or not, it's still not done. You are still in a position where you might not survive. It's not a successful place to be at all. So one about that. So clearly there is no playbook. There shouldn't be one. I think the celebrating milestone should be celebrate your green balance sheet once you hit that. And just continue doing that. So it's a healthy mix of one, running that fundamentally strong, sustainable business, while the valuations can come and go, but always make sure if you're green, you'll always survive at least. And the playbook is, of course, build it right in terms of unit economics. So while you are solving real problems, if you have solved for both, you have now built a generational business, which you can pass it on, not just sell it out after 7 years and say, I'm rich. One single statement.
Excellent. So
I'll just
sure, Kannan,
add to his point. I think having this platform, there are two terms that were marketed heavily by the venture capital community of the US to the whole world, which we have to unlearn now. Okay. The first word was burn. Burn is a sexy word for loss. Your business is losing money, and they made it more sexy, called burn. And we all want to know what a burn is. The second sexy word is a runway. The non-sexy term of that is how long do I have before I die, right? So we have to remove these two sexy words from our heads while building a company.
Lovely. I so very much like the way you guys have approached this. So first of all, I think it is, unicorn is not a destination. It's someone else's label that should not, either to those of us in the room who want to be entrepreneurs or are currently entrepreneurs aspiring to get to that stage, that should not be the goal for us. Our goal is and should be, as Vishesh articulated, to build a sustainable business, right? What does it take to build a sustainable business? You heard from all three of them, right? Focus on the team, customer empathy, customer sort of centricity, and all of that thing. And this, a runway is actually supposed to be a pathway to help you take off. But in this space, it's typically the runway is actually the end of the sort of tunnel, or rather you enter a tunnel and sort of a dark abyss after that. So it's good to hear those things. Thank you very much, all three of you, for sort of this, sharing these insights. I think we have another 5-7 minutes. Okay, so, 10 minutes, great. So they've been very generous. I asked this because I have a general who's going to come after this session. So, he's very famous as an infantry officer. So you don't want to be, normally in conferences, they say, no, I don't want to be between you and lunch. But in this case, I don't want any one of us to be between you guys and the general. So that's why I'm asking this question, sir. So I want to ask all of you for a pitch statement, an elevator pitch. So imagine there is someone from the Prime Minister's office sitting here, right? There isn't anyone, but I'm just saying imagine someone sitting here, and the PM would like to invite entrepreneurs who are solving for Bharat in one of his next Man Ki Baat episodes. And TiECon Chandigarh is a platform where we have invited successful entrepreneurs. So you have an opportunity to make an elevator pitch to be featured or mentioned by the Honorable Prime Minister in his Man Ki Baat as to why he should feature your startup because you really are solving for Bharat, right? And you can make up something because it's 5 years time. So in future, yes. So imagine it's...
I won't give the answer. let these two guys do it.
So we'll start with Medha, and then Vishesh, and then you, Kanav.
प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके बेसिकली जो आपके खुद के इनिशिएटिव्स हैं, लाइक आत्मनिर्भर भारत एंड मेक इन इंडिया, those are things that we have basically been following for the last 4.5 years. We promote Make in India big time because most of the products that we sell are made in India by SMEs. So I think that would be a good opportunity for me to also present to you what we are doing in the SME space and also seek guidance and support from the government for that side. On the other side, we are also solving and bringing e-commerce into the masses, into the hinterlands and all of that. And there's a lot of network creation that the government is also doing to bring e-commerce and other digitization into the rural country and rural part of the country and other towns, smaller towns. So that is where we can work together to make this happen.
Thank you. Vishesh?
Okay, so yeah, quick one. It's been a while, elevator pitch, but a quick one. I think what ShipRocket is helping do is opening up Bharat for everyone. We are providing we are actually building what Bharat stands for, self-employment. And by self-employment, we are giving the opportunity to everyone to start an online digital business, giving them access to a large market of consumers all over the India. We're helping you take your products and ship it to any customer all over India and combining and creating that one Bharat experience that build, manufacture anywhere, sell everywhere is what we're trying to do. Not just India, but manufacture in your city and sell to the world. So with ShipRocket, we are also helping you ship and store globally, giving the Indian products an access to global markets.
Great, thank you. Before I ask Kanav, if anybody in the audience wants to ask questions, it's your time now to sort of stand and raise your hands. We'll take 2 questions. Kanav?
Well, I'll just tell him that every country that became rich and then became old in population spend about 2 to 3% of their GDP every year doing wrong things to fix healthcare. And now we are helping them undo it. So if India does not want to do the same mistake in the next 5 to 10 years when India becomes more rich and more old, use us. So.
Great. So you have clear pitches, from each one of you. We'll now take questions from the audience, if there are any. Okay, there's one here at the center. Why don't you stand up, please, so that can someone get the mic across, please? Yeah, there's a mic to your right side coming. If you can just quickly.
Good morning, sir. So I have a question from Kanav, sir.
Close.
Yeah, hold your mic close to the mouth. Yeah, go ahead.
So, sir, you have said about the 2 words, burn and run away. So, can you please share with us with an example what you want to say regarding these 2 words?
Yeah. I'll give you an example of my own case, right? Up till 3 or 4 years ago, the valuation of a company was not set on what the company is doing. The valuation of company was set on हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल तो देखो कंपनी की वैल्यू कंपनी के यूनिट इकोनॉमिक्स पे सेट नहीं होती थी कंपनी की वैल्यू सेट होती थी कि कितना पैसा तुमको डुबाना है अगले 5 साल तक ग्रो करने के लिए हम तुमको उतने पैसे देंगे और हम कंपनी का 20% लेंगे तो तुमको अगर 100 करोड़ उड़ाने हैं 5 साल में तो कंपनी की वैल्यू 500 करोड़ है That used to be the valuation game. वो सही गेम नहीं है सही गेम ये है कि तुम्हारा यूनिट इकोनॉमिक्स तुम्हारा रेवेन्यू ग्रोथ तुम्हारा प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी कितना हो सकता है अगले 5-6 साल में उसके हिसाब से तुम्हारी कितनी वैल्यूएशन है तो वो जो बर्न कॉन्सेप्ट है कि तुमको कितना पैसा उड़ाना है हम तुमको उतनी वैल्यू देंगे उसके अकॉर्डिंग वो सब खराब कॉन्सेप्ट है रनवे कम्स फ्रॉम बर्न ओनली कि तुम अगर तुम्हारे पास 500 करोड़ उठे हुए हैं पैसे और तुम हर महीने 20 करोड़ खर्च कर रहे हो, तो तुम्हारे पास कितने महीने बचे हैं कंपनी चलाने के लिए, राइट? तो फाउंडर्स क्या करते थे कि 4 साल बचे हैं, बर्न करते जाओ, राइट? अ बेटर वे इज कि यार तुम्हारा अगर बिजनेस यूनिट इकोनॉमिक वाइज सही है, तुम सिर्फ बर्न कर रहे हो ग्रोथ के लिए, बट इवेंचुअली ग्रोथ थोड़ी स्लो होगी, और जब इवेंचुअली ग्रोथ थोड़ी स्लो होगी तो प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी आएगी। उस पर ध्यान दो कि अगर तुम हर साल डबल कर रहे हो या ट्रिपल कर रहे हो अपना रेवेन्यू, तो यू माइट बी बर्निंग। बट अगर तुम हर साल 50% ग्रो कर रहे हो और तुम तब भी प्रॉफिटेबल नहीं हो, then you are doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely. Thank you, Kanav. One more question is here. I think the question was why start in the US and why not in India, but I think you had answered it, but why don't you go ahead?
See, my story was that 2014 we realized that the big macro trend was that cost of storing data on a digital medium like hard drive की cost हर साल कम हो रही थी। तो the thesis, the prediction was that there will be more data stored in databases by companies and they will not know how to manage it and how to use it. So we were building a data platform. That's an enterprise play. हमने इंडिया में बहुत धक्के खाए हैं। 2014-15 में हमने बहुत कंपनीज को बेचा है अपना प्लेटफॉर्म, टाटा को, एयरसेल को, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस को। बट यार एंटरप्राइज में इंडिया में उस टाइम पे पैसे नहीं मिलते थे। सब काम कर लिया, सब प्लेटफॉर्म डिप्लॉय हो गया, बोले इनवॉइस दिया तो बोले कहाँ, कौन सा पैसा, कैसा पैसा। यूएस में डिप्लॉय किया तो हमने कहा सर ये रहा इनवॉइस, हम आपको हर महीने भेज देंगे इनवॉइस। कहते पागल हो गए हो, वी विल ऑटोमेट द वायर फॉर यू एवरी मंथ। तो एंटरप्राइज बिजनेस इन इंडिया इज नॉट रेडी, was at least not ready in 2014. It's still not there, but वो भी आ रहा है। Although India is the hotbed for consumer businesses today because 140 million people have been removed from poverty into the middle class, and the middle class is becoming very rich. So if I have to do something in consumer down the road, I will move back to India in a heartbeat.
Great. I now know that the organizers have started looking towards me, which means it's time for me to wrap it up. Conversations such as this can go on because there is always, willing people here and a lot of insights to gain. And it's my job as a moderator to sort of call time, and which I'll be doing now. I want to thank Vishesh, Medha, and Kanav, all three of you, for one, coming here, for two, sort of being very generous with your insights, for not sort of couching it or shielding it, for being sort of brutally honest and frank, which is what we expect in platforms like TiECon, because we want this to be a learning environment. So I want to thank all of you. And I think if we were to talk about Bharat, and again, India or Bharat is a, we spoke about it earlier, it can mean the same thing, it can still be different things. But what is important is for all of us to invest in taking everybody along. I think that's the key, and trying to find solutions or solve problems for that person in that remote part of the country who otherwise, simply because of a genetic lottery, has taken birth in some place and therefore hasn't had access to some of the things that we all have privileged, sort of in some sense, just because we are in Chandigarh or Bangalore or Mumbai or whatever. I think that is the problem that a lot of them are trying to solve. Thank you very much for what you're doing. And please continue the good work, and please keep coming back to TiECon Chandigarh. Thank you all for being a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Thanks, Guru.
Thank you.
Many thanks to our illustrious panel here. And Sir, TIE has been a constant in my life ever since I started my career. Kya kare ab janmo janmo ka rishta hai. I'm not going anywhere. So you'll probably see me next year. But on that note, everything sparkles with unicorns around, whether in fantasy or in reality. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Disrupting Bharat Insights from Unicorn Playbook. And to honor and felicitate the panel, may I have on the dais Mr. Anirudh Gupta, founder, TCM Group of Schools, and charter member, TIE Chandigarh. Ladies and gentlemen, first up we have Mr. Vishesh Khurana, founder, Ship Rocket. Mr. Sorjendu Medda, founder, DealShare. Mr. Kanav Hasija, co-founder and CPO, Innovator. And our moderator, Mr. DNV Kumaraguru, Senior Director, Advancement, Alumni Engagement and External Relations, Indian School of Business. Freeze this moment in time. And while that happens, it's also time for our audience to show us some love. We're all on social media. We're on it all the time. So we have a hashtag called #TiECon CHD. So while we're at it, why don't you put up some social media posts, some nice resounding selfies and show us some love. That'll be really nice. चलिए इसी बात पे आगे बढ़ते हैं. अब मैं बहुत बेताब हूँ आपको इनसे मिलवाने के लिए. वो अक्सर कहते हैं, टूटना बुरी बात नहीं है, टूट के गिरना बुरी बात है. गिर के किसी कोने में पड़े रहना बुरी बात है. टूट के जुड़ना हिम्मत है, जुड़कर घूमना हिम्मत है.
NetSmarts is a global technology solutions partner with a wide range of services.
NetSmarts is dedicated to providing services and solutions our clients need to solve their business goals and information technology challenges. Customer satisfaction is the hallmark by which we measure our performance, and we hold ourselves, as do our clients, to the highest standards of quality. It is satisfying to know that we are able to help our clients build
since 1988. He has served a total of 8 tenures in counter-insurgency, counter-terrorism operational areas, of which 6 in Kashmir Valley, and a tenure each in Jammu region and Manipur in Northeast. Well, he last served as the Director General Defense Intelligence Agency and Deputy Chief of Integrated Defense Staff Intelligence under the Chief of Defense Staff. And I must also tell you, he's an alumnus of the National Defense Academy, Khadakwasla, and Indian Military Academy, Dehradun. He graduated from the Defense Services Staff College, Wellington, and National Defense College, Delhi. Pyar naal assi ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ Tiny ਢਿੱਲੋਂ. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up with a loud round of applause for Lieutenant General Kamaljeet Singh Dhillon, PVSM, UYSM, YSM, VSM.
Good afternoon to everyone. As explained in the introduction, I am Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon, popularly known as Tiny Dhillon, and I am very happy today that one of my course-mates from NDA and squadron type from NDA, Pritosh Dandel, is also here in the audience. And before we start, we all have seen in the school, in the colleges, in the universities, or even in many sessions, the person on the dais generally puts the class at ease before starting a serious subject. Now here, amongst all the financial wizards and the corporate worlds and with all the types of jargon which I just heard in the last two sessions, I want to put myself at ease. Because as a military man, my knowledge of finances is limited to my payslip and my mess bill, which in my 39 years, I never saw what it is because I could never understand it. And Mr. Mehta was saying, their customers are who are less than 1 lakh per month. I think I am his customer. So, starting with that, in the army, we lead a very difficult life. We live a very challenging life, not only physically, but mentally. And as you grow in rank against the normal understanding, the challenges become bigger. The mental challenges become bigger. The family issues, which for a civilian who goes back home every evening, don't even matter. For us, sitting in some post in Kashmir, and there is a intelligence coming that terrorists are moving in that village, and then there is a phone call which comes from home, कि बच्चा स्कूल से 10 में से 2 नंबर लेके आया. So now you can understand. Whereas if you get a call like this, probably your wife will wait for you to get back home by evening. And once you go back home and you will resolve the issue and probably put a tuition or something. Now here, the lady is sitting there in her village, in her hometown. 99% of the time, she won't even tell her husband what the problems are at home. That is the strength of our families, the way they handle the home front. I must tell you, most of the people sitting out here are the young startups and otherwise also young in our business. Challenges happen. Abhi, the introducer told about something which I had said in an interview some time ago, maybe a year or 2 years ago, and I must say it again. Because challenges must be taken as opportunities. टूटना बुरी बात नहीं है, टूटकर गिरना भी बुरी बात नहीं है, गिरकर किसी कोने में पड़े रहना बुरी बात है, टूटकर उड़ना और टूटकर जुड़ना हिम्मत है, और टूटकर जुड़ना हिम्मत है और जुड़कर उड़ना हिम्मत है. Now this is what it is. I will give you personal examples, although it's bad manners to give personal examples, but I want to give you examples from my own life, which are the examples from every soldier's life. I lose my mother at 3 years of age. I lose my only elder sibling at 14 years of age. I lose my cousin brother in Kashmir Valley, fighting terrorists as a major, awarded Shaurya Chakra at about 30 years of my age. I marry at about 25 years of age, have 8 tenures in field area, 3-4 more in some high altitude areas. My wife sees my death news twice on the television. Once when she was 8 months pregnant. I was not there when both her children were born. I was not there when both her children started going to school. I was not there when they both passed out from school. I was not there when they went to college. I was not there when they graduated from their respective colleges. But I'm sitting here today. A lot of youngsters today talk about work, family life balance. This is my work and family life balance. How did I manage it? How did my wife manage it? Or for that matter, how does every soldier manage it? How does every soldier's family manage it? The answer lies in you have to prepare your spouse, parents, children, siblings about the life which you are going to live. Again, you might find it a little humorous, but I must tell you how I prepared myself. When my parents were looking for a match for me, those were the days of arranged marriages, and my father asked me, "Beta, since you are in the army, any something unique you are looking for, or anything you want me to, when you are looking for a girl. I gave him 2 requirements. One was, the future wife should not be a Fauji's daughter. And second was, drinking should not be too much of a hassle in the family. Now, I am linking it with the work-family life balance. Why she should not be a Fauji's daughter? Because if she is a Fauji's daughter, definitely she would be a colonel, brigadier, or a general's daughter. She is marrying a captain. And every time she will compare, my papa was this and you are this. Ho gaya na family life, work life imbalance. And second is drinking in the family. Because I may be drinking, I may not be drinking, I may be a social drinker, but I definitely have friends who drink. I definitely have a culture in the army where in the mess party we drink. I may definitely have a culture when people come home, that drink is offered. Or when you go to someone's house, the drink is offered. Now I don't want someone coming to my home or I going to someone's house for dinner and then coming back fighting. Daru ko piyu, daru kyun pilai, ye hai, wo hai. So, family, work-life balance. And now my father tells me, he says, beta, ye to theek hai, कि फौजी की बेटी है कि नहीं, but how will I come to know that, sorry, whether drinking का कोई issue है कि नहीं? I said, that's your problem, HR problem. So when my father went and, along with my mother and my grandmother, so the typical tray mein coffee and all those things, that was being prepared. And it was taking time. Naturally, the ladies, the bonchai naake cup nikalne hain and all those things. So my father-in-law was a very impulsive man. When this thing was taking time, he tells my father, he said, Dhillon sahab, I think coffee mein time lag raha, let's have a glass of beer. And my father says, Rishta pakka. So, why I am giving this example is we never had an issue after that. We never had a problem after that. Like I told you, this girl, because of preparing herself, she has seen all types of adversities in life. And I must tell you one more thing. In the army, our spouses are part of the family. They bear our responsibilities. I'll give you the example. When I was a commanding officer in Kashmir, this is the second time when she heard the death news of mine on the television. I written a book. I've given in great details all these aspects, and I'm just sharing few of them. At about 11:30, 12 in the night, she gets a message. She sees on the TV that Colonel KJ Singh is no more, died in Kashmir. Then 11:30, one person whom I told to call up and explain to her कि कुछ नहीं हुआ मैं ठीक हूँ, because I couldn't get through. He said नहीं कल बात करूँगा. The second person कल बात करूँगा. Third person नहीं कल सुबह बात करेंगे. And all 3 of them decided to call up at night only. And they all called up one after the other who had not called her for last 10 years. And then she was confirmed in her mind that now this is the bad news. 2 children in her lap, one about 10 years old, one about 4 years old, 5 years old, and she is thinking about a future. But come the first light, come the early morning, she realized she is a commanding officer's wife, and the other ladies in the same station. Some Havaldar's wife, some Naik's wife, some Subedar's wife, some Major's wife. Tomorrow they will come to console her, they will come to meet her. She cannot be seen as a shattered lady or a shattered commanding officer's wife. She put herself together, washed her face, combed her hair, and was ready to receive the ladies as a bold and fearless commanding officer's wife. Now this is the family. This is the support we get. What we do, this is what we is edging us to do. The nation supports us. Every time I'm at the airport, the 20 people walk up to me, shake hand, take a selfie. That is the love we want. And because of this love, in spite of being in Mr. Meda's consumer list, we are very happy. So this is how it works. Team spirit. Everyone sitting here is a young entrepreneur, and I also know the young startups, how many % of them end up somewhere, someone after 1 year, someone after 2 years, someone after 5 years, someone after 10 years. Some become unicorns, the gentlemen who are sitting here. There is a 2-liner principle in the army. Don't venture into a thing unless you have the end state very clear. I'll give an example. I was a cadet in NDA along with Pritosh Dandiyal, and he knows I am a weak swimmer. I didn't know how to swim. And we had a gentleman called Lieutenant Anil Save. He was our divisional officer. One fine morning, Lieutenant Save comes to our swimming class, and there is something called 7-meter board. You jump from there. That is considered as if you are okay with your mind and body and aggressiveness. So he said, everyone on the 7-meter board. Since I had the senior most number in the NDA, as per the NDA Academy number, I was the first one on the board. He said, jump, I jumped. And then I was drowning. I could not swim from middle of the pool to the edge of the pool. Suddenly some Havaldar instructor dived in, he pulled me out, took me out, gave me some first aid. And Lieutenant Anil Save tells me, why did you jump if you didn't know swimming? I said, sir, because you told me to jump. Now this lesson in the year of 1980 was used in the year of 2019 when we had to abrogate Article 370 in Kashmir. He tells me, never venture into anything unless you are very clear about the end state. He said there are 3 phases in what you have done. You have to jump, you have to swim, and you have to come out. You only thought about the first one, jump. And your end state was not clear to you, that's why you would have failed. And that's the lesson for the young entrepreneurs. Unless you have the third and the end state very clear where you're going, don't venture into a event or thing. Article 370, when it had to be abrogated, we were very clear what is the end state. End state was 2. One is the government's writ will be implemented. हिंदुस्तान की सर जमीन के हर एक इंच के ऊपर भारत की जो हुकूमत है उसका ऑर्डर्स चलेगा. Second was, while doing so, peace will be maintained, no casualties of civilians, no damage to property, private or public. And we worked for it before 5th of August. And we had to work for it without letting anyone know. I've given the details in the book, and this is where on 5th of August, when Article 370 was abrogated, for next 3 months, Kashmir had the most peaceful 3 months of the Kashmir terrorism history of 35 years. How did it work? How did it happen? People today compliment me, you did a wonderful job, you did a good job, very nice. But the same people before 5th of August were so apprehensive. हो नहीं सकता, खून की नदियां बह जाएंगी, तिरंगे को कंधा देने वाला कोई नहीं होगा. It happened because we were clear about the end state. Another lesson is, you all have heard this statement, the strength of the chain is in the weakest link. Again, I'll give you the example. I got commissioned and I still was a weak swimmer. From Udaipur, my unit team had gone to Jamnagar, the basketball team. I went with the team as a playing member. We won the competition. Suddenly after that was the volleyball competition. The unit sent the volleyball boys and told me, you take part as an officer there only. Dandiyal was my volleyball team captain in NDA. And okay, I played the volleyball also, we won that also. And then came the swimming competition. Again in Jamnagar, unit sent the swimming team. And I said, okay, fair enough. They said, you just look after the team. But they didn't tell me that there is officers relay also in the last event of the competition. They sent 3 more officers, assuming that I know swimming. And it was 4 into 100 meters relay. Now, before that event, Naib Subedar Shanti Saran Saab, who was in charge, he comes to me and says, Saab, as per the marks or the points scored now, we are on the top. Even if we come last in the officers relay, we will get 2 points and still we will be champions. But if we get disqualified, we will get 0 points and then we will come to number 2. So, sab, aapko kisi tarike se isko complete karna hai. Now imagine the responsibility of winning the championship is on the weakest swimmer, the weakest link in the chain. And anyway, I said, okay, last mein dal dena mere ko. Kisi tarah se kuch karta hu. And NDA mein the maximum we had done the swimming was 55 meters. Breaststroke without making any noise. And the 55 meter was based on some Pakistani canals. The maximum canal is 55 meters. That means if you can swim 55 meters, you can go the other side. Now here I had to swim 100 meters. Anyway, I dived, I put everything which I had, because as an officer, I couldn't afford to be failing in front of my men. Somehow, I was the only one in the pool at some stage, and a lot of people were cheering me up. I finished it, and we became the champions. And in the evening, when we were having the celebrations, no one was complimenting the people who had won the gold medals. Everyone was complimenting me, "Saab, kamal kar diya." Now, this is what it is. You don't give up. You will succeed. Your team will succeed. You will be the employee of the month. So, understand, it is not the best runner who is recognized. It is the runner who makes the difference. So, be a person who can make a difference. Adversities, challenges, adverse situations, competitors will kill you. It will happen. In army, how it happens is, you are in an operation, suddenly a situation comes when you are on the back foot. How do you handle it? I will give you how we handle it, and then you can relate to your job, and I'm sure you can handle it. Whenever adversity happens, I get injured, I get shot, my buddy gets shot, something happens. First and foremost thing is why we limit the damage. We limit the damage, we evacuate the casualty. That means he must survive. Jitna damage ho gaya, usko pehle control karo. Then we assess the situation, why this happened. Then I look at my own resources, which I'm still not committed, calling up the reserves, reassessing, realigning my forces, and then hitting back. That means my plan must have adequate contingency planning. It must have adequate flexibility to change my plan. It must have adequate reserves to reinforce my failures if at all it happens. It must have options available to me to go from the left or the right. And all these things combined together makes for a good planning and execution. But if I suffer a casualty and like a fool I again get into that, I suffer another casualty. In the army they say, never reinforce a failure. Tackle it from a different direction. Single liners, never reinforce a failure. Same thing. You had a loss in a particular venture, never do the same mistake of putting more money into that. Look at the options, look at the flexibility, look at how you can limit the loss and make more money somewhere else. These are the few lessons. And then in the army, Pulwama happened, I was the corps commander. Just 4 days before, on 10th of February, I had taken over as Kashmir Corps Commander, which is responsible for the line of control, which is responsible for complete Kashmir Valley. 10th February, I become the Corps Commander. 14th February 2019, Pulwama happens. One option is, oh, mar gaye yaar, kya hoga, pata nahi, kiska failure hai, intelligence failure hai, uski galti, iski galti, ye, wo. And when that evening, when we were traveling for a conference or meeting, how to go about it, a young captain, my ADC captain Sandeep Singh, he was also anxious. He had also heard the news after 2 hours of Pulwama incident. First we limited, we put the helicopter fleet, we put the doctors, evacuate the survivors, send them to the base hospital. After doing all this, when I'm moving for a meeting, this captain sahab asked me, "Sir, ab kya hoga?" And pardon my language, I said, "We will get the bastards." And in that meeting, everyone was saying, convoy hai, kitne baje chali, kyun chali, itna yahan pe ROP theek nahi tha, wahan pe theek nahi tha, bulletproof thi, bulletproof nahi thi. When my turn came, I said, "Sir, all these things can be handled later. They will come out in the inquiry. Let's hit back now. Let's do the things which will bring the morale of the nation back." Because Pakistani trolls had started trolling, how is the Jaish? Because that incident was carried out by Jaish-e-Mohammed. We hit back, within 100 hours we killed the module, killed all of them, including the Pakistani terrorist Kamran, who was in charge, whose code name was Ghazi. We killed all of them within 100 hours. And within next 10 days, we avoided another Pulwama, killed all of them. Now, this is how you have to hit back. रोने धोने से कुछ नहीं होगा. The competitor will get back at you even with more force. So this Ghazi character, when the question was asked to me, "Sir, is Ghazi killed?" He was the main chap who had done the Pulwama thing. I didn't want to give credence to him. I said, kitne Ghazi gaye, parwah nahi. And that is how this line became viral. This shows your mindset. This shows your aggressiveness. This shows your way of doing your business, whatever business you are in. And that is the title of my book, Kitne Ghazi gaye. It's a national bestseller from day one. That's a separate issue. So I will finish here or stop here because I always find Q&A session is very interesting. You can ask me a question on army life. You can ask me a question on anything which you face in your life. I'll be happy to attempt to answer. Thank you.
So can we get the mic here to the front after that question? Please go ahead.
Hello sir, मेरा नाम रामानुज है and मैं एक swimmer हूँ, अच्छा swimmer हूँ. So सर मेरा क्वेश्चन था कि एक स्टूडेंट की लाइफ में नॉर्मली हम थ्योरी सीखते हैं, तो उसकी हम प्रैक्टिकल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कैसे सीखें कि हम एक प्रैक्टिकली भी उतने ही अच्छे.
If you get a lot of leads but you couldn't convince them, here are the biggest mistakes you make and how can you scale your business to the next level. Hello guys, my name is Sheikh Ali from BotSphere. I have helped so many businesses scale online. I personally have convinced more than 12,000 plus people to buy my products or my service. Here are my biggest learnings and how can you use that to scale your business to the next level. So the first mistake that every business owners or freelancers make is having a high entry barrier for the leads to get it. What does that mean? Let me simplify this with a very day-to-day example. Consider you are hungry, you are in the middle of the street, you are looking for a snack. You have a lot of options. You see dosa centers, you see veg restaurants, non-veg restaurants, kebab. So many options are available. There comes McDonald's. How do they actually make us buy their products or their service? Here is how. They put a banner saying you get the burger for as low as 39 rupees. So they brought the attention. What happens after they got the attention of the people? 99% of the people who
Hi, this is Vikram here. One question you already answered in the last part. Tell us about your kids. What are they doing? I'm curious.
Okay. We have 2 children. And by the way, I never say I have a son, I have a daughter. I always say we have a son, we have a daughter. So it's just a sort of thing. And you never compliment. You are looking, sorry, this sari is looking, you are looking good in the sari. Then the compliment is to the sari. You are looking good in this sari. It should be this sari is looking good on you. The compliment is to you. Okay. So that was, people tell me, sir, aapke one-liners achhe hote. Chalo, anyway. Now coming to the kids. Both are children, son and daughter. They both done their graduation in their respective field from Delhi University. Son worked with the company for some time and now he's doing his masters in UK. Daughter again done a graduation from Delhi University and now that we shifted to Tri-City, now she's doing her post-graduation from Punjab University. For the son, it was a, zigzag or hana. I never forced either way. Because young man had to make his own destiny, his own life, his own career. And like I said, in my family work balance, कि लड़की फौजी की बेटी नहीं होनी चाहिए. So I didn't want him to get stuck with अरे tiny sir तो ये थे और तू उनका बेटा तू कुछ भी नहीं कर रहा है. So I wanted him to take his own independent decision, which he has done, and he's quite happy with it.
Right. सर से एक सवाल ले लें यहाँ पे।
सर, आई एम अजय श्रीवास्तव, आई एम डायरेक्टर STPI। मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है परितोष सर के अंडर काम करने की, बिकॉज ही वाज आल्सो इन आर्मी। सो मेरा क्वेश्चन है सर कि जब हम डिसीजन लेते हैं तो हम एक निगेटिव थॉट को देखते हैं कि कहीं ये हो जाए तो कुछ गलत ना, जैसे आपने 370 आर्टिकल का बताया कि हटा देंगे तो खून खराबा ना हो जाए, तो एक फियर तो मन में आता है, उसके बाद भी हम डिसीजन लेते हैं सर। तो आर्मी में क्या आपको स्ट्रांग बनाया जाता है कि डिसीजन, टफ डिसीजन लेना है, एंड एक कॉमन आदमी को क्या सोचना चाहिए उस समय टफ डिसीजन लेते समय?
ओके, थैंक यू। आपने बोला जो 370 का डिसीजन लिया तो ये हो सकता है, वो हो सकता है। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ 27 जून 2019, 5 अगस्त 2019 से 40 दिन पहले होम मिनिस्टर साहब के साथ में मेरी 1-on-1 मीटिंग हुई, और उस मीटिंग में ब्रेकफास्ट के ऊपर, एंड उसकी थोड़ी सी बैकग्राउंड भी है, उससे पहले भी 2-4 मीटिंग हुई थी 26 जून को भी, और रात को जब मैं घर आया करीब 1 बजे ये सारी मीटिंग्स अटेंड करके, इसमें सब लोग थे, कई लोग थे, तो 2 बजे मेरे पास मैसेज आता है रात को कि सर सुबह होम मिनिस्टर के साथ में ब्रेकफास्ट मीटिंग है। ऐसा ठीक है, पहुंच जाएंगे। देन 3 बजे मैसेज आता है कि सर ब्रेकफास्ट में आप क्या खाओगे? ऐसे जो सब लोग खाएंगे वो मैं भी खा लूँगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, मोर इंपॉर्टेंट इज द मीटिंग। देन द बॉम्बशेल ड्रॉप्ड, नहीं सर ये मीटिंग 1-on-1 है, इट्स ओनली यू एंड द होम मिनिस्टर। एंड देन आई सेड यार कुछ भी खा देना। So anyway, when I went there were dhokla, there was aloo ka paratha, and all those things were there. So in that meeting, it lasted about 45 minutes, and a lot of things were discussed. I written in the book. Finally, he asked me कि अगर कुछ करते हैं तो जिम्मेवारी किसकी है? ऐसा तो जिम्मेवारी मेरी है, कुछ नहीं होगा, पीस रहेगा। And then another question he asked me, he said, how do you say this? I said, अगर इतिहास लिखना है तो किसी को इतिहास बनाना पड़ेगा। So he appreciated this. ऐसे सर अगर इतिहास लिखना है तो किसी ना किसी को तो बनाना पड़ेगा, बिना इतिहास बने इतिहास लिखा नहीं जा सकता। And I'm so proud that I'm part of the history, I'm part of the इतिहास today, and we did it. And coming to the question कि डिसीजन, दिस वाज वन पार्ट ऑफ द आंसर, कि डिसीजन लेते वक्त अगर गलत हो जाए, कुछ गड़बड़ हो जाए, तो मैं ब्रिगेडियर था कश्मीर में ही, तो एक पर्टिकुलर एरिया में मैं RR का सेक्टर कमांडर था, बहुत घना जंगल था, बहुत ख़राब इलाका था, और वहाँ पे बहुत काउंटर टेररिस्ट ऑपरेशन हमने किए, तो मुझे मालूम था इलाका कैसा है। वहाँ से मैं हेडक्वार्टर में आ गया, कोर हेडक्वार्टर में, और एक नए ब्रिगेडियर साहब आ गए, नए जनरल साहब आ गए उस एरिया के लिए। तो एक दिन एक ऑपरेशन चल रहा था, तो मैंने 2 हेलीकॉप्टर आगे फॉरवर्ड में मूव कर दिए, डॉक्टर्स की टीम फॉरवर्ड में मूव कर दी। तो वो जनरल साहब का मेरे को कॉल आया, कहते ये हेलीकॉप्टर और डॉक्टर्स को यहाँ पे क्यों भेज दिया है? मैं कहा सर इस एरिया में कैजुअलिटी होती हैं, इंजरीज होती हैं, एंड वी विल बी एबल टू सेव द लाइव्स। वो मेरे को कहते यू आर अ नेगेटिव पर्सन एंड तू सोच रहा है कि कैजुअलिटी होगी, ऐसे नहीं सोचना चाहिए। मैं कहा सर वो सब ठीक है, प्रैक्टिकल भी होना चाहिए, यू नो, एंड मैंने इस इलाके में नौकरी की हुई है। बट ही गेव मी अ माउथफुल, आई सेड थैंक यू सर, नो प्रॉब्लम, बट लेट द हेलीकॉप्टर्स बी देयर, आप इसको रैकी वैकी के लिए इस्तेमाल कर लो कि कहाँ पे टहरे। टेक इट फ्रॉम मी, आफ्टर 45 minutes द बॉय गॉट इंजर्ड, ही वॉज evacuated to the place where the doctors were, he was saved, his life was saved. That general came to my home in the evening and told me, Tiny, I am sorry. I said, sir, practical होना बहुत जरूरी है। बिली रास्ता काट की वाला कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं चलता है जहाँ पे आपने करोड़ों लगा रखे हैं, उसका भी ध्यान रखिए, वास्तु का भी ध्यान रखिए, लेकिन अपना मार्केट सर्वे करना बहुत जरूरी है, कंज्यूमर की डिमांड्स, रिक्वायरमेंट्स जानना बहुत जरूरी है, कॉम्पिटिटर के प्रोडक्ट की क्वालिटी जानना बहुत जरूरी है। इफ यू डोंट डू दिस, your decision is bound to be a wrong decision. And those ingredients of options, flexibility, contingencies, reserves, resources, timely changing the course, they all remain. So decision making is an art of war. How do you orchestrate your resources is leadership. यही है बस which separates men from the boys. Otherwise, everyone says rolling fields or golden wheat. ओ भैया किसी ने काटना भी तो है वो। So be a leader, be a commander. I'll give you an example since everyone is here. They are CEOs, they are directors, they are managers, they are commanders in the defense forces, but none of them is a leader. They are all appointments. Leaders emerge. Leaders emerge from difficult situations. There is a roadside accident. 50 people are standing there with different academic background, different political background, different religion backgrounds, different age groups, different genders. One boy or girl of 17 years comes forward, picks up the casualty, puts in the car, takes him or her to the hospital. He or she is the leader who has emerged from that situation. So leaders emerge, rest are only managers, administrators, including the commanders in the armed forces. Everyone is not a leader. So be a leader, take risks, take calculated risks, but within the domain of discipline. Don't be rash. Sorry, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. क्योंकि वक्त की पाबंदी है इसलिए और सवाल नहीं ले पाएंगे हम. I wish this could
I don't
go
know
on
why
and
it
on.
happens to me all the time.
Well, you know, this is one part of my job that I really wish wasn't there, but क्या कर सकते हैं? वक्त ने किया क्या हसीन सितम. Thank you so much, sir.
The book is, I think, displayed outside somewhere. I'll be sitting there for some time and I'll sign the books by name if any one of you want to buy it, just as a special compliment to all those people sitting here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant General Kamaljeet Singh Dhillon. प्यार नाल ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਟਾਈਨੀ ਢਿੱਲੋਂ. भाई थोड़ा और जोश दिखा दीजिए. The josh should be high at this time, right? Let's have a louder round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. अब क्योंकि शुरुआत कहावतों से हुई थी तो एक और है मेरे पास. कहते हैं कि जहां तक रास्ता दिख रहा है वहां तक चलिए. वहां तक पहुंचने के बाद आगे का रास्ता अपने आप दिखने लगेगा.
Experience the power of innovation with Cybrain, your IIT partner for 15 plus years. 15 years ago, Mr. Puneet Verma started Cybrain from scratch, and today, he leads a team of 100 plus experts that have successfully delivered 1000 plus projects worldwide. Our e-commerce, Magento, Shopify, CMS development, and full
To a very interesting discussion on Punjab's startup ecosystem, vision for driving innovation-led investment. And to open this panel and to do the honors on this panel, may I please have our special guests on the stage as I call out their names. First up, we have Mr. Pratap Krishna Aggarwal, founder and CEO, IDS Infotech, charter member, TIE Chandigarh. We have Dr. Devesh Tyagi, senior director, STPI. We have Mr. Kamal Kishore Yadav, CEO, Invest Punjab. And Mr. Dilip Kumar, Principal Secretary, Punjab. और क्योंकि हमारे अतिथि खास हैं तो स्वागत भी खास होना चाहिए. May I request our President, Mr. Robin Aggarwal, to come up and welcome our special guests. साथ में आपकी तालियां होंगी तो और अच्छा लगेगा और खूबसूरत लगेगा. चलिए बातों की शुरुआत करते हैं। मैं बुलाना चाहूँगी हमारे पहले अतिथि को। अब अल्फाज ज़्यादा हैं, वक्त कम है, इसलिए संक्षिप्त में इनका परिचय दूंगी। Well, to define him in very simple words, he is a seasoned entrepreneur, venture capitalist, and business strategist with expertise in team building, cross-functional team leadership, organization development, and customer relationship management. And with an experience of 32 plus years in the industry, he was pivotal in setting up various departments under the IDS brand with a vision to cater to diverse set of needs across industries like IT and software solutions, legal, healthcare, engineering, patent and technology research, and much more. Founder and CEO of IDS Infotech Limited, Chairman, NASSCOM Chandigarh and Punjab, Chairman, British Business Group, Chandigarh and Punjab. Well, his company has in recent times imbibed new age technologies like AI and ML. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Pratap Krishna Aggarwal, founder and CEO, IDS Infotech. Anywhere you're comfortable, anywhere.
Thank you, Niharika. Thank you so much. So very welcome. As she mentioned that when I अपनी journey Punjab में शुरू करी 32 years back, when I moved back from US, and I came and started my journey. And I think I start with a very simple story, which I always say that today's Punjab. Can you believe it, sir? That today, what all we are doing in Punjab? There are people in the room जो blockchain technologies पे very advanced stage के ऊपर state of art पे काम कर रहे हैं. सर यहाँ पे Agnex नाम की एक company है, अजय सर उसके बारे में बात करते हैं. Maybe will be the future unicorn. We have a world's one of the top 5 testing companies. The top 5 in the world is operating from the region. So we are serving the region more than 10,000 physicians from the US as their back offices. So we are designing parts for the Boeing, Bombardier, the complete chain of Airbus supply chain. We are designing those parts in this region. So I can also tell you, you'll be happy to know the companies like BMW, Audi, and Daimler, all their patents are being exported from this region now, sir. The list goes on and on, but on a very positive note, in a different note, if you look at our company hired 100 women over a span of 100 people over a span of 6 months, working in the night shifts. 56 of them are the women. So we talk about the women power. It's happening now in this region. These are all the stories of Punjab. And guys, I told you all this story. I think we have now more than 800 startups here. 20 of them are funded by the government. But I think all this success, I can go on and on. But who are the people behind it? These are the people who did all this. These are the people who made it happen. Can we have a round of applause for the Punjab government here? So that's the context. That's where I'm coming from. So the environment, there are stakeholders, there are people who made this happen. Of course, Invest Punjab. We hear about ISER, we hear about incubation centers, we hear about STPI, we hear about the co-working places. All these are adding and coming in a regular way and building the ecosystem here. And I think we are poised for a big growth. So here it is. I'll let the speaker speak from here. What we need to hear about, how do we get more and more investment into Punjab? How do we take it to the next level? The questions and answers, they all remain they all been all there, but I think it's evolved to a new level, sir. So please share with the audience what is happening in Punjab, what we should expect from Punjab government in the coming times. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. So now that the context has been set beautifully, let me introduce to you our first speaker. IT और ESDM सेक्टर में ये 26 साल से भी ज़्यादा का तजुर्बा रखते हैं. सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपमेंट की भी खास जानकारी रखते हैं. His diverse experience has propelled him to deliver some remarkable projects during this period. Currently, we know of him as Senior Director, STPI. Ladies and gentlemen, I now take pleasure in inviting Dr. Devesh Tyagi, Senior Director, STPI.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank TiECon for inviting STPI, and we look forward to have great connection after this communication. My co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen present here. STPI, you all know, is Software Technology Parks of India, which was established by then Department of Electronics, and now we are under Ministry of Electronics and IT. So we work for promotion of exporters from the country. And you know, the total progress which we had made since 1991 we were established. Last year exports from STPI registered unit was around 7.2 lakh crores. So it is a tremendous journey which we have carried IT industry. Together with IT industry, we had covered with from 1991 to 2023. As of date, we are having around 4,800 exporting unit connected with us. And we are providing them a single window clearance system, which is set to be first single window clearance system of our country, and we are providing them around 40 services. The most important part of our service is Softtech certification, and we do around 12 lakh of software forms we certify during 1 year. So this is a tremendous job, and we work within a citizen charter, and most of our services are well within the defined citizen charter which we follow. So we think ourselves as a promotional organization, which were created as a statutory body, but we will never think that we are a statutory body. Nobody knows that STPI issues a letter of permission which is equivalent to a license for exporting from the IT export from the India. That is what type of service we provide to the IT entrepreneurs. When we started in 1991, there were basically 3 challenges in front of our country. There was hardly any IT infrastructure. There was no computing facility available. And there was no communication facility or datacom facility available at that point of time. From STPI, we took challenge and we started from the 3 centers. And we even, as a first ISP along with VSNL, we created international gateways. We created IT gate infrastructure, and we import the mainframe computers for providing the common computing facility at our premises. And we were saying IT entrepreneurs that you just come to our premises and start working and taking your work to the exports. So that time there was hardly any IT industry, so we invited all the established establishments which were leading in our business to come forward with us and join hand with us. So this trend continued till around 2015 when the Digital India program came, and we started realigning ourselves with the Digital India program. From taking a leaf of Digital India program, we created certain schemes. We also tried to follow the Startup India program of Government of India, and we created 2 more schemes at the helm of STPI. Along with this, we started because we thought that the next wave of IT industry will come from the newer cities. We call them Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, but we call them as the newer cities. During 2011 to 2023, we rose our center from 21 to 63. And all of them are in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. Including in Tri-Cities, we had created our presence. One of the biggest incubation center which we had created in our country is in Mohali itself. It is a facility of 1.40 lakh square feet. And from here, I am happy to share with you that there are around 800 people which are working continuously doing the software exports. We have around 40,300 seats, readily seats available for the co-working space, and other is the bare shell, which we are providing. Under NGI's scheme, the two schemes which we had created for the startup and to attract investment, one of them is called as Next Generation Incubation Scheme, because we were providing incubation services since 1991, and we added certain things which the entrepreneur need today. And that's why we call it as Next Generation Incubation Scheme. Another scheme which we came up with the Center of Entrepreneur. So we want that our children, our students who are coming out of the school should become entrepreneur. And instead of seeking job, they should create job for our country. And we are almost successful in that. We were awarded that we have to create around 25 Center of Entrepreneurship in our country. And we had already established 23 in last 3 years. And I am sure within next 6 months that we will be crossing that target of 25. And we are currently looking to create Center of Entrepreneurship around in 28 in numbers. At Mohali itself, we created a Center of Entrepreneur. We called it as a Neuron. And we are providing in the basic lab facilities in AI. We are providing that in AVG. And we are providing the other COE ecosystem as well through this Neuron lab. What I want to stress is that the Center of Entrepreneurship that we call it Neuron, which we had established here, is not only the ecosystem which is available for the people, for the regional people here. All other 22 Center of Entrepreneurship, which is in emerging technologies and upcoming domains we had created throughout the country, is connected through this Neuron Center of Entrepreneurship. The primary beings that we had created a AR/VR lab in Bhubaneswar. We had created FinTech Center of Excellence in Chennai. We had created a Center of Entrepreneurship in Blockchain at Gurgaon. We had created a Center of Entrepreneurship in AI at Hyderabad, in IoT at Bangalore. These all are interconnected. Suppose a person, an entrepreneur comes at Mohali and he is doing some work in data analytics and AI, and he needs certain help in AR/VR. So he can be immediately connected to our lab in Bhubaneswar. So these labs are all online. You can access them through the STPI website, and these are readily available. So this type of ecosystem we have tried to create. The number of entrepreneurs which we are, or number of startups which we are supporting in pan-India basis are more than 1,000 currently. 300 startups we are supporting through Center of Entrepreneurship. Another 300 we are supporting through our another program that we call it as Next Generation Incubation Scheme. And through our incubation centers, which is around 13 lakh square feet of the space which is available throughout, we are supporting another 400 startups. So this is the scale on which we are working and type of support which we are providing to the entrepreneurs. And I am happy to say that this is attracting investment in the startup in a big way. Another scheme which I want to share with you is BPO scheme, which we had run around 2018, and that scheme has attracted around, it has created 10 BPO center in the region. And for one of the BPO which we had supported by 600 seats, they had created an employment of 12,500 people. It is a big thing. And all the 10 BPOs has given the jobs to the people, it is around 15,000. So this is the scale on which STPI is working in the region. Another thing, another scheme which I want to put to you is EMC scheme, which is where the STPI is implementing agency. Under this scheme, we are creating EMC clusters throughout the country. And as of now, when I speak, we had received around 13 applications and more than 2,000 crores of investment has already taken place under this scheme. And out of these 13 applications, 4 EMC clusters has already up and running. So this scheme, STPI can help, and it will surely bring more investment in this region. Another thing which we are planning is to go to more to Tier and Tier 2, 3 cities, along with Government of Punjab, which are partner, and I am thankful to them for supporting STPI in a big way. And together we are always discussing and making plan to take the IT industry at another stage in the region. We can create more centers of STPI across the state so that more entrepreneurs can be attracted. So with this word, I am very sure that with the effort of you people, STPI, Government of Punjab, and the budding, our upcoming budding entrepreneurs, I think we can take STPI, or we can take this region to new heights. We had also planned that STPI will be create more, because we are leader in service sector and we are very nascent stage in the product domain. So we are putting in place the schemes which can convert our service nation to the product nation. So I invite you all to come with STPI, join hand with STPI in this endeavor. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you so much, sir. And I just want to say one thing, that until we found fire inside of ourselves, we won't reach the spring of life. And I think one way to keep that fire ignited is to walk together. Thank you so much, sir, for your address. Let me make you meet our next guest now. He is a man who walks the vision, who walks the talk. A dynamic officer, he has wide exposure and long experience of different sectors in the government. An IAS officer of 2003 batch, he has worked in multiple departments like civil aviation, information and public relations, municipal corporation, to name a few. Currently, he is posted as Tax Commissioner of Punjab and CEO, Invest Punjab. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Kamal Kishore Yadav, CEO, Invest Punjab.
Good afternoon and thank you very much. Invest Punjab, as I think most of the audience over here, they know about our institution, and one way or other we are already working with you, especially in ensuring that lot many investments are coming to the state of Punjab. How those investments can come, planning regarding that, how to promote Punjab as preferred destination and showcasing Punjab's strength throughout the India and in the other part of world also. And then once the investor is making up the mind to come to a state, then how to facilitate that, and then clearing all the regulatory clearances of those projects. So in that whole ecosystem, our Invest Punjab institution, or which is actually known as Punjab Bureau of Investment Promotion also, is the key agency of the Punjab government, which is actually focusing on primarily Punjab being the main investment destination for all the new investors which are coming. One thing which is actually important is that we are promoting IT as one of our thrust sectors, and the reason is very clear. First, the accessibility of Mohali region especially, then Second, IT is such a sector in which you require less land and you can create more employment opportunities. And somehow in Punjab, we prefer that if any investment which is coming, which is requiring less land, but creating more jobs, that is actually a preferred investment for us. And in that way, we are coordinating with different departments in ensuring that they are doing the timely auctions of their plots. Recently, Gamada has auctioned lot many plots, and I'm happy to tell you that lot many IT companies are showing their interest. 9 plots which were offered, all were sold. Even many other IT companies are after our life that please bring more plots on the shelf so that we can come and invest in the Punjab. So my only request will, with all of you will be that whenever, if you are already here, we are here for your help in any type of assistance you are requiring from the government of Punjab. Punjab, under the leadership of our Principal Secretary Sir, Dilip Kumar Sir, who is Principal Secretary Investment Promotion also, we are ensuring that all investors are having better experience over here. We are not working as regulators or governance dominating departments. Rather than that, we are working more on as a facilitator and problem solver department. And our Business First portal, which is actually the key to all the investments and all the regulatory clearances and then incentives, that is being adjudged as one of the best digital platform by Government of India also. And that is being experienced by all the investors also. So my suggestion to all of you will be that please come to Punjab. If you are already here, plan your expansions, and even if you are not planning any expansion or new investments, then also we are here to help you out. So thank you very much for inviting me here, and I am hopeful that with the close connections and the relationship with TIE, we will be bringing more entrepreneurial skill in the state, and we will be hosting many other such summits in future also.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. बस एक बात कहना चाहती हूँ फिर से, हम कोशिश करते हैं, साथ मिलकर कोशिश करते हैं, सफल वक्त बना देगा. थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर योर एड्रेस. चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं. मैं आपको हमारे अगले अतिथि से मिलवाती हूँ. A confident and highly organized administrative professional with a rich experience of working on multiple profiles with the Government of India and Government of Punjab. Now, creative is a word which perhaps seldom gets associated with IAS officers, and yet it defines him very well. He is an IAS officer of the 1995 batch, and he has worked with the Government of India as an officer on special duty in the office of Lokpal, and also served in multiple departments of Government of Punjab like Science, Technology and Environment, Power, Employment Generation, etc. Currently, we know of him as Principal Secretary, Industries and Commerce, Investment Promotion and Information Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Dilip Kumar, Principal Secretary, Punjab.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pratap, Mr. Tyagi, Mr. Kamal. I think I was here last year also for the same function, and I think what I see the hall and what it was last year and what is this year, we see a sea change. And probably it's a reflection of last year we were having the function after maybe 2-3 years of gap because of COVID. And plus it's a reflection of the ecosystem, what is really happening. We are having huge number of layoffs in the IT sector, in most of the businesses. But that apart, let it be what it is. I mean, what Mr. Pratap said, I mean, you know, in the last 1 year, they've had so many recruitments and so many businesses coming. We as a government, I mean, you know, we can only give you the ecosystem. I mean, what is right for you, and it is only up to you to take advantages of what is available. As far as startup is concerned, I mean, government of India, the government of Punjab is supporting. We have Startup Punjab. The government of India has Startup India. In Punjab, we have the Innovation Mission also. They're doing their own activities. I mean, about startup, it's, you know, it's become a buzzword. It's fashionable. It's good to hear, good to listen. But it's important that, you know, idea is not enough. I mean, it's good, it's great to have an idea, but unless, you know, you can scale up, once you scale up, unless you can get the funding and unless it is commercially viable, it doesn't work. So, it's important that, I mean, you know, at least this Mohali belt, we have the IITs, we have ISER, we have SABI, we have the, I mean, you know, Science and Technology Department, and the different institutions, the private, the Amity, we have the Plaksha. So, I mean, these are the institutions which are doing the mentorship work and trying to help the startup scale up, make their, I mean, you know, tie up their loose ends, and these things is happening. I mean, what I understand for Mohali and its surrounding, this is the time. We have a great ecosystem, we have great advantages, we have the airport close by, you know, and when all the big cities are, you know, the infrastructures are crumbling, things are not in good shape, this is time where we can take advantage. And as a state government, I mean, whatever is your requirement, I mean, we are there to fulfill you, do your hand-holding. And as government, I realize the more government stays away from businesses, the better it is. We have the STPI, he just told you, I mean, you know, they're supporting so many of you. Then we have the Punjab Innovation Mission is there, they're doing different programs, incubator, accelerators in different colleges, different institutions. So these all should help and make you aware. As Principal Secretary, I mean, you know, whatever policy issues are required, concerns, we are there. I mean, we've just had our industrial policy is there. We had the logistic policy. I mean, our IT policy is going to be soon in the public domain, where we're going to have comments from you. And we want Punjab or Mohali area to be a fintech hub. We see how, I mean, Gujarat, they have the fintech city, if we can duplicate it. I mean, ideas and innovations, I mean, there's no limit for it. The government is there to support you. Now you just need to, I mean, think and imagine. I mean, Mr. Dillon, I think the gentleman, Lieutenant General was there. I mean, he was a motivation speaker, but there are certain things I think, you know, if you have an idea, if you're going to think whether it's going to succeed or not succeed, then you'll never, you know, let your idea grow. It's going to be in your mind only. So there's some element of madness is also required for you to, you know, think big or grow big. Otherwise, none of these unicorns which we hear, if they are not a bit mad, would be what they are. So with these things, I mean, my best wishes, and whatever you're looking for the government, we are there to support you. You have the full backing in whatever way you want. Once again, all the best wishes from us, and hope we get few more, I mean, many more startups, and some of them do grow to be a unicorn. All the best. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just heard from Mr. Dilip Kumar, Principal Secretary, Punjab. You know, it's not always easy and possible to devote time on a Saturday morning. Thank you so much for coming here this morning, sir. And, you know, it's not always easy to come to a conference like this and spend time with people and look for solutions. We actually have a heart full of gratitude that we could have your presence here this morning, and thanks are in order. To deliver the vote of thanks, may I now call upon Mr. Harit Mohan, Vice President, TIE Chandigarh, and CEO, Significant LLP.
Very good afternoon, everyone. So I'll start on behalf of TIE Chandigarh. My sincere gratitude to Shri Dilip Kumar for reassuring Punjab building as a good ecosystem and making sure that we will be trying our best to mentor and foster entrepreneurship in Punjab further. I also would like to extend my thanks to Dr. Devesh Tyagi, for again talking a lot about software industry and what are the initiatives being done by STPI. Further, I would also like to thank Shri Kamal Kishore Yadav, CEO Invest Punjab, for kind of making a very short yet powerful statement from how he's kind of working and pulling in the investments into Punjab, and again reassuring that the government is there to help us. Finally, thank you, Pratap sir, for making a good introduction and setting up the context, for today's speech. And once again, just to reassure that, both Government of Punjab and Startup Punjab has been a continuous support for several years in continuation, and they are, of course, our platinum sponsor for the event also. So with that being said, I will kind of sum up, here, and we would like to once again, thanks all of you to being coming on stage and finding time for us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And क्योंकि शुरुआत खास हुई थी, तो अंत भी खास ही होना चाहिए. Harit sir, may I please request you to felicitate our honorable guests and respected panel. First up, we have Dr. Devesh Tyagi, Senior Director, STPI. And I would also humbly request our President, Robin sir, to come up on the dais and join in the felicitations. First up, we have Dr. Devesh Tyagi, Senior Director, STPI. चलिए आप ताली नहीं बजा रहे तो म्यूजिक से ही we have to fill the silence. We have Mr. Kamal Kishore Yadav, CEO, Invest Punjab. And we have Mr. Dilip Kumar, Principal Secretary, Punjab. And we're also very grateful to our charter member, Mr. Pratap Krishna Aggarwal, founder and CEO, IDS Infotech, for moderating the panel. So much, everybody. Well, now we arrive at a very special moment, and why it's special, I'll let you know shortly. टाई की हिसाबे उम्र का इतना सा गोशवारा है, इन्हें निकाल कर देखा तो सब खसारा है. अमजद इस्लाम अमजद साहब ने ये कहा था, और कहने का मतलब ये है that such is the accounting statement of the life of TIE as an organization. If it is without him, all of it looks like a loss. Ladies and gentlemen, I am now going to invite somebody who's deeply passionate about mentoring and guiding aspiring entrepreneurs to achieve their goals. And he's been an active participant in the entrepreneurial ecosystem for more than a decade. He's also an experienced educator who has taught at prestigious institutions such as IIT Hyderabad and other business schools. He's the founder and CEO of Voxy Technologies Private Limited. And as a highly accomplished entrepreneur with over 2 decades of experience, he's demonstrated the commitment to supporting the entrepreneurial community through his recent tenure as Vice Chairman of the Global Board of Trustees of TIE Global, which he continues to serve as its trustee, heading chapter development. Ladies and gentlemen, I am now about to call on the stage Mr. Murli Naidu Bukapatnam, founder and CEO, Voxy Technologies Private Limited, and global trustee, TIE Global. That's why I said, TIE की हिसाबी उम्र का इतना सा गुशवारा है, इन्हें निकाल कर देखा तो सब खसारा है. We are so lucky to have him here with us today.
Niharika, thank you so much. As I mentioned to you last night, the words from your mouth, when it comes out, they're truly a nectar. They're like the honey, so sweet to listen. And I don't deserve the compliments, but thank you so very much. Robin, wherever you are, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. But I must thank Jitin, who introduced me to TIE Chandigarh a few years ago. This is my first trip in some sort of a capacity to Chandigarh. But I want to start with this. Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pasyantu, ma kaschit kadbhavaha. The reason I chose this particular verse, this is what entrepreneurship stands for. This is what all the entrepreneurs, I mean, I know, I saw a huge swarm of entrepreneurs across the hall. They're all having lunch. But I do want to impress upon the few people who are in this hall that this is what we try day in and day out to create that prosperity to all of us and the ecosystems in which we live, so that none of us ever have to experience the misery. Misery among ourselves, misery among the ecosystems in which we all live in. I just heard the panel from the Startup Punjab, the Invest Punjab, the policy makers, right? Why are they all working so hard? They have worked so hard to ensure that the ecosystems in which we all live together don't experience the misery. And there is one strong belief which I have and I hold very dear to myself, is that after God, there is only one person who creates, and that person is the entrepreneur. No one else creates anything out of the thin air. So a big round of applause to all the entrepreneurs. And I'm here representing TIE Global. We are a 55 chapter strong organization. Chandigarh is one of the most vibrant upcoming chapters in our TIE Global ecosystem. I'm serving as a trustee of the TIE Global, currently on the board. We are in about 15 countries, and TIE Chandigarh's TiECon is happening between 2 other TiECons which are happening in Boston, and next week it is in Silicon Valley, our mothership. We are about 13,000 people strong organization. We have about 3,000 people successful entrepreneurs who we call as a charter members. We have about 6 strong TIE global programs. We have TIE Women, where we recognize the women entrepreneurs. We have 10 TIE Young Entrepreneurs, which started as a program to celebrate or inculcate the entrepreneurship among the charter member kids. Now it has become so popular that we have rolled it out to all the entrepreneur kids from the 9th grade to 12th grade. Then we have a TIE University program, where for the graduate students from the various university ecosystems, we want them to become entrepreneurs. We do the TIE University. Then we have a global program which is specific for the charter members, which is the TIE Global Retreat, right? Which we, specifically to create value for the charter members. and to create networking among the charter members. The last but not the least, we do as a TIE Global Summit. We are going to celebrate our 8th edition of the TIE Global Summit this year in Singapore. So I request all the entrepreneurs and the charter members to block your calendar for the month of November, right, 16th to 18th. It is going to be held on the sidelines of Singapore FinTech Festival, where about 30,000 entrepreneurs are expected, right? And this year's theme is about, trying to build innovation for tomorrow. So I request all of the policy makers who are here to look at TIE Global Summit as your destination for Singapore to be part and partner with the TIE Global Summit. And I'm here to impress upon you about the TIE Global Summit, right? So the reason I'm here when Robin invited me is to showcase the power of network, right? You guys might be in Chandigarh, in Mohali, in Panchkula, but I'm here from Hyderabad. How do people from various chapters, I saw Kiran Deshpande who does TIE Nurture program from Pune, who is also my fellow board of trustees. How do you interact within various ecosystems? And I am so privileged and honored to be part of this great organization, which I call as a TIE. So I've been a 12-year veteran on TIE. I really am passionate about entrepreneurship. I'm really passionate about building ecosystems, and hence when Robin invited me, I just couldn't say no and be here to share my thoughts about TIE Global Summit, and just to see the energy, the vibrancy, what Chandigarh is putting together from the TIE Chandigarh's perspective. A big round of applause to all of you. All the best in your ventures. I will end my little note with this Sanskrit version, right? Utsaham, sahasam, dhairyam, buddhi, shakti, parakrama, shadyate, yatra tistanti, tatra devopi tistanti. Enthusiasm, adventurous spirit, courage, intelligence, energy, and boldness, wherever these qualities are prevalent, God is sure to be present there. So I do hope that the tri-state of Punjab, or the tri-city area of Punjab, does prevail with all these qualities, so the entrepreneurship can exist and multifold in the coming years. All the best. Good luck.
NetSmarts is a global technology solutions partner with a wide range of services.
NetSmarts is dedicated to providing services and solutions our clients need to solve their business goals and information technology challenges. Customer satisfaction is the hallmark by which we measure our performance, and we hold ourselves, as do our clients, to the highest standards of quality. It is satisfying to know that we are able to help our clients build, connect, and operate pivotal aspects of their business more efficiently and economically.
We have world-class offices spanning over 500,000 square feet, owned and operated by us at various locations across the globe. Each of our offices is building and is fully equipped with state-of-the-art infrastructure. Sports, games, parties, outdoor trips, and excursions are in our DNA, and we believe in the motto, work hard, party harder. Entrepreneurship in the region and building a robust ecosystem of startups and job creators in the nation. Our team, through more than 100 plus events in the last 2 years, have sensitized over 10,000 plus students and professionals through our SACC initiative. We have gone a step ahead and set up our own startup incubator, housing around 15 plus startups.
Delivering results that exceed your expectations is our top priority. You have my commitment that we'll work
If we can just take center stage. Yeah. come in the center and thank you so much, sir. No, I will have to request you to stay back for a few more minutes. Yes, 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 exactly. वक्त किस तेजी से गुजरा मुनीर, आज कल होता गया और दिन हवा होते गए। 20 साल बेमिसाल किस तेजी से गुजरे मुनीर, आज कल होता गया और देखते ही देखते टाई चंडीगढ़ को 20 साल हो गए। Can we please clap to that? It's been 20 wonderful years. And because today marks 20 years, we thought we will take a moment and express our gratitude to our past presidents for making TIE reach where it is today. Well, now's the time that I would like to call upon all our past presidents. First up, I would like to acknowledge late Mr. Chandar Mohan ji, Vice Chairman, Punjab Tractors Limited, and we have Mr. Tarun Mohan to come up and receive the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tarun Mohan, son of late Mr. Chandar Mohan, Vice Chairman, Punjab Tractors Limited. And I would also like to mention and acknowledge Mr. I.S. Paul, Managing Director, Drish Shoes, 2006 to 2009, that was his tenure. Well, I request our current President, Robin Sir, to come up and receive the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, our current President, Mr. Robin Aggarwal, receiving the trophy for Mr. I.S. Paul, Managing Director, Drish Shoes, and President TIE Chandigarh for the tenure 2006 to 2009. और इसी के साथ साथ मैं एक्नॉलेज करना चाहूंगी हमारे पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट मिस्टर पुनीत वात्स्यान, advisor Yes Settle Co. He was the president from 2009 to 2013, and I would request Robin sir to receive it on his behalf. And next we have Mr. Pratap Krishna Aggarwal, founder and CEO, IDS Infotech. Already received the trophy for the tenure of 2013 to 2015. And Robin sir, I would again request you to receive it on behalf of Mr. Ajay Tiwari, co-founder and CEO, Smart Data Enterprises, our past president from 2015 to 2016. Next up comes Mr. J.B. Singh, Managing Director, Axis Infotech Private Limited, past president from 2016 to 2017. And now it's time that I call upon Mr. Alok Ramsasaria, CEO, Grazity Interactive, past president for the years 2017-2018. And next in line for the next years, 2018 to 2019, we have Mr. Sameer Jain, founder and CEO, Net Solutions. Robin, sir, you can do the honors. And we have Mr. Munish Johar, founder and CEO, Gracell Technologies for the years 2019-2020. For the years 2020 to 2021, we have Mr. Hridesh Madan, co-founder, Hit Bullseye, director, Bullseye. Could I now have Mr. Jitin Talwar, past president for the year 2021-22 and founder, Talwar Advocates, TTC and Excel Scout. And now finally passing on the baton and the real trophy to our current president, Mr. Robin Aggarwal, Director, Learning Path School, President 2022-23. Well, जिस तरह बड़े लोगों के बिना हमारा घर अधूरा होता है, उसी तरह इनके बिना टाई का घर अधूरा है. May I please now call upon Mr. Gurmeet Singh Chawla, Managing Director, Master Trust. And he's been the guiding light, he's been our guiding hand. We are lucky to have him with us. Thank you so much everyone, and finally that concludes felicitation of our past presidents. Let me end by saying that हम पर इनकी चाह का इल्जाम ही तो है, हम पर इनकी चाह का इल्जाम ही तो है.
Here's the story. Seeing the 39 rupees burger end up buying at least 200 to 300 rupees worth of products or service. Here is the takeaway. Reduce the entry barrier for the leads to use your products or the service. Give it a free trial. Give a free ebook, a free webinar, 1 month trial. Give products for cheaper price. Use it for $1, 14-day trial. Do something that takes the lead to start using your product or the service. That's how you start getting a lot of customers. You may ask me, okay, I got a customer, but how do I make money with them? Again, we can use the same McDonald's example. How do they actually make money? They don't actually make money through the 39 rupees burger. Most of the money are being made in upsells and cross.
All our past presidents in one frame, and that's a frame to be captured for posterity. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Once more, may I please request our guest, Mr. Murli Naidu Bukopatnam, to come up on the dais and
change. The only thing that is constant in this universe is change. It is a concept that makes some people uncomfortable, but some see it as an opportunity. Here at TIECon, we embrace change and amalgamate it with our philosophy of continual improvement. Continual improvement is the tool that has laid down the foundation of the success story of TIECon. Serving the healthcare sector from over 2 decades, TIECon has established its name as a high-quality brand in the Indian market and about 50 other countries, with a turnover of about $25 million. This journey started way back in 1993. 2 dynamic visionaries with a dream to improve the healthcare, to generate employment, to innovate. Today have brought the company to serve the globe, but all this with utmost ethics and strong value system.
TIECon was conceived at the time when orthopedic appliances were either low quality, if manufactured in India, or very high priced, if imported. It triggered in our minds to work for providing a very high quality product with affordability inbuilt. And I'm so happy the time has proven us right.
The present government in India has brought healthcare to its major focus. Thousands of corporate hospitals are being planned. This perhaps is not only the story of India, but all emerging economies.
If you get lot of leads but you couldn't convince them, here are the biggest mistakes you make and how can you scale your business to the next level. Hello guys, my name is Sheikh Ali from BotSphere. I have helped so many businesses scale online. I personally have convinced more than 12,000 plus people to buy my products or my service. Here are my biggest learnings and how can you use that to scale your business to the next level. So the first mistake that every business owners or freelancers make is having a high entry barrier for the leads to get it. What does that mean? Let me simplify this with a very day-to-day example. Consider you are hungry, you are in the middle of the street, you are looking for a snack. You have a lot of options. You see dosa centers, you see veg restaurants, non-veg restaurants, kebab. So many options are available. There comes McDonald's. How do they actually make us buy their products or their service? Here is how. They put a banner saying you get the burger for as low as 39 rupees. So they brought the attention. What happens after they got the attention of the people? 99% of the people who enters the store seeing the 39 rupees burger end up buying at least 200 to 300 rupees worth of products or service. Here is the takeaway. Reduce the entry barrier for the leads to use the products or the service. Give it a free trial. Give a free ebook, a free webinar, 1 month trial. Give products for cheaper price. Use it for $1, 14-day trial. Do something that takes the lead to start using your product or the service. That's how you start getting a lot of customers. You may ask me, okay, I got a customer, but how do I make money with them? Again, we can use the same McDonald's example. How do they actually make money? They don't actually make money through the 39 rupees burger. Most of the money are being made in upsells and cross sells. I repeat one more time. Most of the money in any business are made in upsells or cross sells. Okay, this is where the wealth is. This is where the money should be made. Once the customer trusts us, you can upsell it as long as you want, as quick as you want, as high as you want, because they trust you, they love your service, they love your products, and they want to use it furthermore. So this is where the wealth is. You should reduce the entry barrier and focus more on upsells and cross-sells. This is how you get a lot of customers. Follow us for more tips about scaling your business to the next level.
Experience the power of innovation with SciBrain, your IIT partner for 15+ years. 15 years ago, Mr. Punit Verma started SciBrain from scratch, and today, he leads a team of 100+ experts that have successfully delivered 1,000+ projects worldwide. Our e-commerce, Magento, Shopify, CMS development, and full-stack developers work tirelessly to enhance your business's online presence. Join us on the journey toward digital transformation and watch your business flourish. 100 employees, a multitude of languages and regions, and one united brand, SciBrain Software Solutions. Streamline, secure, and simplify with SciBrain's suite of innovative solutions from schools to corporations to temples. Feel free to contact us today.
NetSmarts is dedicated to providing services and solutions our clients need to solve their business goals and information technology challenges. Customer satisfaction is the hallmark by which we measure our performance, and we hold ourselves, as do our clients, to the highest standards of quality. It is satisfying to know that we are able to help our clients build, connect, and operate pivotal aspects of their business more efficiently and economically.
We have world-class offices spanning over 500,000 square feet, owned and operated by us at various locations across the globe. Each of our offices is building and is fully equipped with state-of-the-art infrastructure. Sports, games, parties, outdoor trips, and excursions are in our DNA, and we believe in the motto, work hard, party harder. Entrepreneurship in the region and building a robust ecosystem of startups and job creators in the nation. Our team, through more than 100+ events in the last 2 years, have sensitized over 10,000+ students and professionals through our SACC initiative. We have gone a step ahead and set up our own startup incubator, housing around 15+ startups.
Delivering results that exceed your expectations is our top priority. You have my commitment that we'll work
change. The only thing that is constant in this universe is change. It is a concept that makes some people uncomfortable, but some see it as an opportunity. Here at TINOR, we embrace change and amalgamate it with our philosophy of continual improvement. Continual improvement is the tool that has laid down the foundation of the success story of TINOR. Serving the healthcare sector from over 2 decades, TINOR has established its name as a high-quality brand in the Indian market and about 50 other countries, with a turnover of about $25 million. This journey started way back in 1993. 2 dynamic visionaries with a dream to improve the healthcare, to generate employment, to innovate. Today have brought the company to serve the globe, but all this with utmost ethics and strong value system.
TINOR was conceived at the time when orthopedic appliances were either low quality if manufactured in India, or very high priced if imported. It triggered in our minds to work for providing a very high quality product with affordability inbuilt. And I'm so happy the time has proven us right.
The present government in India has brought healthcare to its major focus. Thousands of corporate hospitals are being planned. This perhaps is not only the story of India, but all emerging economies. We plan to seize this opportunity to ride the wave of growth.
With a total workforce of over 800 people, serving 1,000 distributors, 300,000 pharmacies, and millions of consumers, TiECon is the largest manufacturer of orthopedic appliances in India. But what is even more exciting is that TiECon is the first choice of over 70,000 doctors across the globe. What is seen in the market are our products, but what goes inside delivering them is the story of perseverance of hundreds of employees working day in and day out to serve each and every customer. The exquisiteness is how all these people work in tandem with one another in achieving the best quality products at the most affordable price with the most efficient delivery system. This starts with an elaborate product development process by a very innovative team of engineers, which guarantees a world-class product design. The products are prototyped using a CAD/CAM system. It is interesting to see how a product is brought to life from a concept. From here, the product is taken over by a team of industrial engineers who implement all the lean tools for manufacturing these products. This team works on increasing the efficiency and the throughput of each assembly line, while reducing rejection and waste, resulting in reduction of manufacturing cost without compromising the quality. A highly professional quality team lays down foundation for quality assurance at the design stage. It ensures a strong quality check on raw materials, finished goods, and a statistical process control. Vendor grading, vendor training, and development remains an integral part of the quality department for a proactive quality assurance. TiECon has acquired several certifications in order to bring wholesomeness and quality standards. But quality doesn't end here. We instill the thought of quality in the minds of our workforce by giving them the friendliest workspace, inducing the essence of belongingness and equality. We promote flat hierarchy and practice open-door policy. This environment not only motivates them, but also develops a performance-driven mindset. A 200,000 square feet air-conditioned state-of-the-art production facility is spread across 4 campuses. Accurate implementation of Japanese 5S and streamlined movement of material results in clean production and reduced bioburden. At TiECon, we believe in hiring the best, training and developing them by the best, in turn, encouraging them to perform the best. A transparent performance management system enhances this effort and thus encourages a positive competitive environment. Equity participation by a French company, TiECon, has brought in good practices, technology, and exchange of ideas. This has acted as a catalyst to our growth. TINOR not only works for the employees and the customers, but also acts in the best interest of the community in which it operates by being a responsible corporate. TINOR works towards imparting vocational trainings to the unemployed, providing financial assistance to orphans and homeless destitute, investing and improving the ecosystem and the environment, and taking green initiatives, one of which is the green building with power generation through rooftop solar panels. TINOR's vision is providing world-class and innovative solutions in orthopedic and allied fields through focus on R&D to work in collaboration with academic and medical fraternity to improve healthcare standards, emphasis on ethical working and use of technology to reduce cost of healthcare.
Our immediate mission is to achieve a turnover of $100 million within the next 5 years. We aspire to become one of the top 10 orthopedic companies of the world and establish a legacy of high quality and inbuilt affordability.
If you get lot of leads but you couldn't convince them, here are the biggest mistakes you make and how can you scale your business to the next level. Hello guys, my name is Sheikh Ali from BotSphere. I have helped so many businesses scale online. I personally have convinced more than 12,000 plus people to buy my products or my service. Here are my biggest learnings and how can you use that to scale your business to the next level. So the first mistake that every business owners or freelancers make is having a high entry barrier for the leads to get it. What does that mean? Let me simplify this with a very day-to-day example. Consider you are hungry, you are in the middle of the street, you are looking for a snack. You have a lot of options. You see dosa centers, you see veg restaurants, non-veg restaurants, kebab. So many options are available. There comes McDonald's. How do they actually make us buy their products or their service? Here is how. They put a banner saying you get the burger for as low as 39 rupees. So they brought the attention. What happens after they got the attention of the people? 99% of the people who enters the store seeing the 39 rupees burger end up buying at least 200 to 300 rupees worth of products or service. Here is the takeaway. Reduce the entry barrier for the leads to use your products or the service. Give it a free trial. Give a free ebook, a free webinar, 1 month trial. Give products for cheaper price. Use it for $1, 14-day trial. Do something that takes the lead to start using your product or the service. That's how you start getting a lot of customers. You may ask me, okay, I got a customer, but how do I make money with them? Again, we can use the same McDonald's example. How do they actually make money? They don't actually make money through the 39 rupees burger. Most of the money are being made in upsells and cross sells. I repeat one more time. Most of the money in any business are made in upsells or cross sells. Okay, this is where the wealth is. This is where the money should be made. Once the customer trusts us, you can upsell it as long as you want, as quick as you want, as high as you want, because they trust you, they love your service, they love your products, and they want to use it furthermore. So this is where the wealth is. You should reduce the entry barrier and focus more on upsells and cross-sells. This is how you get a lot of customers. Follow us for more tips about scaling your business to the next level.
Experience the power of innovation with SciBrain, your IIT partner for 15 plus years. 15 years ago, Mr. Punit Verma started SciBrain from scratch, and today, he leads a team of 100 plus experts that have successfully delivered 1000 plus projects worldwide. Our e-commerce, Magento, Shopify, CMS development, and full-stack developers work tirelessly to enhance your business's online presence. Join us on the journey toward digital transformation and watch your business flourish. 100 employees, a multitude of languages and regions, and one united brand, SciBrain Software Solutions. Streamline, secure, and simplify with SciBrain's suite of innovative solutions from schools to corporations to temples. Feel free to contact us today.
NetSmarts is a global technology solutions partner with a wide range of services.
NetSmarts is dedicated to providing services and solutions our clients need to solve their business goals and information technology challenges. Customer satisfaction is the hallmark by which we measure our performance, and we hold ourselves, as do our clients, to the highest standards of quality. It is satisfying to know that we are able to help our clients build, connect, and operate pivotal aspects of their business more efficiently and economically.
We have world-class offices spanning over 500,000 square feet, owned and operated by us at various locations across the globe. Each of our offices is building and is fully equipped with state-of-the-art infrastructure. Sports, games, parties, outdoor trips, and excursions are in our DNA, and we believe in the motto, work hard, party harder. Entrepreneurship in the region and building a robust ecosystem of startups and job creators in the nation. Our team, through more than 100 plus events in the last 2 years, have sensitized over 10,000 plus students and professionals through our SACC initiative. We have gone a step ahead and set up our own startup incubator, housing around 15 plus startups.
Delivering results that exceed your expectations is our top priority. You have my commitment that we'll work
Change. The only thing that is constant in this universe is change. It is a concept that makes some people uncomfortable, but some see it as an opportunity. Here at TiECon, we embrace change and amalgamate it with our philosophy of continual improvement. Continual improvement is the tool that has laid down the foundation of the success story of TiECon. Serving the healthcare sector from over 2 decades, TiECon has established its name as a high-quality brand in the Indian market and about 50 other countries, with a turnover of about $25 million. This journey started way back in 1993. Two dynamic visionaries with a dream to improve the healthcare, to generate employment, to innovate. Today have brought the company to serve the globe, but all this with utmost ethics and strong value system.
TiECon was conceived at the time when orthopedic appliances were either low quality, if manufactured in India, or very high priced, if imported. It triggered in our minds to work for providing a very high quality product with affordability inbuilt. And I'm so happy the time has proven us right.
The present government in India has brought healthcare to its major focus. Thousands of corporate hospitals are being planned. This perhaps is not only the story of India, but all emerging economies. We plan to seize this opportunity to ride the wave of growth.
With a total workforce of over 800 people, serving 1,000 distributors, 300,000 pharmacies, and millions of consumers, TiECon is the largest manufacturer of orthopedic appliances in India. But what is even more exciting is that TiECon is the first choice of over 70,000 doctors across the globe. What is seen in the market are our products, but what goes inside delivering them is the story of perseverance of hundreds of employees working day in and day out to serve each and every customer. The exquisiteness is how all these people work in tandem with one another in achieving the best quality products at the most affordable price with the most efficient delivery system. This starts with an elaborate product development process by a very innovative team of engineers, which guarantees a world-class product design. The products are prototyped using a CAD/CAM system. It is interesting to see how a product is brought to life from a concept. From here, the product is taken over by a team of industrial engineers who implement all the lean tools for manufacturing these products. This team works on increasing the efficiency and the throughput of each assembly line, while reducing rejection and waste, resulting in reduction of manufacturing cost without compromising the quality. A highly professional quality team lays down foundation for quality assurance at the design stage. It ensures a strong quality check on raw materials, finished goods, and a statistical process control. Vendor grading, vendor training, and development remains an integral part of the quality department for a proactive quality assurance. TiECon has acquired several certifications in order to bring wholesomeness and quality standards. But quality doesn't end here. We instill the thought of quality in the minds of our workforce by giving them the friendliest workspace, inducing the essence of belongingness and equality. We promote flat hierarchy and practice open-door policy. This environment not only motivates them, but also develops a performance-driven mindset. A 200,000 square feet air-conditioned state-of-the-art production facility is spread across 4 campuses. accurate implementation of Japanese 5S and streamlined movement of material results in clean production and reduced bioburden. At TiNor, we believe in hiring the best, training and developing them by the best, in turn, encouraging them to perform the best. A transparent performance management system enhances this effort and thus encourages a positive competitive environment. Equity participation by a French company, TiECon, has brought in good practices, technology, and exchange of ideas. This has acted as a catalyst to our growth. TiNor not only works for the employees and the customers, but also acts in the best interest of the community in which it operates by being a responsible corporate. TiNor works towards imparting vocational trainings to the unemployed, providing financial assistance to orphans and homeless destitute, investing and improving the ecosystem and the environment, and taking green initiatives, one of which is the green building with power generation through rooftop solar panels. TiNor's vision is providing world-class and innovative solutions in orthopedic and allied fields through focus on R&D to work in collaboration with academic and medical fraternity to improve healthcare standards, emphasis on ethical working and use of technology to reduce cost of healthcare.
Our immediate mission is to achieve a turnover of $100 million within the next 5 years. We aspire to become one of the top 10 orthopedic companies of the world and establish a legacy of high quality and inbuilt affordability.
If you get lot of leads but you couldn't convince them, here are the biggest mistakes you make and how can you scale your business to the next level. Hello guys, my name is Sheikh Ali from BotSphere. I have helped so many businesses scale online. I personally have convinced more than 12,000 plus people to buy my products or my service. Here are my biggest learnings and how can you use that to scale your business to the next level. So the first mistake that every business owners or freelancers make is having a high entry barrier for the leads to get it. What does that mean? Let me simplify this with a very day-to-day example. Consider you are hungry, you are in the middle of the street, you are looking for a snack. You have a lot of options. You see dosa centers, you see veg restaurants, non-veg restaurants, kebab. So many options are available. There comes McDonald's. How do they actually make us buy their products or their service? Here is how. They put a banner saying you get the burger for as low as 39 rupees. So they brought the attention. What happens after they got the attention of the people? 99% of the people who enters the store seeing the 39 rupees burger end up buying at least 200 to 300 rupees worth of products or service. Here is the takeaway. Reduce the entry barrier for the leads to use your products or the service. Give it a free trial. Give a free ebook, a free webinar, 1 month trial. Give products for cheaper price. Use it for $1, 14-day trial. Do something that takes the lead to start using your product or the service. That's how you start getting a lot of customers. You may ask me, okay, I got a customer, but how do I make money with them? Again, we can use the same McDonald's example. How do they actually make money? They don't actually make money through the 39 rupees burger. Most of the money are being made in upsells and cross-sells. I repeat one more time. Most of the money in any business are made in upsells or cross-sells. Okay, this is where the wealth is. This is where the money should be made. Once the customer trusts us, you can upsell it as long as you want, as quick as you want, as high as you want, because they trust you, they love your service, they love your products, and they want to use it furthermore. So this is where the wealth is. You should reduce the entry barrier and focus more on upsells and cross-sells. This is how you get a lot of customers. Follow us for more tips about scaling your business to the next level.
Experience the power of innovation with SciBrain, your IIT partner for 15 plus years. 15 years ago, Mr. Punit Verma started SciBrain from scratch, and today, he leads a team of 100 plus experts that have successfully delivered 1000 plus projects worldwide. Our e-commerce, Magento, Shopify, CMS development, and full-stack developers work tirelessly to enhance your business's online presence. Join us on the journey toward digital transformation and watch your business flourish. 100 employees, a multitude of languages and regions, and one united brand, SciBrain Software Solutions. Streamline, secure, and simplify with SciBrain's suite of innovative solutions from schools to corporations to temples. Feel free to contact us today.
NetSmarts is a global technology solutions partner with a wide range of services.
NetSmarts is dedicated to providing services and solutions our clients need to solve their business goals and information technology challenges. Customer satisfaction is the hallmark by which we measure our performance, and we hold ourselves, as do our clients, to the highest standards of quality. It is satisfying to know that we are able to help our clients build, connect, and operate pivotal aspects of their business more efficiently and economically.
We have world-class offices spanning over 500,000 square feet, owned and operated by us at various locations across the globe. Each of our offices is building and is fully equipped with state-of-the-art infrastructure. Sports, games, parties, outdoor trips, and excursions are in our DNA, and we believe in the motto, work hard, party harder. Entrepreneurship in the region and building a robust ecosystem of startups and job creators in the nation. Our team, through more than 100 plus events in the last 2 years, have sensitized over 10,000 plus students and professionals through our SACC initiative. We have gone a step ahead and set up our own startup incubator, housing around 15 plus startups.
Delivering results that exceed your expectations is our top priority. You have my commitment that we'll work
Change. The only thing that is constant in this universe is change. It is a concept that makes some people uncomfortable, but some see it as an opportunity. Here at TINOR, we embrace change and amalgamate it with our philosophy of continual improvement. Continual improvement is the tool that has laid down the foundation of the success story of TINOR. Serving the healthcare sector from over 2 decades, TINOR has established its name as a high-quality brand in the Indian market and about 50 other countries, with a turnover of about $25 million. This journey started way back in 1993. 2 dynamic visionaries with a dream to improve the healthcare, to generate employment, to innovate. Today have brought the company to serve the globe, but all this with utmost ethics and strong value system.
TINOR was conceived at the time when orthopedic appliances were either low quality, if manufactured in India, or very high priced, if imported. It triggered in our minds to work for providing a very high quality product with affordability inbuilt. And I'm so happy the time has proven us right.
The present government in India has brought healthcare to its major focus. Thousands of corporate hospitals are being planned. This perhaps is not only the story of India, but all emerging economies. We plan to seize this opportunity to ride the wave of growth.
With a total workforce of over 800 people, serving 1,000 distributors, 300,000 pharmacies, and millions of consumers, TINOR is the largest manufacturer of orthopedic appliances in India. But what is even more exciting is that TINOR is the first choice of over 70,000 doctors across the globe. What is seen in the market are our products, but what goes inside delivering them is the story of perseverance of hundreds of employees working day in and day out to serve each and every customer. The exquisiteness is how all these people work in tandem with one another in achieving the best quality products at the most affordable price with the most efficient delivery system. This starts with an elaborate product development process by a very innovative team of engineers, which guarantees a world-class product design. The products are prototyped using a CAD/CAM system. It is interesting to see how a product is brought to life from a concept. From here, the product is taken over by a team of industrial engineers who implement all the lean tools for manufacturing these products. This team works on increasing the efficiency and the throughput of each assembly line, while reducing rejection and waste, resulting in reduction of manufacturing cost without compromising the quality. A highly professional quality team lays down foundation for quality assurance at the design stage. It ensures a strong quality check on raw materials, finished goods, and a statistical process control. Vendor grading, vendor training, and development remains an integral part of the quality department for a proactive quality assurance. TINOR has acquired several certifications in order to bring wholesomeness and quality standards. But quality doesn't end here. We instill the thought of quality in the minds of our workforce by giving them the friendliest workspace, inducing the essence of belongingness and equality. We promote flat hierarchy and practice open-door policy. This environment not only motivates them, but also develops a performance-driven mindset. 200,000 square feet air-conditioned state-of-the-art production facility is spread across 4 campuses. Accurate implementation of Japanese 5S and streamlined movement of material results in clean production and reduced bioburden. At TiNor, we believe in hiring the best, training and developing them by the best, in turn, encouraging them to perform the best. A transparent performance management system enhances this effort and thus encourages a positive competitive environment. Equity participation by a French company, TiECon, has brought in good practices, technology, and exchange of ideas. This has acted as a catalyst to our growth. TiNor not only works for the employees and the customers, but also acts in the best interest of the community in which it operates by being a responsible corporate. TiNor works towards imparting vocational trainings to the unemployed, providing financial assistance to orphans and homeless destitute, investing and improving the ecosystem and the environment, and taking green initiatives, one of which is the green building with power generation through rooftop solar panels. TiNor's vision is providing world-class and innovative solutions in orthopedic and allied fields through focus on R&D to work in collaboration with academic and medical fraternity to improve healthcare standards, emphasis on ethical working and use of technology to reduce cost of healthcare.
Our immediate mission is to achieve a turnover of $100 million within the next 5 years. We aspire to become one of the top 10 orthopedic companies of the world and establish a legacy of high quality and inbuilt affordability.
If you get lot of leads but you couldn't convince them, here are the biggest mistakes you make and how can you scale your business to the next level. Hello guys, my name is Sheikh Ali from BotSphere. I have helped so many businesses scale online. I personally have convinced more than 12,000 plus people to buy my products or my service. Here are my biggest learnings and how can you use that to scale your business to the next level. So the first mistake that every business owners or freelancers make is having a high entry barrier for the leads to get it. What does that mean? Let me simplify this with a very day-to-day example. Consider you are hungry, you are in the middle of the street, you are looking for a snack. You have a lot of options. You see dosa centers, you see veg restaurants, non-veg restaurants, kebab. So many options are available. There comes McDonald's. How do they actually make us buy their products or their service? Here is how. They put a banner saying you get the burger for as low as 39 rupees. So they brought the attention. What happens after they got the attention of the people? 99% of the people who enters the store seeing the 39 rupees burger end up buying at least 200 to 300 rupees worth of products or service. Here is the takeaway. Reduce the entry barrier for the leads to use your products or the service. Give it a free trial. Give a free ebook, a free webinar, 1 month trial. Give products for cheaper price. Use it for $1, 14-day trial. Do something that takes the lead to start using your product or the service. That's how you start getting a lot of customers. You may ask me, okay, I got a customer, but how do I make money with them? Again, we can use...
मैं निहारिका भुवानिया, प्रोफेशनल होस्ट एंड रेडियो एंकर, आपका एक बार फिर से तहे दिल से स्वागत करती हूँ. I think we're all set to roll, right? Can I hear a resounding yes if we're all set to roll? लगता है खाना नहीं खाया भाई, किसी बात का तो जवाब दे दें. सुबह से इतनी बातें कर चुकी हूँ मैं. चलो काम चला लेंगे. दिल नहीं भरा पर काम चला लेंगे. क्या कर सकते हैं अब? Anyways, a very warm welcome back to this very exciting session that we've been looking forward to since morning. Business, Bollywood and BADMAN. हजारों की महफिल है, जश्न हुनर जारी है. जश्न हुनर यानी कला और हुनर का जश्न, सेलिब्रेशन. हजारों की महफिल है, जश्न हुनर जारी है. शायद मेरे कुछ ना कहने में ही समझदारी है. हम वही उम्र गुजारेंगे जहां सांस लेने में एक खुमारी है. कुछ नहीं, कुछ नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं, बस अब इनकी बातें सुनने की तैयारी है. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join together in welcoming our beloved BADMAN, a बेहतरीन superstar, Gulshan Grover sir on this dais. And उससे पहले एक छोटी सी झलक हम आपको दिखाना चाहते हैं.
BADMAN.
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 BADMAN. BADMAN.
BADMAN.
BADMAN.
BADMAN. BADMAN. BADMAN.
BADMAN.
BADMAN.
BADMAN.
BADMAN.
BADMAN.
BADMAN.
BADMAN.
जैसे कि मैंने कहा था, हजारों की महफिल है, जश्न हुनर जारी है. शायद मेरे कुछ ना कहने में ही समझदारी है. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the dais our beloved BADMAN, Gulshan Grover साहब. Well, एक ओर हैं ये और दूसरी ओर हैं successful brands के king. He's been credited with building many successful brands like Kesh King, Dr. Ortho, Roop Mantra, and many, many more. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Juneja, founder, Kesh King, Dr. Ortho, Roop Mantra, and many more successful brands. So, ये मंच आपके हवाले.
Welcome to
Hello, 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 hello. Welcome to this conversation, Gulshan sir. And I'm very honored to be having this.
Thank you very much. Thank you, TIE Chandigarh. Thank you, all of you, everyone who's involved with this conclave. Thank you, my dear friend Sanjeev Juneja, for changing the roles from always being interviewed and asked multiple questions to today doing another part. And before we start this conversation, I'd like to give warm greetings to all of you, because in my opinion, all of you are role makers. All of you, the entrepreneurs, startup companies, successful businessmen, aspiring business people, you all have survived these difficult times. We all saw such difficult times, and we are still battling the after effect of those difficult times. Many businesses they've sustained. Many businesses have not been able to. All of you, in your own right, is a story that we all would like to learn from. I'm extremely happy to be invited here. Robin ji, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. टाई का बहुत धन्यवाद. संजीव ब्रदर का धन्यवाद और भाभी का धन्यवाद. समय पर पहुंच गई, नहीं तो फिर मुझे घर जाके दोबारा सब सुनाना पड़ता था.
So, गुलशन सर, अभी हमने स्क्रीन पे अमिताभ बच्चन साहब से लेके अन्ना तक सभी को हमने अपने अपने स्टाइल में बैडमैन कहते सुना. तो एक बार आपके स्टाइल में
बैडमैन. अब आपने शुरुआत ही बैडमैन से की है एक्सीडेंटली, तो मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि कितने फख्र की बात है, कितनी, this is for the first time ever in the Indian film entertainment business that a popular character played by an actor is converted into a brand, is converted into a business, is converted into a commerce. It's for the first time that art has expanded into commerce. अब मैं बोल रहा हूं, कोई नहीं बोल सकता, किसी म्यूजिक की हिम्मत नहीं. तो इस बैडमैन की कहानी थोड़ी देर में सुनाएंगे, लेकिन चूंकि बैडमैन का डायलॉग आपने बोलने को कहा,
नहीं, मेरा अगला सवाल ही यही है.
बोलिए प्लीज.
हाँ जी. सो अगला का मेरा पहला सवाल यही है. सो गुलशन सर, हम ये जानना चाहते हैं कि देखिए, बैडमैन जो एक ब्रांड बैडमैन है, तो पहले तो ये कि ये इमेजिनेशन किसकी है, ये परिकल्पना किसकी है, और ऐसा कैसे हुआ कि इतने सालों बाद, मैं समझता हूँ 25 साल से ऊपर का समय हो गया होगा, कि इतने सालों बाद वो नाम आज भी उतना नया, आज भी उतना फ्रेश, आज भी उतना ताज़ा, एक 80 साल के बुजुर्ग से देखें और 8 साल के बच्चे से देखें, सब में आपका जलवा कायम है. तो ये ब्रांड बैडमैन, क्या वजह है कि ये बिल्कुल उसी तरह से जिंदा रहा? विलन तो बहुत हुए, बट बैडमैन एक ही है.
संजीव जी, उसमें एक एक्सपेंशन और कर देते हैं, जैसा अभी जबरदस्त सिंगर कशिश जी ने थोड़ी देर पहले कहा जब हम अंदर घुस रहे थे, कि दिस इज द फर्स्ट बैडमैन जिनके साथ गर्ल्स फोटो खिंचाना चाहती हैं, गर्ल्स भी मिलना चाहती हैं। मैं इस बात को, यार एक कुर्सी कुएं जैसी है, बुढ़े लोगों के लिए है, तो इस बात को एक्सपैंड करते हुए मुझे फिल्म राम लखन में जब मैंने बैडमैन का रोल किया, खलनायक का रोल किया, जब मैं स्क्रीन पर आता था और कहता था बैडमैन, मुझे अंदाजा नहीं था कि ये रोल, ये कैरेक्टर इतना पॉपुलर हो जाएगा। जब फिल्म लगी तो फिल्म के कुछ 11 प्रीमियर्स थे, सभी प्रीमियर्स में हम सब ने जाना था, माधुरी दीक्षित, डिम्पल कपाड़िया, जैकी श्रॉफ, अनिल कपूर, अमरीश पुरी साहब और बहुत सारे लोग, डायरेक्टर सुभाष घई। पहले प्रीमियर में पहुंचे तो पब्लिक चिल्ला रही थी बैडमैन बैडमैन। नेक्स्ट प्रीमियर में थोड़ा लेट पहुंचे और चिल्ला रही थी। पिक्चर चल रही थी, प्रीमियर मतलब फिल्म को बीच में रोक कर हम स्टेज पर आते थे और लोगों से बात करते थे। By the time we finished, everybody was saying in every cinema, "Badman, Badman." This was very unusual. In those times, for a person who's saying, I'm bad man, to be liked, to be loved. And that like and love continued for so many years, as you rightly said, Sanjeev ji, 25 साल से ज़्यादा हो गए। वो प्यार बढ़ता ही गया, वो प्यार एक्सपैंड होता गया, और उसके साथ ये एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज हो गई। फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम in the entertainment industry, a popular character played by an actor is converted into a movie by Viacom 18, which is called BADMAN, in which I played the hero. Penguin, when they wanted to get the work started on my biography, they said only one condition: the name has to be BADMAN. When they published this in Hindi, in Bengali, in Gujarati, every time I said, we can change the name. He said, the name has to be BADMAN. And then one fine evening, accidentally met an entrepreneur, a person with tremendous vision, experience of having created wonderful brands. And then he said, I'm going to launch men's grooming products, and it will be called BADMAN. It's a sheer coincidence. It wasn't planned. That gentleman is none other than Sanjeev Juneja, sitting here. Halaki, I'm M.Com from Shriram College of Commerce, business, brands, enterprise, all these are my subjects. But I'd sort of converted into an artist. I had no idea that I would ever be able to get into something like this. It is Sanjeev Juneja, who has such successful brands like Dr. Ortho, Pet Safa, Hitchcock, and various others, that he thought of doing this. We'll talk about this later. We are not here to talk about brand BADMAN or promote this. Yes, we are very proud of it. At least I would say I'm very proud of it, that for the first time in the Indian entertainment business, a brand called BADMAN, based on the popular character that I played, has been launched. There is no brand called Angry Young Man. There is no brand called Khiladi. There is no brand called Jhakas. There is no brand called Bidu. Nothing. Just BADMAN. Thank you.
बैडमैन का फेवरेट बैड कौन है? बैडमैन का फेवरेट विलेन कौन है?
फेवरेट विलेन? बैडमैन गुलशन ग्रोवर का फेवरेट विलन है। आज के समय में गुलशन ग्रोवर, बाकी सब बच्चे हैं, सीखते हैं। मेरी फिल्में शाम को मंगवा कर देखते हैं, सीखते हैं, सुबह जाकर स्टूडियो में एक्टिंग करते हैं। और मुझसे पहले बहुत ही जबरदस्त विलन्स, प्राण साहब, जीवन साहब, कन्हैया लाल, प्रेम चोपड़ा जी, रंजीत जी, डैनी साहब, इतने ग्रेट एक्टर्स, सम ऑफ द मोस्ट फैंटास्टिक एक्टर्स, जिनका काम देखकर मैंने सीखा। अब मेरा काम देखकर तो सारे खलनायक या नायक भी सीखते हैं।
गुलशन सर, शाहरुख खान ने एक बार कहा था कि वो अमिताभ बच्चन की डॉन फिल्म करना चाहेंगे अगर कोई उन्हें रोल ऑफर करे। तो कोई ऐसा रोल, क्योंकि बात बॉलीवुड की भी है हमारी, तो कोई ऐसा रोल जो गुलशन ग्रोवर सर आज करना चाहते हैं कि हाँ ये रोल मैं करना चाहता हूं?
बहुत सारे रोल हैं जो मैं करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि an actor, when he starts to get success, he starts to get similar kind of roles. He starts to get roles that is because the person is star in a particular way or popular in a particular role. And many roles in today's time that I didn't get to play because, like those roles were either not offered to me or I had not, sort of said yes to them. There are many roles that I would like to play. पर हॉलीवुड की अगर बात करें तो स्कार फेस में जो अल पचिनो ने रोल किया है, या अल पचिनो अगेन इन गॉडफादर, how he gradually from a young man evolves into being such a powerful, and कोई उसके चेहरे पे, कोई उसके रूप, उसमें कोई बदलाव नहीं, इन द सेंस कि कोई बहुत भयानक लुकिंग कोई ऐसा उसमें नहीं है. It's just that how he performs. There are many roles in India as well.
गुलशन सर, अभी हमने स्क्रीन पे देखा कि हजारों की भीड़ है, तो कोई ऐसा क्रेजी फैन का किस्सा सुनाए हमें कि जो आप आज तक भूले ही नहीं, जो वो किस्सा कुछ भी हो सकता है, जो ज्यादा करीब आ गया हो, जो रात को नींद में आ गया हो.
चूंकि बात यहां पास में ही हुई थी है हादसा, मनाली में मैं शूटिंग कर रहा था, तो कुल्लू से एक फ्लाइट जाती है जो दिल्ली जाती है या चंडीगढ़ आती है. वो फ्लाइट कभी कभी चलती है बेस्ड ऑन वेदर. सो व्हेन वी गेट फिनिश्ड शूटिंग वी गो विद दिस कि अगर फ्लाइट मिल गई तो फ्लाइट ले लेंगे, नहीं तो चंडीगढ़ तक ड्राइव करके जाना पड़ेगा और फिर वहां से बॉम्बे की फ्लाइट लेंगे. ये थोड़े समय पहले की बात है, काफी समय पहले की बात है. तो फ्लाइट के वहां पर पहुंचा, पहले से टिकट बुक नहीं होती थी उस समय, यू लिटरली गो देयर एंड गेट इट. हम पहुंचे, मैंने जाकर काउंटर पर बात की, उन्होंने मुझे एक सीट दे दी ऑलमोस्ट लास्ट मिनट पर. तब तक सब लोग फ्लाइट में बैठ चुके थे. आई वेंट इनटू द फ्लाइट एंड द लास्ट सीट ऑफ द प्लेन, जहां पे एयर होस्टेस एक तरफ बैठकर सर्व करती है, मतलब वो एक बॉक्स दे देती है, एंड एक और पर्सन. मैं अपनी सीट पर जाकर बैठ गया, लास्ट सीट ऑफ द प्लेन पे. छोटा सा प्लेन है, तो फ्लाइट उड़ ही नहीं रही. फ्लाइट के बाहर खड़े हैं, एयर होस्टेस खड़ी है, दूसरे लोग खड़े हैं, फिर स्टाफ वाले आ गए, फिर दूसरे आ गए. थोड़ी देर में हंसने लगे, डिस्कशन शुरू हो गया. तो मैंने उठकर कहा, व्हाट्स द प्रॉब्लम, व्हाई वी आर नॉट गोइंग? इसे सर प्रॉब्लम आप हैं. वो एयर होस्टेस कहती है, मैं इनके साथ बिल्कुल नहीं बैठूंगी चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए. और उसकी तो सीट ही वही है, पूरी फ्लाइट भरी हुई है. तो मैंने उतरकर उन्हें समझाया कि मैं वो फिल्मों में करता हूं खलनायक की क्या कहते हैं कि विलन के रोल्स, तो आप प्लीज आए. उस छोटी सी फ्लाइट के दौरान शी बिकेम वन ऑफ माई डियर फ्रेंड. शी वॉज ऑलवेज एडमायर ऑफ माई वर्क, बट इट वॉज द इम्प्रेशन दैट शी हैड of someone playing negative role. So how all that perception got cleared in, मेरा ख्याल है फ्लाइट 20 या 25 या 30 मिनट की होती होगी चंडीगढ़ तक की, हाँ, उतने समय में. And after that she had always been my friend, she's always stayed my friend. और ये बात उस समय की है जब क्या कहते हैं, बहुत समय पहले की बात है जी, कोई शायद 20-25 साल पहले की बात. So this was one incident that has stayed with me.
वक्त बड़ी तेजी से भाग रहा है, पता ही नहीं चल रहा है. So गुलशन सर, एक आप हमें ये भी बताएं, थोड़ा आप बॉलीवुड से हॉलीवुड गए, हॉलीवुड से अब आप कितना बड़ा डायरेक्टर ले आए हैं, और आपका बेटा संजय, तो उसके बारे में आप कुछ बताएं हमें.
बिल्कुल संजीव जी, आपने सही कहा कि बॉलीवुड की फिल्मों से then I branched out to Hollywood. This also concerns commerce. मैं अभी 4 दिन पहले I'd gone to Shriram College of Commerce, जहाँ मैंने पढ़ाई की है M.Com की. तो Shriram College of Commerce में there were, all the students had gathered in a hall, and I was invited to speak to them and talk about my experiences. It was like a TED talk. Even there I mentioned that my being an entrepreneur, my having studied commerce, my having understood commerce was one of the reasons. When I went to Hollywood, this was many, many years back. This was when there was no internet, when there was no Google that you can Google and you can know about that person. I started to go to Hollywood at that time, and when I started to meet the filmmakers and talk to them, and I was telling them that I would like to work in a film, so they said, Gulshan, if you want to work in Hollywood, you got to live here, get a green card, and be available to us for auditions. I said, you got it all wrong. I'm expanding my craft. I'm not a wannabe actor. I'm not an actor who's starting. I'm an actor who's going to stay here and make a living. I'm expanding my art, my craft from India to Hollywood and international cinema. Just like we expand in the business, like you are doing business in a state, then you go to the country, then you go international and things like that, So I was expanding my craft. It took multiple years for Hollywood and the West and international cinema to understand. And I said, not only this, मैं आपकी पिक्चर में काम खत्म होने के बाद मैं वापस इंडियन फिल्म में चला जाऊंगा, मैं वहां पर जाकर अपनी इंडियन फिल्मों में एक्टिंग करूंगा. Says, that's not possible. You have to live here. You have to be here. I politely reasoned it out with them because it was my need. I wanted the work. How come Jean Reno from France, a French actor, works in French films, comes to Hollywood, does the Hollywood, goes back? Hugh Grant from England, a British actor, works in British films, goes back. Nicole Kidman from Australia, Javier Bardem from Spain, Antonio Banderas from Spain, various actors from various parts of the world. वो आते हैं हॉलीवुड की फिल्म में काम करते हैं, अपनी कंट्री में अपनी फिल्मों में चले जाते हैं. हमारे लिए ये अलग रूल क्यों या अलग सोच क्यों कि हम इंडियन फिल्म से आए हैं तो हमें यहीं रहना पड़ेगा, यहाँ पर हमें अवेलेबल होना पड़ेगा. समय लगा, काफ़ी वक्त लगा उन्हें समझाने में, उनको अपने काम से इम्प्रेस करने में. And today I'm proud of the fact that I created a mud path between Bollywood and Hollywood, which is being cemented and followed by my wonderful colleagues like Priyanka Chopra, late Irfan Khan, Amitabh Bachchan, Deepika Padukone, you name it, so many fantastic actors are cementing that path and following that path that I was able to create between Bollywood and Hollywood.
अच्छा गुलशन सर, एक फटाफट 30 सेकंड में एक जवाब देना है आपने हमें कि कोविड टाइम में मैंने देखा कि आप कई महीनों तक अपनी बिल्डिंग से नीचे नहीं आए. हालांकि आपके घर में मैंने देखा टीवी भी आपने नहीं लगा रखा. ना आपकी लॉबी में देखा, ना आपके कमरे में देखा, और एक एक्टर इतने महीने नीचे नहीं उतरा, तो क्या बैडमैन को डर लगता है या क्या वजह थी? पहला सवाल। और दूसरा इसी कंटिन्यूएशन में मेरा आखिरी सवाल वो ये कि ਅਸੀਂ ग्रोवर साहब ਨੂੰ पंजाबी फिल्म कद वेखांगे? ਅਸੀਂ ग्रोवर साहब ਨੂੰ पंजाबी फिल्म ਵਿੱਚ कद वेखांगे? दो सवाल।
पहली बात तो ये कि बीमारी से मरने से किसको डर नहीं लगता। कोविड का टाइम इतना डिफिकल्ट टाइम था कि सभी को डर लगता है।
कितने महीने आप नीचे नहीं उतरे?
जी मैं ऑलमोस्ट पूरे कोविड नहीं उतरा नीचे। आई वाज इन माय अपार्टमेंट एंड आई एक्सरसाइज देयर, आई वाज फिट, हेल्दी एंड आई वाज फुल ऑफ पॉजिटिविटी। आपसे तो रोज बात होती थी, फुल ऑफ पॉजिटिविटी। और जब जो हम सब करते हैं, जब आपको अपने बच्चों से प्यार हो, फैमिली से प्यार हो, आपके ऊपर जिम्मेदारी हो, तो आपका और परिवार का हेल्दी रहना और जिंदा रहना वो बहुत ज़रूरी है। एंड ऐसी कोई मतलब रीज़न नहीं था, क्योंकि फिल्म बिजनेस हैड शट डाउन कंप्लीटली। ये हुई वो बात। दूसरी बात मैं आपको ये बताना चाहता हूं कि किस तरह से वो टाइम यूज किया in all the creativity. I'll first address this from the point of view of mera beta Sanjay Grover, who did business and marketing from Troy, Alabama, his graduation, his post-graduation from UCLA, Los Angeles, in business of Hollywood and business of entertainment. And then he started to work in Hollywood studio MGM, Metro Goldwyn Mayer, जो जेम्स बॉन्ड फिल्म बनाते हैं, बड़ी बड़ी फिल्में बनाते हैं, एज अ फिल्म प्रोड्यूसर फॉर मल्टीपल ईयर्स। कोविड के समय एक्सीडेंटली वो भी घर पर था, तो फादर एंड सन के बीच में बॉन्डिंग, फादर एंड सन के बीच में डिस्कशंस, मी लर्निंग फ्रॉम माय सन बिकॉज ऑफ हिज एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ वर्ल्ड सिनेमा, एंड उसके साथ साथ आप सबके गुड विशेस से एक बहुत सुंदर रिजल्ट निकला कि आज मेरा बेटा संजय ग्रोवर हैज ऑलमोस्ट कंप्लीटेड अ फिल्म विद वन ऑफ द टॉप डायरेक्टर ऑफ हॉलीवुड, एंड द फिल्म वाज 90% शॉट इन पंजाब and 25% shot in Canada. It's one of the most talked about film in Hollywood, being produced by my son Sanjay. This happened in the COVID time. तो कोविड से फायदा हुआ। एक और बात, रॉबिन जी डरना नहीं, हम शाम को 6 बजे तक हैं, चाय मंगवा लीजिए, चाय नाश्ता यहीं चाहिए। और बाकी जिन जिन का पैनल डिस्कशन है उनके साथ मैं बातचीत करूंगा। उस पीरियड में हाउ यू नो लाइक आई मस्ट टेल यू एन इंसिडेंट where things can happen dramatically. For example, let's say one evening I was introduced to somebody at a function, at an award function, a pleasant, warm interaction. I could not stay any further as somebody had flown from Singapore, head of one of the biggest advertising companies' CEO, to meet me. And I said the closest for me to meet is Sahara Star. I was thinking a lot would happen with this high fly, big shot flying from Singapore, and we'll do a large business. But destiny and forward-thinking people had something else going for me. The first person that I met was Sanjeev Juneja at an award function. Warm interaction. I couldn't stay any longer because I had to run to meet this hotshot CEO from Singapore. After a few days, like my friend Sanjeev has done with creating such wonderful brands, Dr. Ortho, Roop Mantra, Hitchcock, Paid Safa, and various others. Now, this was a diversification. Those are need-based brands. कि आपको पेट में दर्द है तो ही आप वो लेंगे. Diversifying into a brand like BADMAN and making it so successful. Today, आपके पास वीडियो नहीं है. Today, every Bollywood actor, actress uses this. Why? Because I've presented it to them. बल्कि बाद में फोन आता है, शेविंग क्रीम के अलावा बाकी सब तो तेरी भाभी ले गई है. She says shaving cream men की हो सकती है, but there is oud perfume, there is face wash, there is face cream and various other things. It has become such a big success. The man behind all that vision and everything is you, Sanjeev. I want to ask you one thing, जिस पे मुझे बड़ी envy है. हम सब अपने अपने फील्ड में एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं, व्यापारी हैं, कारोबारी हैं. किसी का स्टार्टअप है, किसी को बहुत सक्सेस है. What I found very strange, I work 24/7. Sanjeev balances emotional life and work life in such a beautiful way. He does not put his phone on till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He concentrates on being a family man, taking care of family, taking care of health, taking care of all other needs, and starts to work from 3 o'clock, and after that, his phone doesn't stop and he does not stop. He's like a madman working. So how do you get this balance? खड़े हो जाओ brother, बताओ यार.
So मैं एक ही इसको लाइन में कहना चाहूँगा गुलशन सर कि ये आप प्रायोरिटी सेट करते हैं. हम क्या है कि सबकॉन्शियस माइंड से जिंदगी जी रहे हैं. हम कभी अपने आप से नहीं पूछते कि हमें क्या चाहिए. हमें लगता है कि खुशी इसमें होगी, खुशी इसमें होगी, जबकि खुशी उसमें नहीं है. सिर्फ हम रुकते नहीं, समझते नहीं, देखते नहीं. जिस दिन बड़ी ऑनेस्टी से खुद से बात करेंगे, खुद से समझेंगे, तो पता चलेगा कि खुद को धोखा दे रहे हैं. तो अगर बड़ी ऑनेस्टी से अपने आप में देखा जाए तो पता चलेगा कि हैप्पीनेस उन चीजों में है जिसमें कोई एफर्ट नहीं लगता, जिसके लिए किसी तरह से कोई आपको खास कुछ नहीं करना पड़ता. थैंक यू वेरी मच गुलशन सर. इट्स फिनोमिनल लिसनिंग टू यू. थैंक यू.
Thank you. I would like to present this bad man to Robin. Robin जी please आइए. And मैं आपको बता दूं कि इसे आप जो भी समझें, लेकिन not only this is a herbal brand, and behind this is Divisa Herbal Enterprises, and I'm very proud to be associated with this. हरित मोहन जी प्लीज आइए. हरित जी.
एक बात कह देती हूँ, इनके आने से पहले इंतहाए हिज्र मनाने की देर थी, यानी कि दूर रहना बहुत हो गया था, बस मिलना था, वो इमोशन. इनके आने से पहले इंतहाए हिज्र मनाने की देर थी, या यूं कहें इनके आने की देर थी. खाली सा आसमां, फिजा में सुकून और शांति सी, बस महफिल में 4 चांद लगाने की देर थी, सो इनके आने से लग गए. Thank you so much for coming here, for gracing this TIE stage. Lovely to have you here with us, and to felicitate our honorable guests. May I please have on the dais Mr. Vivek Atre, Charter Member, TIE. अच्छा, एक बार मेरे लिए प्लीज खुल के तालियां बजा दें, प्लीज. That's more like it. Ladies and gentlemen, our beloved Batman, Gulshan Grover Saab. of building many successful brands, Mr. Sanjeev Juneja. May I request Gulshan Saab and Sanjeev sir to please stay on for a moment longer. And may I also invite on the dais our President, Mr. Robin Aggarwal, to come up and felicitate Mr. Vivek Atre because he's been an intrinsic part of the startup ecosystem and of the TIE family. Ladies and gentlemen, now presenting a token of our appreciation and gratitude to Mr. Vivek Atre, Charter Member TIE, and an intrinsic part of the startup ecosystem and of the TIE Chandigarh family. संजीव सर, ये दूसरी बार आपका स्वागत करने का मौका मिला मुझे टाई के मंच पे. What a pleasure it was. And can we have a loud round of applause for our guests here? चलिए थोड़ा आगे चलते हैं. हर चीज अपने वक्त पर अच्छी लगती है, मगर ये चाय तो हर वक्त अच्छी लगती है. अगर आप कॉफी पसंद करते हैं तो कोई बात नहीं, बस चाय की जगह कॉफी का लफ्ज रख दें. हर चीज अपने वक्त पर अच्छी लगती है, मगर ये चाय तो हर वक्त अच्छी लगती है. D2C ब्रांड्स जो वायरल हो जाते हैं, कुछ इसी तरह हमारी रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी में भी समा जाते हैं. Let's now move towards uncovering the secret for building viral D2C brands with our next panel, Tapping into the Buzz, Tips for Building Viral D2C Brands. And first up, we have our speaker, Anubhav Dubey, co-founder, Chai Sutta Bar. Can we welcome him with a loud round of applause, please? Well, he started his entrepreneurial journey at the age of 22. A small town boy who wanted to be an IAS officer, लेकिन भटकने से ही सही उन्हें अपनी मंजिल मिल ही गई, when he became co-founder of the tea brand Chai Sutta Bar. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Anubhav Dubey, co-founder Chai Sutta Bar. And we have with us Mr. Bharat, the CEO and founder of Rage Coffee, a coffee company that manufactures, markets, and distributes innovative caffeine products in emerging categories. Well, I can at best describe him as a serial entrepreneur, having built 2 successful businesses in the past. Please give it up for Bharat Sethi, CEO and founder, Rage Coffee. And I would now like to invite on the dais Atul Singhal, who started Scriptbox in 2012, as he felt strongly that India deserved better than what was on offer for the common investor. Now, having spent over 15 years in building businesses in South Africa, UK, and India, he brings expertise and experience in taking companies from 10 to 100 and even beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Atul Singhal, founder, Scriptbox. And if we have wonderful and illustrious panelists, we also, of course, need a moderator tying the conversation together. To tie the conversation together, we have Shantanu Deshpande, founder and CEO, Bombay Shaving Company, an everyday household name, founded in 2015. He's built state-of-the-art personal care brands, and Bombay Shaving Company has over 1 lakh stores as customers, which they achieved in just a short span of 5 years. I'm told the company is valued at over 1,500 crores and is a beloved brand now. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Tapping into the Buzz, Tips for Building Viral D2C Brands. Over to you, Shantanu.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Am I audible at the very end? Awesome. This has been, first of all, an absolute privilege to be here at TiECon Chandigarh. This is now my 4th TiECon. I don't know about you guys, but TiECon is now becoming bigger and better, and especially to see in cities like Chandigarh, where the enthusiasm of entrepreneurship is amazing. I just did a masterclass a couple of hours back. It was just absolutely fascinating to see the businesses being built out. So thank you so much for your interest. I think we are running late. How much time do we have? 27 minutes. Okay, we have half an hour. So I'll try and do my best to get the best out of these amazing entrepreneurs. I think the discussion is one, and maybe Anubhav, I could start with you. Discussion is one which is almost impossible to actually figure out, which is a lot of people come and ask me, I want to build out viral content or I want my brand to go viral, and I never have an answer to it. You seem to have done something interesting with Chai Sutta Bar in terms of building out retail chai as a product, and you have created amazing content around it and acquired customers across almost 500 outlets now. So talk about how you built out the business and a little bit about the business in terms of the virality of it.
Thank you, Shantanu Bhaiya, सबसे पहले तो. Thank you, TiECon. I've been following this from so long. पहले था कि कभी attend करने ही आ जाएंगे, लेकिन अभी speaker के लिए बुला लिया तो it's a privilege. And sitting with you guys. Talking about chai, so chai तो इतना बड़ा मतलब ऐसा कोई छुपा हुआ था नहीं कि कोई आविष्कार कर लिया है. It was always there in the market. We wanted to present in a different way. एक edge के साथ में एक different environment देके वही चाय की गुमटी को हमने better किया, and we acquired the customers with 500 or almost 500 outlets in India, and approximately 3 to 4 lakh footfall in a single day. So probably we are selling the highest chai in the entire world. So apart from that, we are into the FOFO model, that is franchisee model, a very questionable model. But touch wood, we are learning. We have learned because we have not studied the franchisee model, nor we copied from anywhere. We just curated our own terminologies के अगर किसी को franchisee से रॉयल्टी फेच करनी है तो हमने उसको रॉयल्टी इन चीफ का पद दे दिया. किसी को कुछ अच्छी जुगाड़ से दुकान ढूंढनी है तो उसको जुगाड़ इन चीफ का दे दिया. एक फैट अच्छा लग रहा था तो फ्रेंचाइजी एक्शन टीम बना दी. सो वी क्यूरेटेड दिस टर्मिनोलॉजी एंड स्टार्ट दिस एंड स्टिल लर्निंग एंड लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू इट टू द इंटरनेशनल मार्केट स्पेशली.
But talk about, before we move on, talk about why you've used words from 3 very different categories. एक तो चाय है, ऊपर से सुट्टा है, then third word is bar, which is people associated with alcohol and more nighttime consumption and fun. But you combined these 3 in a retail experience. Was that, और आप भी अभी बोल रहे थे कि आप बहुत अलग हटके कुछ करते हो. Is that the reason why it's caught on the way it has caught on, or you just feel like you kind of do things along the way with judgment and gut?
So नाम भैया क्योंकि ब्रांड थे नहीं तो लोग कैसे जानेंगे आपको, नाम कैसे, तो उटपटांग नाम रख देंगे तो ज़्यादा याद रहेगा. सो इट वॉज द सॉर्ट ऑफ मार्केटिंग गिमिक. जैसे कि हमने पहली दुकान भी अपनी गर्ल्स हॉस्टल के पास में खोली थी, तो उसका रीज़न ये था कि गर्ल्स हॉस्टल के पास खोलें तो लड़के अपने आप आ जाएंगे. तो द सेम रीज़न वी चोज द नेम के लोगों को नाम याद रहेगा कि यार ये क्या है. कई बार लोग आ भी जाते थे कि ठंडी बियर निकाल के दे दो, तो हम बियर तो देते नहीं हैं, ना ही हम लोग सिगरेट बेचते हैं. जस्ट कि एक बार कस्टमर को नाम दिख जाए, एक बार प्रोडक्ट के एक्सपोजर मिल जाए, द रेस्ट इज अप टू अस कि अब हमको कन्वर्जन और रिटेंशन कैसे करना है.
Amazing, very, very interesting. Atul, coming to you, I think very different business, but amazing to hear about Scriptbox. In 10-11 years, 15,000 crores assets under management, fully digital distribution, and to be honest, to see a company that has taken off when financial literacy of the country is becoming front and center for everyone. Talk about how you acquired customers and kind of rode the wave and created it also along the way.
Thanks, Shantanu. I mean, I have very little to teach experienced entrepreneurs, people like you, people like Mr. Juneja. I think we're just privileged to be here, to be part of TiECon. Scriptbox, we have always tried to keep it very simple. We believed, like our first philosophy was, if I can't explain it to my own grandmother in simple Hindi or simple English, I will not sell the product. Wealth is a complex product in the sense that it's emotional. People don't talk about it to their own families. People don't understand it very well. And ours is one category where mis-selling is quite often, is a norm. People are product salespeople. People will sell you a life insurance policy. People will sell you a ULIP. So when we started Scriptbox, for the common retail investor who was investing 20,000 rupees, 50,000 rupees a month, there was no advice, right? There was not enough money for the distributor to come to your house and collect a check. Larger wealth is well managed by big banks and by financial advisors. But for the common man, there was no choice. So our philosophy was, can we bring the power of digital And for digital, for us, is not about online. A lot of people confuse digital and online. For us, digital is actually math, science, data, technology, all of that rolled into one to give customers better outcomes. We've stayed with that philosophy. We've kept it very simple. When we started Scriptbox, somebody asked us, which is the best website in the world? And we said Google. So our website is designed around a similar, very simple interface. So yeah, God has been very kind. We've been able to build the business over time. We've acquired customers digitally, but we also realized that for larger ticket customers with larger wealth, they need a physical model. So today we are a phygital model. We have great representation here in Chandigarh. Shobit, who's one of our star entrepreneurs, who's joined us in the journey, and which has helped us scale. So yeah, keeping it simple, being extremely product focused, and being, what should I say, honest and ethical in this business has helped us grow where we are.
Thank you so much, Atul. I think it's fascinating to see, but you're right. I think mis-selling is, for someone like me, I have a business degree, I have been, I'm a business consultant, entrepreneur. Even for me, I don't know if someone is selling me insurance or someone is selling me a lending product, someone is selling me a instrument around mutual funds or a PMS. Oftentimes, I don't know the risk reward. I don't know the percentage commission being earned by the, by the intermediary, and it is all so black in terms of everything.
Thank you very much. I mean, you explained why we started the business. I'll tell you a small anecdote, and I think without boring everybody. My father was a retired Lieutenant General, God bless his soul. He and my mother, and this is like in 2009, I was that time actually the CEO of an asset management company, back from South Africa, living in, and this is in Dehradun. Dad and mom are sitting together. I'll lapse into Hindi. तो पापा को जो DSO पे से पैसे वापस आए होंगे, तो 1 लाख रुपए थे, बहुत बड़ा सामान था. उन्होंने कहा था कि ये मैं जावेद भाई को दूंगा. And my mother saying, नहीं तुम्हें कुछ नहीं पता, ये मिसेस शर्मा को देंगे. मिसेस शर्मा मेरे को 1000 रुपए वापस करेंगी. And this argument is going on between them very loudly. So I said, can I intervene? मतलब मेरे को क्यों आप क्या बोलोगे? You stay out of it. बेटा है. I said, नहीं यार, actually I manage money. I'm a CEO of an asset management company. Then I realized that this is actually what happens in every household, right? You decide because you know somebody. You decide because somebody is giving you a backhander. And that's why we started Scriptbox. We said, let's make it simple. Let's make it easy for the common man to manage their money. Because money is, this hard-earned money for all of us. And our vision in life is that we'll make 1 million millionaires in India by just good wealth management.
That's amazing. That's amazing. That's a round of applause. That's outstanding. And I'll come to you. I want to go a little deeper on Scriptbox. But Bharat, you kind of broke a lot of my initial myths. When I started Bombay Shaving Company, I was told that, don't go with a celebrity, don't use a face, let the product hit PMF, etc. So 2 questions for you, Bharat, to start off with. One, you entered a category with brand positioning around rage. So there was clearly energy, but you were very particular about what that energy signified. It was a rebellious energy in a way, right? For coffee. And second is, of course, you got probably the world's most famous athlete into the fold as an investor and to build out the face of Rage Coffee and scale it. So talk about both. One, positioning Rage Coffee as something which was very different from the way the category was. You broke category codes and you also broke 0 to 1 and 1 to 10 scale rules. So you broke both rules. So talk about that and how it has helped in building virality for your brand.
So thank you first of all, and it's a pleasure to be here back again. In the interest of time, I think I'll have to condense this answer first in my head because there's so much. I think as Abhinav also mentioned, virality is built in today's time because something is odd. Something strikes, be it content, be it any kind of brand, product. So I think as a marketer and an entrepreneur, I think the first thing that anyone should look at today, building any category, is obviously the product has to be great, but the positioning and your go-to market has to also be very differentiated because there's so much noise out there. So I think because I've been selling online for, as long as I know, this is my 13th year and I'm just, I started very, very early. So I think I just understood, first of all, how data and how primary research and how consumers can help you build the brand and give you the direction if you have some ideas. So I think Rage was born because of that. A lot of the coffee consumers were looking for energy. They were already consuming coffee because of functional purposes. So it was a very data-driven, gut-led, but data-backed kind of an approach. So the starting point was to break the entire code of the category and enter the category with, because we were going against legacy giants and our category had a clear duopoly. So I think the noise had to be very clear. The positioning had to be very clear. We were not this or that, from the go itself. And it helped a lot initially. With Virat, I think we just scaled too fast. We went from 0 to 1 and then 1 to 10, I think, in a couple of months when COVID hit. So for me, when I'm looking, I'm thinking 5-10 years ahead. And when I looked in 2021, when I looked at 27, I looked at the category becoming a $6 to $7 billion category. And within that, which is currently about $1.5 billion, right? So that category is growing at a CAGR of close to about 16-17%. And there's some subcategories that are growing at about 25%, 30%. So the first thing was that how do we build moats? And I think in a category like coffee, which is growing very rapidly and it is attracting the attention of every legacy giant, every incoming entrepreneur today. So we just wanted a clear authority over what we were doing and just to build out that positioning, which is that we were the first ones doing it. And we are the ones who are building out this functional flavored entire subcategory domain that we built out. So I think those two things, that it was a great deal. It just made too much sense and the commercials made a lot of sense for us. And I think we just wanted to invest in building those moats early on.
Amazing, amazing. I think it worked out well because I think fundamentally, if you ask me as a viewer, fundamentally I feel that Virat actually loves the coffee itself. I don't think that he is saying it because he's being paid.
He doesn't do food products. So he will, it took us, we started in Jan 2021 and we signed the deal in Feb of 2022.
Correct.
So it took us about 11 odd months in getting interest first of all and then also convincing him because he will not do food and he was so, anti the idea of doing anything with consumables for the longest time. He's opening up slowly, but he was consuming it. So many people in the team were consuming it. In fact, another very famous cricketer was consuming it and then he introduced to Virat and then Virat spoke to his agency. So it flew from top.
Correct.
And yes, he drinks it regularly, which helps in the credibility of the brand.
Amazing. Anubhav, I wanted to ask you, if you look at the category of chai, it's mostly it's not a retail product. It is a product that people have at home. By retail, I mean restaurant may come, I don't know how much of chai is had outside the home, how much of chai is had inside the home. So if you look at people who want to create Starbucks for chai, the scaling has not happened as naturally as one might imagine, given just the size of the chai category. So how did you think about making chai a retail experience? I've spoken to Raghav and Nitin at Chaios, obviously operate very differently from you guys. But the challenge always is that, like, how do you make chai a fun product that you have outside the home? And how did you do that? Like, how did you make it an experience?
Chai is highest consumable beverages on planet after water. So, खुद ही इतना बड़ा market है और घर पे तो पीते ही हैं, बाहर भी चाय पीते हैं. It's a product जो लोग बात करते करते बतियाते हुए पीना चाहते हैं. It's a socializing product कि जब आप socialize किसी से मिलते हो, किसी मीटिंग करते हो, तब आप चाय ले लेते हो, चलो चाय पीते पीते बात करेंगे. So उसके around इतना काम करने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती. Talking about the retail, so retail again is a big market. It's a big market because India is the second highest producer of tea. So हम लोग को चाय के बारे में बहुत अच्छे पता है और चाय हमको बहुत सस्ते मिल सकती है और हम CTC और फिर प्योर ऑर्थोडॉक्स टी भी हम लोग बेच सकते हैं मार्केट में. So we are planning for it as well. So Tata, Bagh Bakri and the other stakeholders doing amazing और we are looking forward to it कि और मार्केट कैसे एक्सप्लोर करें, स्पेशली आउटसाइड इंडिया के मार्केट. इंडिया बाहर के मार्केट की बात करें तो लोग चाय पीते हैं लेकिन वो वाटर बेस्ड नहीं पीते हैं, लैक्टोज इंटॉलरेंट रहते हैं, तो लेकिन पानी वाली दबा के पीते हैं. और इंडिया कम्स टू द 28th रैंक व्हेन इट कम्स टू द कंजप्शन. हम लोग अभी भी कंजप्शन, हमको लगता है कि हम चाय बहुत पीते हैं, लेकिन बाहर जा चाय बहुत पीते हैं. सो टॉकिंग अबाउट स्टारबक्स को इतनी नॉलेज नहीं है अभी चाय की, दो इट इज़ अलाइंड विद द टाटा, क्योंकि वो चाय टी लाटे बोलते हैं. टी और चाय में क्या अंतर है? ज़्यादा अंतर है नहीं. सो आई थिंक कि हम लोग उस चीज़ में और अच्छे से कर सकते हैं. बट आर टी चीज़, क्योंकि जो प्राइस पॉइंट में हम लोग सेल कर रहे हैं दैट इज़ ₹10 and 15. सो हम लोग वी आर इन दी स्ट्रीट्स, और हम लोग इंफ्रा कॉस्ट से बहुत डरते हैं, रेंटल से. तो इसलिए हम लोग मॉल्स में और एयरपोर्ट्स में नहीं जाते हैं, स्ट्रीट्स में रहते हैं और वहाँ पे 10-15 की चाय बेचते हैं. वी आर वर्किंग ऑन दी वॉल्यूम्स बेसिकली.
Amazing. So, would it be right to say that you are organizing the tapri concept and kind of making it premium as an experience?
Exactly. So tapri is basically the problem with going to the tapri is hygiene कई बार नहीं रहती है. Second, vibe नहीं रहती है. तो एक अच्छा गाना चल रहा हो, पंजाबी गाना चल रहा हो बैकग्राउंड में, अब बार टेबल में चाय पी रहे हो, AC चल रही है, so it feels good. So वही सेम चीज़ सेम प्राइस में आपको अच्छी जगह पे मिल रही है. मतलब एक प्रोडक्ट में भी डिफरेंस है, क्योंकि हम लोग एक बूंद भी पानी नहीं यूज़ करते हैं. CTC में भी चाय बहुत तरीके की आती है, शक्कर बहुत तरीके की आती है. सो वी आर यूजिंग सल्फर फ्री, तो प्योर विदाउट वाटर हम लोग चाय बनाते हैं एंड वी आर सेलिंग इट फॉर दी सेम बेस रेट.
Amazing, amazing. Atul, wanted to ask you, what kind of role has technology played in especially last 6-7 years has seen incredible adoption of technology, whether it's UPI, whether it's banking softwares, whether it's access to financial instruments in general. How has Scriptbox stayed ahead of the curve and given customers the best technologically driven experiences for managing their money? Because I'm fairly certain that your customers are looking at their dashboards and scorecards more than probably any other industry. So how do you stay ahead? How do you make sure that you're technologically well ahead?
So, see, we are a digitally native DNA of the company, right? So we think digital. When we design anything, we think mobile. The most precious real estate in the world is this mobile face, right? You have it in your hand all the time. Even now, I think 50% of the people will be in their phone looking at something. So we've gone viral, if you want, by this basic principle that the content we create should be easily consumable, it should be relevant, it should be bite-sized, because attention spans now are down to 6 seconds, 8 seconds. Easy to understand, so the more infographic they are. So it's about keeping it very, very simple. I mean, I have a very small brain, I'm not too intelligent, so I make things which I can understand, and hopefully that my consumers can consume the same thing. And I think just on your question around digital or technology, we actually think about technology across the spectrum: automation, bring down cost to serve, easy access. And in wealth management, if you think from the customer's perspective, there are 4 or 5 roles a wealth manager or advisor plays. Dashboarding, how much do I have, what's happening to it? Transactions, buying and selling, advice, which is what should I do next, why should I do what I should do, and actually execution of the advice. And we have digitized all 4 things on the platform, and which makes it easy for customers. There are customers who require a human touch. After all, it is an emotional matter. Money is emotional. So we, as I said, we have combined that power of digital with human beings, and that's what has got us where we are. So I mean, to entrepreneurs, my only advice would be make things you can consume. Very, very important, right? That eat your
all the complementary and supplementary products will be there. But the core is definitely coffee. I don't see us losing that core anytime soon.
Amazing. That's amazing. And Dr. Juneja is someone who is kind of an expert at kind of finding a space, scaling it, and then finding another space, scaling that, and kind of creating like extremely large.
I think in this lifetime, if I'm able to build just one brand, I'll be, and that reaches to couple of 100 million people.
Yeah.
I think my job is done. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Amazing. Anubhav, similar question to you. Do you want to go beyond retail and in the product category of chai sutta bar? आपको लगता है कि you can sell more, or do you want to focus on this and go deeper and build out your ownership of the experience completely, from 500 to 5000 to and so on, या फिर आपको लगता है कि यार और भी बेच सकते हैं इन्हीं 500 दुकानों में?
भाई अभी तो यही बेचने बहुत है. It's a big market. I mean, मतलब 500 से 1000 से भी ज़्यादा पोटेंशियल है करने की. मैं बाहर का मार्केट बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग है, अडाप्टेबिलिटी है, पैसा ज़्यादा है. तो मतलब हम लोग दो तरीके से मेनली कमाते हैं, एक तो फ्रेंचाइजी से, दूसरा रॉयल्टी से. तो रॉयल्टी तभी आएगी जब माल ज़्यादा बिकेगा, तो और ज़्यादा पैसे का बिकेगा. तो बाहर ज़्यादा पैसे का माल बिकता है, बहुत इजीली बिकता है. हमने दुबई में 2020 से काम कर रहे हैं, नेपाल में काम कर रहे हैं, यूके, यूएसए, कनाडा में भी चालू कर रहे हैं. तो वी गॉट टू नो कि हमको पैसे वहाँ ज़्यादा मिलेंगे. तो इसमें पैसे बहुत है भैया, तो मतलब क्यों दूसरे में जाना. इसमें कॉम्पिटिटर भी बहुत हैं, तो अपने को कॉम्पिटिटर से भी करना पड़ेगा. फोकस लूज होगा तो दिक्कत होगी.
लेकिन फोफो मॉडल में हो जाएगा. यू थिंक इट्स अ सस्टेनेबल स्केलेबल मॉडल आउटसाइड?
इट इज़. अगर वे माल बेचेंगे तो सब बेच लेते हैं, चिपका के निकल जाना इज़ नॉट अ गेम. सस्टेनेबिलिटी इज़ द की. सो हम लोग का प्रॉब्लम वही आती है फ्रेंचाइजी मॉडल में कि जहाँ पे आप एक बार बेचते हो फ्रेंचाइजी और आप उसकी हैंड होल्डिंग नहीं कर पाते हो, तो घर पे आ जाती है आपकी फ्रेंचाइजी. सो दैट इज़ द प्रॉब्लम. बट हम लोग के साथ में ये केस है नहीं. हम लोग बहुत 7 साल हो गए हमको धंधा करते हुए. तो अगर होता तो आ जाता. तो हम लोग ऐसे करते, तो हम लोग का इक्वेशन बैठा के चलनी पड़ती है कि मतलब एक्सपेंशन के साथ में सस्टेनेबिलिटी पे फोकस करके काम करना पड़ता है. और अगर सस्टेनेबिलिटी, अगर किसी ने फ्रेंचाइज लिए 15-20 लाख रुपए खर्च किए आपके पास में, उसको आरओआई नहीं आ रहा है, तो पहले तो वो गया, दूसरी बार आपकी रॉयल्टी गई, तो आपको जो लॉन्ग टर्म गेन है वो तो गया. तो फोफो पे ऐसा नहीं है, सभी बेचते हैं. हम इंडिया में नया है, इसीलिए लोगों की इतनी अवेयरनेस नहीं है. इंडिया में नया है, और लोग जो भी फ्रेंचाइजी बेचते हैं, जो भी बड़े स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, बड़े एमएनसीज हैं, वो भी किसी एक अच्छे स्ट्रॉन्ग आदमी को बेच देते हैं, तो कैश बर्न सर्वाइव कर लेता है. हम लोग क्या करते हैं, हम लोग एक हाउस होल्ड को बेचते हैं, तो कई बार ऐसा होता है कि कैश बर्न नहीं कर पाता है. तो हम लोग को बहुत देख के R&D करके एक अच्छे आदमी को देना पड़ता है, जो कुछ दिन का कैश बर्न, 6 महीने का कैश बर्न झेल जाए.
Amazing. Anubhav, Bharat, Atul, thank you so much for sharing the stories of Chai Sutta Bar, Rage Coffee and Scriptbox. Your stories are inspiring, and I have learned a lot in terms of how to think about category, how to think about market, how to think about tech and consumer acquisition, and also how to think about the future. I'm hoping this was helpful to the audience, and once again, thank you so much for your time, and thank you everyone.
Thank you everyone. Yeah. Thanks for having us over. Thank you.
First up, we have Mr. Anubhav Dubey, co-founder, Chai Sutta Bar. And we have Bharat Sethi, founder, Rage Coffee. Next up, we have the founder of Scriptbox, Atul Singhal. And our moderator who brought it all together, Shantanu Deshpande, founder and CEO, Bombay Shaving Company.
Experience the power of innovation with SciBrain, your IIT partner for 15 plus years. 15 years ago, Mr. Puneet Verma started SciBrain from scratch, and today, he leads a team of 100 plus experts that have successfully delivered 1000 plus projects worldwide. Our e-commerce, Magento, Shopify, CMS development, and full-stack developers work tirelessly to enhance your business's online presence. Join us on the journey toward digital transformation and watch your business flourish. 100 employees, a multitude of languages and regions, and one united brand, SciBrain Software Solutions. Streamline, secure, and simplify with SciBrain's suite of innovative solutions from schools to corporations to temples. Feel free to contact us today.
Well, in case you're looking for some guidance on that, you're at the right place, because we're about to talk about the challenges and opportunities of cross-border entrepreneurship. And first up on this panel, I would like to introduce Mr. John Quebeca, United States Intellectual Property Counselor, Southeast Asia. Working through the American Embassy in New Delhi, India, he is the US Intellectual Property Counselor for South Asia and serves as the principal officer within the US embassies and consulates throughout South Asia on policy matters related to intellectual property protection and the enforcement of IP rights. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a loud round of applause for Mr. John Quebeca, United States Intellectual Property Counselor, Southeast Asia. Next up, it is my pleasure to invite on the dais Patrick Herbert, Consulate General of Canada in Chandigarh. His association with the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade goes back to 1998. Now, the years 2010 to 2011 were all about his role as the Deputy Director of the Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Response Group, when this group was coordinating Canada's responses to the earthquake in Haiti in 2010 and Japan in 2011. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a loud round of applause for Mr. Patrick Herbert, Consulate General of Canada in Chandigarh. And of course, tying the panel together is Principal Partner at Talwar Associates, TT Consultants and Excel Scout, Mr. Jitin Talwar. All things legal and technology are his forte. He's a legal tech entrepreneur, also an angel investor, and also a Chevening Fellow at Oxford University. And with that, I leave it up to our moderator to take this forward.
Hello. Yeah. So thanks, Niharika. Thanks. Are we waiting for folks to settle down? Okay, so welcome, gentlemen. So as they say, इस जहाँ के आगे जहाँ और भी हैं, अभी इसके इम्तिहान और भी हैं. So when you are traveling cross-border, it's always, as they say, it's easier to earn a single dollar than it is to earn a rupee. I've personally seen that. And who better to talk about this with somebody who represents the US dollar and the Canadian dollar, right? So I'd like to first invite Mr. Patrick Herbert, His Excellency, to say a few words. The way we'll work is, about 7 to 8 minutes of a keynote from your side, then 7 to 8 minutes from Mr. John, and then we'll open it up for some questions from my side and from the audience. Is that fair? Sure. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jitin, for the kind introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. It feels really good to be back at TiECon this year and to be united with my colleague and friend, John, from the US Embassy. I remember that we had a great time on our panel with John at TiECon last year. Our moderator at that time was Komal, so it's good to see that there's some family traditions that are being kept for this year with Jitin. So seriously, it is an honor to be part of TiECon 2023 with such an impressive audience of entrepreneurs, mentors, innovators, investors, startups. I've seen also some journalists, policymakers, and I know many, many, many friends of Canada in the room. The theme of TiECon Chandigarh this year is Innovate, Impact, and Invest. And frankly, when I was looking at this title, I thought this could have been the title for a conference on Canada-India economic partnership. Indeed, these three words, innovate, impact, invest, really summarize how Canadian and Indian businesses are building partnerships today. Partnerships that have brought successes for all. So it's no wonder that the rapidly expanding Canada-India commercial relationship today exceeds $100 billion. And we have over $70 billion of portfolio investment from Canada's biggest pension funds and institutional investors. This Canadian capital is helping to build a new India, from roads to airports to renewable energy. And I had the pleasure earlier this week to witness a concrete example of this investment when I flew from Bengaluru to Chandigarh. Indeed, I flew from Terminal 2, which was inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi last November, Terminal 2 that has been built with significant Canadian investment. And today, India and Canada are among the top 10 trading partners for each other's. Our bilateral two-way trade in goods and services has bounced back from the COVID-19 pandemic, and in 2022, we reached a record-breaking $21 billion. And of course, we also have several billion dollars in FDI, with more than 100 Indian companies invested in Canada, and about 400 Canadian companies invested here in India. I think that this has been possible partly because India has made enormous progress in becoming more business-friendly in the last decade. And our companies in Canada are seeing some exciting opportunities for growth here in India. I also believe that Canada is an ideal partner for India because our economies are so complementary. This natural fit is why our governments are now working hard to conclude a win-win early progress trade agreement, which will be followed by a comprehensive economic partnership agreement, which is a fancy way to say a free trade agreement. But it is also a key reason why India has been recognized as a critical partner for Canada in our recently announced Indo-Pacific strategy. And this strategy includes over $240 million to expand trade and investment in the region. It also provides for supports for improved Team Canada trade missions for priority sectors like infrastructure and energy. And while all of this is true for most parts of India, I believe personally that there's tremendous potential to grow the trade relations between Canada and North India. I see a lot of potential, for example, in agriculture and agri-tech, clean tech, and of course, the digital industries. So we work very closely with local trade associations such as TIE, but also our friends at CII and NASCOM to support greater business and trade relations between Canada and North India. And I'd like to give one recent example that is very close to the region. Saskatchewan-based company Clean Seed recently announced that it had entered into a letter of intent with the Northern Farmers Association and Mahindra to market and distribute 1,000 Smart Seeder Minimax machines from 2023 to 2025 in Punjab and Haryana. And last month, the Premier in Canada is like a chief minister here, so the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe, was in Chandigarh, and we had the pleasure of visiting a farm where we could witness a live demonstration of this Canadian technology. And I have to say, that was really impressive. And beyond the great photo op of me sitting with the premier on a Canadian tractor in a farm in Haryana, it was great to see so much enthusiasm from the farmers. And clearly, to me, that was a win-win deal for both sides. But there are many other examples. And indeed, in the past in the last 15 or 16 months since I arrived in Chandigarh, I have been impressed by the passion and the drive for success displayed by the startup community here, and especially all the TIE members. Now, I think most of you would agree, but let me remind you that Canada has been and is a great investment destination for Indian companies. And in fact, we have many companies here today, including on stage, who can confirm this from their own experience. But if you speak to them, I believe that they will tell you that in Canada, the reason that they could be successful is because we provide reliable government policies. We have a highly educated and well-trained workforce. We have a strong innovation ecosystem with government supports, and, as many of you will know, an open and welcoming immigration system. So that makes Canada an excellent place to start, but also to scale up your business. And as we all know, and we heard several times today, and I heard that since I got here, skilled employees are fundamental for any business to succeed. And from your base in Canada, you can tap into the Immigration Canada Global Skills Strategy, which make it easier for your companies to attract talent and bring top international talent to work for your company quickly. But in addition, in Canada, we have our own wealth of talent when it comes to hiring skilled workers. Indeed, over 50% of Canadians are post-secondary graduates, which makes Canada the most educated population in the world. Now, locating your business in Canada will also open the doors for other markets for your company. Indeed, business based in Canada enjoy unparalleled access to export markets thanks to our global network of trade agreements. These markets cover more than 50 countries, including our neighbor to the south, the United States, and this accounts for more than 60% of the world GDP. And of course, if you need another reason to look to Canada to establish your business, we are consistently ranked as the best place in the world for quality of life. So, Jitin, you wanted me to speak for 7 or 8 minutes. I'll try to conclude now, but just to say, I started my remarks by talking about how the bilateral trade relations between Canada and India was a great story. But personally, I believe that we can do much more. And the question is, how can we do that? And part of the answer is Canada's Trade Commissioner Service, what we call the TCS. This is our trade and investment promotion service, which has a presence in over 160 offices globally, and this is well positioned to help companies make businesses with their Canadian counterparts. Here in India, the Trade Commissioner Service is the third largest trade promotion program for Canada in the world. We have 8 offices across the country, including here in Chandigarh, but also in Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Ahmedabad, Kolkata, Hyderabad, and Chennai. And they are here to help you and provide any support or assistance you may need to do business with Canada or in Canada. Of course, my office here in Chandigarh is smaller than what I would like, but I can count on the support of over 50 trade commissioners across the country to help you connect with companies in Canada. And in addition to the federal government Trade Commissioner Service, our footprint in India is augmented by the presence of 6 Canadian provinces. So we have, I see British Columbia, I see Ontario, we also have Quebec, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and New Brunswick with offices across the country. So today I have colleagues from the federal government, our investment officer, but also a colleague from British Columbia who is based in Chandigarh, and a colleague from the province of Ontario who came from our Delhi office to participate in TIE this weekend. So I will close by saying that I do see a lot of opportunities for Indian companies that are interested in investing in Canada. We have incentive programs at all levels, the federal level, the provincial level, but also at the municipal level, and we'd be happy to talk to you about those programs. So I'll stop here, but I really look forward to continuing our discussion with you. We started from my arrival about a year ago. It's been great, and I look forward to continue our discussion and hear about your successes in my country, in Canada. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Herbert. Thank you for finishing on time. Thank you. With that, I'll come to Mr. John Kabeka. If you could present your views, and then we'll open it out for questions. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here again up on the dais with you, Patrick, and as always, just wonderful to partner with you on programs in TIE Chandigarh and other programs in the past. This is my second TIE Chandigarh as well, and I was sharing earlier that throughout this week, and I'll get to it, is because World IP Day was on Wednesday. I've been in several major cities throughout India this week, going from place to place, promoting World Intellectual Property Day. But I have to say that I was just so excited to come back to Chandigarh for TiECon, and I find it an extremely rewarding and informative experience, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as well. But first, from a macroeconomic scale, I think it's worth noting that the ties between the United States and India are extremely strong. India is the U.S.'s largest trading partner, and the U.S. is India's 9th largest trading partner. Or did I say that backwards? But I think you. But so we have very strong economic ties. But I think it's worth noting that when I boil it down to my role and my role in intellectual property, I want to share that from our gross domestic product in the United States, we did a study on IP-intensive industries that contribute to our nation's economy. And it turns out we look at an IP-intensive industry as an industry that reinvests a portion of its revenue back into creating more innovation. And we found, and more intellectual property, and we found that our GDP accounts for about 40% of our GDP is attributed to these IP-intensive industries. So we take our intellectual property very seriously, and it's one of the reasons why I love coming to Chandigarh, because I feel the strong startup spirit, and also from that, the IP that is generated from many of you in this room. So I'm excited again to be here. I thought I would take a minute to talk about my role as the IP counselor here in India and serving South Asia. There are basically 3 pillars to the work that I do. The first is government-to-government work that we do throughout India and throughout the respective ministries across South Asia on helping to support the government's efforts to improve and strengthen its intellectual property system and the enforcement of intellectual property rights in the region. So we work very closely not just with the Intellectual Property Office and policymakers, but also with regulators, and we monitor developments across relevant ministries to see if there are any equities that relate to intellectual property as new laws and new guidelines are being developed. So we do a bulk of our work there. The second pillar is the work that we do on behalf of companies seeking to enter the Indian market and helping them understand the differences between the intellectual property systems in the United States and here in South Asia, how the courts work and the differences between our court systems, and where we see a need to address issues with the government based on trends that we hear from stakeholders, then we advocate on behalf of companies here on the ground in trying to make the system more accessible and more predictable and reliable. So we advocate on the behalf of industry in that regard. And then the third pillar is one of outreach and education, where we work across the innovation ecosystem at all levels throughout the region on all types of intellectual property to help raise awareness of intellectual property, the understanding of IP, and also importantly, the respect for intellectual property. And so thanks to those of you that attended the masterclass earlier today. I was really pleased with the engaging questions, both during the program and afterwards. So thanks to those of you that attended to hear about IP strategies. But I thought I would take a moment to call out, I mentioned earlier, World Intellectual Property Day. So it takes place on April 26th every year. And you heard this morning from Madam Chitkara that she mentioned it was World IP Day, and this year's theme is Women in Intellectual Property, Accelerating Innovation and Creativity. And with such an amazing theme, we usually call it World IP Day, but since I have regional responsibilities, I usually call it World IP Day Month. But this year, I'm calling it World IP Day Year. And I'm pleased to report that I've done a series of programs just last month here in Chandigarh in supporting women in innovation, one program in partnership with TIE Chandigarh. Also just came back from Kolkata, Bengaluru on programs earlier this week to support women entrepreneurs there, and just a couple of weeks ago in Guwahati and Imphal, and not to mention on World IP Day itself in Delhi. The whole point of raising awareness in the spirit of intellectual property is to help serve as a catalyst for more innovative activity, more entrepreneurial activity in the creative arts, and to help guide efforts along their path. So with that, I want to take a moment to share, prior to coming to India, I was the regional director for the Silicon Valley USPTO, and as a result of that, I worked extensively with startups and got to see many startups from their first exhibition excel and grow to the point where now they're winning international design competitions, outpacing multinational corporations. So to see a startup grow in that way, and to also be there as startups pivot and take new directions, has been a very important and rewarding part of my career, and one that I love and look forward to continuing my partnership with TIE Chandigarh in supporting the startup and entrepreneurial activity here in any way that we can to help you in your path to success as a startup and to a successful business. So with that, I'll pause, look forward to our Q&A, and thank you all very much, and happy World IP Day.
Thanks, John. Thanks. We value the association with both Canada and the US a lot from TIE Chandigarh. I guess this region has very, very close ties, both in terms of business and in terms of entrepreneurship, innovation, social, cultural. We're very close, and as far as both these countries are concerned. So my first question would be, in the flavor of the season, both in terms of IP, this, 26th of April is World IP Day. This is World IP Month in any case, right? So my first question is like a combination of flavor of the season, large language models, and intellectual property. So what's going on there, John? Can we just go ahead and use large language models, which are everywhere these days, Hugging Face, GPT, BARD. What are the implications of using and leveraging large language models from an IP standpoint? Can a startup doing a cross-border contract just start using a large language model and it's okay? We'd like to know. And please say yes, if possible.
Thanks, Jitin. I would say ask the chat, the chatbot. I did that recently. I went into a large language model and asked it who owns the content that it generates, and the content, the platform owner. I mean, the response back from the chat was that they do. So and so even though you might be interrogating questions, according to I used ChatGPT recently, they came back and said they own the content, and so if you plan to use anything generated by the chat engine, you need to get, for commercial purposes, you need to get permissions. That's not unlike any other sort of creative content that you see, whether it be online or in physical form, where there are the copyright protections exist, and that if you are going to use anyone's copyright, then you need to seek their permission. But I'll say, with respect to that, I think it's a good way to say these AI systems are challenging intellectual property in new ways. And as a result of this, and even whether you're using a text-based large language model or a graphic-based one, they're creating new challenges as to who is the author, who is the creator, and even in graphics, we're seeing some interesting areas where you might be able to go into the graphics engine and say, make me a picture of this flower, but in the form of Andy Warhol or of Picasso. And those two artists still have copyright protection for their work. So taking something in their likeness might be implicating the copyright protections that still exist in those creative works as well. Whereas if you say, well, we'll make the flower in the likeness of a Van Gogh, well, Van Gogh's been dead more than a century, so the copyrights are open and free for use then. So these are some of the things that we're looking at, and even at the USPTO, and just last month, the US Copyright Office announced an initiative that it's also looking into its existing copyright laws, trying to see where AI is challenging the existing laws, and trying to see where those laws need to pivot or be amended or further addressed. I think just from my own personal perspective, finding an international solution for dealing with AI and in this space is going to be the most important, because everyone's generating AI, and we know intellectual property is global. So in the interest of time, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. From the monkey owning the copyright, which is a very famous case, to the AI owning the copyright. We are living in interesting times. I'd like to come back to you, to Mr. Herbert, Consul General. Now, we know, from personal experience, Canada is a great place for AI research. Okay, a lot of the large language models that we are talking about, where the copyright ownership is being talked about, perhaps are being built in Mississauga, Waterloo, that AI connection. So the question that came in from one of the audience was, how do you help companies in site selection? For example, there's a company in AI which is very promising, belongs to one of the people on the stage, wants to set up in Canada. Where do you set up, right? You go, what number do you dial? And then any specific province or city which you think offers a better ecosystem, say around AI, manufacturing, data analytics, what is the most exciting, site selection? How do you work on that?
Well, thank you. It's interesting that you're raising this question, because somebody at breakfast this morning was suggesting that the ecosystem in Canada was a bit complicated to navigate because of the provinces and all this. I wouldn't say it's complicated. It's complex, but it's an opportunity for all of you, because what happens is we do have at the federal level, at the provincial level, and as I said, even at the municipal level, we have government-funded organizations that are there to attract investment. And we have people in the country, here in India, as part of our Trade Commissioner services, but also from our provinces, who are here to help you make that decision. So it depends what you want. I meet a lot of people, and they say, when they first talk about Canada, they think about usually Toronto or Vancouver, because this is where they have family, this is where they have, they've heard about companies from Punjab or Haryana that have been successful in those two cities. And when we start talking to them, depending on what they want, we can provide advice. Not everybody has to be in Toronto, but it might make sense for you to be in Toronto. Not everybody has to be in Vancouver. We see now more and more companies going to British Columbia. Outside of Vancouver, we have provinces. I mentioned Saskatchewan. They've been very successful at attracting more talent. So it really depends what the company is looking for. If being close to your clients is important, that you'll make a different decision. But cost of living, access to education, all these things will be different from one province to another and from one city to another. And this is where our colleagues, the Trade Commissioner Service, can help you. We do We will help you ask the right questions so you can determine where to go. But we will also do from time to time site visits. So we have taken a lot of companies from this region to Canada across the country so they could meet our partners and see what would make sense for them. That being said, just to conclude maybe on your question about ICT or AI, we do have very specific clusters in those areas, including in all the big cities. So Toronto, of course, but Vancouver, Montreal, Edmonton, Calgary, even Ottawa. So all those big cities have something to offer. It really depends on what you want to achieve and which niche you're looking at.
Okay. Any questions? We have space for one question from the audience. If there's none, then I'll go ahead and ask one more question to John probably. Any questions so far? Any questions? One question. Okay, so my question to you is, for example, a startup wants to service a client in the US. So the question is, how does the startup protect innovations in the US, whether there's copyrights, trademark, patents? How do you protect them? Where do you start?
So thank you. I would say generally, our laws between India and the US are quite similar. There are some important distinctions, but understanding what those distinctions are really important. So it also depends on what the type of innovation is that's being that's seeking to enter the U.S. market, whether it's just a brand, whether you're going to protect it with patent, whether copyrights, trade secrets, or a combination of all of these things, as I gave an example in the session earlier today. So I think the important distinctions, I know we don't have a lot of time, but I'll just highlight the disclosure requirements are different. So you may have had disclosed your invention here in India prior to protecting it by a patent. If it's within 1 year, you can still get patent protection or seek patent protection in the US because we have a 1-year grace period. So that might be one way that can help a startup that may have inadvertently disclosed their invention here prior to filing. Also, trade secrets, our trade secret laws in the US are quite robust. Some of them come as common law rights. Some of them strengthen employee agreements, and understanding if you're making those types of agreements with U.S. companies, understanding the trade secret landscape would be really important. Again, hopefully we're working with India, hopefully to see some sort of similar legislation on trade secret here. And the last one would be foreign filing licenses. If you have an inventor, whether they're here in India or in the U.S. as an Indian citizen, and they're going to be named on a U.S. patent, you have to seek permission from the Indian government, from the IP office.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
So, yeah,
I have one last 20-second question. Do you help Indian companies connect with incubators, accelerators in Canada? And this is just 20-second question, so we should be done.
20 seconds, yes, we do. And I think the best way to do that is talk to my colleagues who are here. We have a number of incubators, superclusters, as I said, and that's part of what we do. We help connect the people here in India and in Punjab and North India with the incubators in Canada. We'd be happy to help you with making those connections.
Yeah, I think I can speak from personal knowledge that and personal experience that whether it's CDL or Fastland, Vector Institute or MyTax, I think it's super helpful to the extent that sometimes if you've got a good research project, sometimes if you spend $1 there, they give you back $1.50 to also market that business. So it's great.
I always think that you could be sitting in the Canada chair to talk about our ecosystem. You know it very well. Thanks so much. I think my present job pays me better. So, but thank you so much, Mr. Patrick Herbert and John. It's a pleasure, as always, to host you, to hear from you, and to talk about both IP as well as Canada, business in Canada. Thank you so much. Thanks for gracing the occasion. Thank you so much. Thanks. Thank you.
Southeast Asia, Mr. Patrick Herbert, Consul General, Consulate General of Canada in Chandigarh, and our moderator, Mr. Jitin Talwar, founder, Excel Scout, and TT Consultants. May I request the Vice President of TIE Chandigarh to come up and felicitate the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Quebeca, United States Intellectual Property Counselor, Southeast Asia. Mr. Patrick Herbert, Consul General, Consulate General of Canada in Chandigarh. And our moderator, Mr. Jitin Talwar, founder, Excel Scouts, TT Consultants. Many thanks, gentlemen, for joining us this afternoon on TiECon 20. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Professor J. Gauri Shankar, Director, ISER Mohali. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. अगला जो पैनल है, अब इसके बारे में मैं क्या कहूँ, मुझे कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा था, because we've all seen them on Shark Tank. We've admired them from afar. Shark Tank has brought in a revolution of sorts, signaling change, much like those leaves of autumn, right? Much like that season which gives way to winter. We only need to raise our voice to become a part of this revolution. And hence, I now welcome beyond the tank, scaling businesses with investment from Shark Tank. And on this panel, we have Mr. Gursaurabh Singh, founder, Dhruv Vidyut. I would request him to come up on the dais. We have Aditi Bhutia Madan, founder, Blur Pine Foods, Momo Mami. We have Rajat Jain, founder, Sunfox Technologies. And we have Ms. Jyoti, founder, T-Fit. Since we've all seen them on Shark Tank, I think they deserve a better round of applause. Let's make it more energetic. Let's make it a warm welcome indeed. And tying the panel together is our moderator, Mr. Harit Mohan, Vice President, TIE Chandigarh, and founder, Significant LLP. बर्फ का पहाड़ कोई मसला नहीं है, आवाज को वजूद में लाने की देर है, वक्त आ गया है.
Thank you so much, Niharika, for such a wonderful anchoring throughout the day. I have a very interesting Shark Tank panel. All of them has been featured on one of the seasons of Shark Tank. So maybe I'll start with a round of applause for each of them for, you know, kind of setting up the real good trend. And probably we can start with, you know, you, Guru Saurabh. I think there is an AV being played. Can we have the volume? I think this video has been seen by a lot of us on social media, YouTube, somewhere on the TV. So maybe we can look at the AV quickly here. I'll start with you. Thank you. आपकी videos के साथ there is a punchline that got associated. Are you ready?
Do you have a matchbox?
We don't have a matchbox. Probably the final sign will go off. But
thank you.
Yeah. So I would like to know, you know, how does this invention and then the product went to Shark Tank? Could you quickly tell us about the journey from, you know, having an invention product that led to Shark Tank? Because we saw all the sharks got excited and your demand was very, you know, very different. You know, I think you asked for like 0.5% of equity for like 100 hours from the sharks. So, which was very different, and I think that attracted a lot of audience and viewership. So quick question to you, how do you get into that?
Right. You know, I always look at my journey in two parts. One part is the journey of the inventor, and the inventor functions differently. And then there is the journey of the entrepreneur, which is just beginning. And I'm doing it for the first time, by the way. So when the inventor thinks and the invention phase is going on, you have a problem, you're working on a solution, and nothing matters. It's pure passion. Whereas when that has been accomplished, somewhat accomplished, the invention is right here, and it's meeting the parameters that I had in mind, the journey of the entrepreneur therefore begins. And the entrepreneur has to think very differently than the inventor. very rarely you will come across an inventor who is a very successful entrepreneur. So I'm saying this myself, hoping that I become that one. And the Shark Tank, what that symbolizes is the beginning of the entrepreneur who needs mentorship, needs guidance, can't be that passionate all through and run that sort of passion while you are an entrepreneur. How do I do that? I haven't learned anything which teaches me that. So the mentorship, the number of hours, for me in particular, and I very firmly believe that the time that we live now, time is the commodity, especially after Corona, what we have noticed. So for me, those 100 hours, they were invaluable. They will pave the journey for the entrepreneur in me. That was the intent.
Great answer. Thank you for that. Aditi, I'll come to you then, and then Jyoti, I'm going to come to you. So Aditi, as you would know, has been featured on MasterChef as well. And she was also on Shark Tank. So, you know, a round of applause to you, Aditi. You've done very wonderful, I think, throughout this journey. इनका एक बहुत interesting नाम है, which is known as Momo Mami. Have you heard of this? All of you? Okay, a lot of you. So you're already popular. So how does this nomenclature came into? किसने रखा ये नाम? Who, you know, what was the journey of this, you know, wonderful and very viral name, so to say?
Firstly, I would like to thank TIE Chandigarh for inviting us to this discussion here. Thank you so much, Chandigarh. I myself wasn't aware that मेरा नाम मोमो मामी होने जा रहा है, and
you don't look like a mommy actually.
so thanks to Mama, who's my husband, Nitesh Madan, so that's how I'm Mami.
Okay.
So yeah, when I was in MasterChef in season 3, 2013, so I used to tell this story of like bhanja bhanji जैसे घर पे आते हैं, and then cooking momos for them. My mother-in-law used to ask me, बच्चे आ रहे तो आप momos बनाना, steamer लेते आना जयपुर से. So I used to cook momos for them, and that's how like mummy आप momos कब बना रहे and all. So this story while audition होता है जब, तो I had shared it to the judges there in MasterChef, and every time from then Chef Vikas Khanna used to keep calling me in all the competitions, Momo Mami Jindabad, Momo Mami, something like that. But never had I even thought that I would be doing something particularly on momos. You know, at that point of time I was not even aware that I would become an accidental entrepreneur, right? Because I had to do something in life. I was always like trying to be busy with something or the other, but I didn't know that I would end up being an entrepreneur. So the journey started from there. But when I started Blue Pine Foods, so before registering it as a company, as a startup in 2016, we were doing R&D and trial in Jaipur, okay? So that time about frozen momos. Now why frozen momos? Because I saw that there's a stigma around the product, right? And also that it's a staple food, and I've grown up amongst 14 family members, right? In the Himalayas, and I was very much concerned about it. And also at the same point of time, specifically if I talk about Blue Pine Foods, it's about reducing agro-produce wastage and decay, converting it into a product. So what better product could it be than momos, which is cooked as steamed, which is very healthy way of cooking, right? भाप का खाना सबसे best होता है, whereas market is filled with potato-based products where the option or choice is only frying. So a food that I would consume for myself and I would like to serve to the nation, saving the world one momo at a time, you know, to change the way India eats. This was the purpose, that how it started. And in 2020, when I was getting incubated under NSRCell, IIM Bangalore, that time I got to realize that I was doing my product all upon momos, you know, and how beautiful a coincidence, right. How beautiful the dots are getting connected from 2013 till now. So it was a beautiful journey. When I look back, right. Everything was, you know, decided for.
Right. Maybe we can now go to Jyoti. Jyoti, we had a conversation yesterday with Jyoti. And I was just joking around with Jyoti that I made a real hard pitch to get her stay tonight because you have really good gala dinner coming up. So thank you, Jyoti, for staying in there. So Jyoti has a wonderful tea fit brand. They make a lot of teas. I think we can hear a little about you, Jyoti. And I would also like to club it with one more question. you know, and this is for all of you, but I'll start with you first, that, you know, once you're featured on Shark Tank, you become almost like a star, you know, overnight. When you go back, probably a lot of, you know, young entrepreneurs are watching you, they're seeing you, they're following you, your followers kind of skyrockets maybe.
Right.
What are the 3 different tools or 3 different things that you did immediately going back to your company?
Right.
So we would like to, you know a little about those three items.
So there are lots of questions in that one question, so I'll
Okay.
try and unpack one by one. Hi, my name is Jyoti. I'm the founder of this unsweetened beverage brand called TFIT. All of us have different journeys. First of all, am I audible? Hi, okay. So all of us have different journeys. Some of us start up when we are 20, 21, straight out of college. We have a brilliant idea and we kind of push for it. Mine hasn't been a straightforward road. I have done, I think, everything else that I could and then eventually found what I wanted to do. I have worked in different startups from real estate to food and beverages, and then one accidental trip to Japan and kind of everything connected there. I come from a diabetic household and we were never exposed to bottled beverages growing up. But in my time in Japan, I was exposed to this entire mature category of unsweetened beverages that we wouldn't find back home. Here we were resorted to the same cola, the same energy drink and sugar-filled juices or fruit-based beverages, and there was no innovation anywhere kind of happening in between. I had no clue what to do in beverages. I was working in real estate when this idea came to me. But by then, all my middle class obligations were done. No education loan, had bought myself a house in Mumbai. And then I was like, if I don't do it now, then maybe I will never do it. And so that's how I started. I started as a solo founder. I still am running this business myself. The funding from sharks notwithstanding. And we have a small team based out of Mumbai, and we are currently shipping pan-India. Coming to your question, overnight stardom, all of that is overnight. Like there are years of work that goes behind it. So if somebody has built and taken their time building, this is not going to sway them because they can see that this is just a blip on the radar and the journey is much further ahead. Yes. Like if you are out to build a 1,000 or 5,000 crore brand, or if you're out to build a meaningful brand, then this is just a blip on the radar. You get called to all these nice events like here I am today, but I know that I am here because there is a business that I'm building and not for anything else. I'm not a movie star or a TV star or for in any other capacity. So if the business is there, then I'm there. It's not vice versa. And the 3-point question that there was, I think immediately if such a spike happens, and our episode did end up getting a lot of love, and so we were not prepared for the kind of you know, positive fallout it'll have. Like we were inundated with orders. We were shipping from our offices, warehouses, even my home. So the first thing I would say is having a good team helps. A good team that is willing to not leave at 6 when you have like 5,000 orders pending. So having a good team helps, and grooming that team. Like if you have groomed a team as opposed to just hired A-listers, I feel that that's zameen asman ka farak in them standing up for the company when the time is required. So all of my team in Mumbai, we've hired them from colleges like freshers, and for last 2 years they've been working with me. So they all stood the test of this difficult time post Shark Tank. And so the number one thing is that you need to have a good team of 4-5 people who will be your backbone of the company, and thankfully we have developed that. Second, I would say that the more friendly you are with technology, the better insights you will get into your customer, who is buying, from where they're buying, what kind of repeats you're seeing. And the third is just having the long-term vision for the brand. I didn't start out thinking 3-4 saal mein or 3-4 years I'll take an exit. I started with no idea of whether I want to take investment or not. I wanted to build a meaningful brand. I wanted to build a brand.
Right.
Bharat, I'll add to that.
You like to add?
Yes,
okay.
yes, please go. So the idea was to do this irrespective of who kind of joins you in the journey. And after a couple of years of like seeing all sorts of things, you know, difficulty in getting shelf space to finding the right product market fit, when you eventually see this kind of, you know, uptick, or you see this kind of validation, it only bolsters your confidence in what you're building is you're on the right track.
Right.
So, yeah.
Just wanted to add, did you see her episode?
Yes.
Yeah, how many here saw her episode?
She came with 2 kids.
Yeah, you know, I remember it very vividly. She picks up the bottle and she's like, look, the cap is this much, the packaging is this much, the bottle is this much, the liquid is this much.
50 paise ka cap.
Exactly.
3, 5. Can we have it in the same run once
again?
So
she has the product down to the last paisa, not the rupee, the paisa. So the reason why I brought that up was because you asked the question that, you know, this popularity comes in, how does it affect you?
Yes.
A founder like that who's put in that much sweat, and apparently it seems like, you know, with so much passion and their own money, this is popularity, it comes.
And she's
then
still,
you're back,
and she's still sipping her brand,
And then you're back to your daily grind again. So this popularity, like she rightly said, it's a blip and you're back to your daily hustle.
Right.
So, yeah, and then you get invited to
So I'm going to
like
quickly
this,
go to
cool.
Rajat now. Rajat, talking from, you know, one health, health conscious brand, and you have done a very good product which is in, I think, ECG space. It's a pocket friendly, very mobile, accessible ECG device, and I think it's really needed. And just a quick story, I think Ghazal also talked about in the show that, you know, she lost somebody very close. I have lost my father when I was like barely a year old, and due to cardiac arrest. So the minute I saw your pitch, you know, that really touched me, that, you know, we really need those kind of devices in a lot of household. So it's a very serious thing to do. So how are you building business out of it? Is there a social cause also behind your entrepreneurship? Could you also, you know, quickly tell what you're doing with Oxford? I'm going to club all these 3 questions together for you.
Sure. Thank you so much. मुझे लग रहा है कि मेरा फर्रे लेके ना आना काम आ जाएगा, क्योंकि मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया था इनसे कि मुझसे आसान क्वेश्चन पूछना. तो बेसिकली व्हाट वी मेक एज गुरसौरभ आस्क्ड कि किसी के पास माचिस है क्या, तो माचिस तो यूजुअली मैं जेब में लेके नहीं चलता, बट हाँ मेरे पास एक चीज़ है जो माचिस जैसी दिखती है, और हम उसे एक इस डिवाइस को हम लोगों ने एक नाम दिया है स्पंदन. सो यूजुअली जब हम अपने अराउंड देखते हैं तो एक बहुत कॉमन सी चीज़ है, जैसे हरीश जी ने कहा कि वी लॉस्ट समबडी क्लोज और समबडी अराउंड अस ड्यू टू अ हार्ट अटैक. सो हार्ट अटैक एज अ वर्ड इट्स वेरी कॉमन एंड हम लोग रोज़ सुनते हैं. और इसके अराउंड अगर बात करें लोगों को खोने की, तो बात की जाती है कि अरे वो बिल्कुल ठीक थे, रात में उनको चेस्ट पेन हुआ, जब तक हम हॉस्पिटल लेके जाते हुए और शी इज़ नो मोर, या जब तक हम लोग लेके पहुँचे डॉक्टर सेड इट्स टू लेट. सो व्हाट इज़ हैपनिंग अराउंड दिस स्पेस, एक चीज़ समझ आई कि हार्ट अटैक से वर्ल्ड में सबसे ज़्यादा लोगों की डेथ होती है, और जो बेसिक टूल होता है यू नो मेज़र करने के लिए हार्ट एबनॉर्मलिटी को, इट्स कॉल्ड ECG, और 100 साल पहले इन्वेंट हुआ था. तो 100 साल हो गए इन्वेंशन को, एंड गुरसौरभ वाज टॉकिंग एवरी इन्वेंटर, एवरी एंटरप्रेन्योर इज नॉट टेकिंग यू नो देयर टेक्नोलॉजीज टू द लास्ट माइल. सो जब हम लोगों ने शुरू किया तो मुझे लगा कि 90% से ज़्यादा प्रोडक्ट्स रिसर्च जो स्कॉलर्स करते हैं, साइंटिस्ट करते हैं, वो हमेशा लैब में ही रह जाता है, लोगों तक तो शायद ही पहुंच पाए. और वी वर बिल्डिंग अ टूल. आई वाज इन द कॉलेज देन, सो आई स्टार्टेड दिस कंपनी आउट ऑफ कॉलेज. सो हम लोग एक टेक्नोलॉजी बिल्ड करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे. आई एम एन मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर, सो नथिंग रिलेटेड टू मेडिकल डिवाइसेस. सो उस टाइम समझ आया कि यू नो हम लोग जो जेब में फ़ोन लेके घूम रहे हैं, दिस इज़ एटलीस्ट 10,000 टाइम्स फास्टर देन दैट कंप्यूटर, जिसकी वजह से इंसान ने पहली बार चांद पर कदम रखा. तो उस फास्ट कंप्यूटर का हम लोग कुछ कर क्यों नहीं सकते हैं. दिस इज़ हाउ इट स्टार्टेड. देन आई लॉस्ट वन ऑफ माई फ्रेंड to a heart attack, 21, sitting in the class in the morning, and imagine how we react. अरे क्या हो गया है, you know, very casually, what did you have in breakfast or something like that. So जब तक समझ पाते, तो मुझे ये समझ आया कि अगर इंजीनियरिंग में पढ़ने वाले लोगों का ये हाल है, तो आम जनता का क्या हाल होगा अवेयरनेस को लेके. सो वी स्टार्टेड दिस कंपनी. हम लोग फ़ोन पे हार्ट अटैक चेक करते हैं, और जैसे आपने कहा कि गज़ल asked that गज़ल told that you know she also lost somebody. So हम पे आज की डेट में सबसे ज़्यादा लोग पहले वही आके रिलेट करते हैं who has already lost somebody, ना कि वो लोग जो अवेयरनेस की तरफ आज भी जाएं.
करेक्ट, थैंक यू सो मच. सो गुरसौरभ, मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछता हूँ कि यू नो वी वर काइंड ऑफ, एंड ये क्वेश्चन ना बहुत कॉमन है. एक ना जब व्हेन यू आर गेटिंग फीचर्ड ऑन अ लाइव Sony live kind of TV, entertainment TV, and the same TV are, you know, known for making saas bahu programs, you know, making a lot of shelved programs, so to say. जितना आप लोगों ने देखा उसमें मतलब कितना edited था, कितना मसाला था, how much of it was truth, was this scripted somewhere, या फिर बहुत सारे retakes हुए, was it one shot? So just some, you know, question of those days.
How many of you think Shark Tank is scripted?
1, 2, 3. I can already say. So maybe we have to break the myth today, or probably.
We got plenty of people.
Yeah.
Okay. So before I answer that question, see, after all, it's a TV show.
Right.
Right. It has to come on TV. That's one. And it has to compete with whatever else is on TV.
Right.
Now, in the age that we are living in, look at your Instagram, look at your television, look at your radio, look at anything that is a source of information. It is dying for your attention. With the music, with the colors, with the drama, with that dramatic, everything is dramatic because everything is dying to get your attention. Now, if even a serious TV show has to flourish and bring new content, see, it has to compete with Saas Bahu serials. So it needs to bring in a little bit of drama to exist, otherwise it will not exist. That's one. Now second, is the show edited or is the show scripted? These are two different things. They don't have a script, and let me say it very clearly, Shark Tank is not scripted. There are no retakes, there is nothing, whatever happens, you don't get to see the so-called sharks before the show. Whatever happens, happens just the way it's happening here right now. However...
100% true? Yeah, so she's also saying 100% true. Each of you agree on that?
Absolutely. Yes,
absolutely.
Okay.
And I'll add to that,
Harit. Hell, but yes.
Oh. And yes, you have to understand, like what I said, is it scripted or is it edited? Now it is edited. The pitch goes on for a longer time. Now think about it when you watch it. When I watched my own episode, I was like, whoa, it's so dramatic. Because it's with the music. And do you think there's an orchestra sitting there playing the music?
Yeah.
The music is added afterwards, edited, you know, to condense it down to say 10 minutes, and then it starts looking a little bit fake. But you know, that's the price you have to pay to bring in a show like this, which in turn makes dinner table conversations towards business, towards entrepreneurship, towards a startup, rather than just sitting and talking about film stars.
And I think that plays a pivotal role also, you know. 10 years ago, if I made a pitch at my home that I want to start up, versus now it is much easier because parents are also seeing it. They are also seeing, you know, that in front of it. So I think that's actually for good for a lot of reasons.
My own degree was in English literature.
Right.
And half of the terms, the fancy terms that I have learned, which I now use in pitches, is because of Shark Tank.
Chalo, education is still relevant. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to come this way because the time is also, you know, ticking. Jyoti, सबसे ज़्यादा खतरनाक shark कौन था in your pitch? किससे आप डर के गए थे?
So my actual pitch was 1.5 घंटा, 1.5 hours, which was edited to 12-13 minutes of what you see on TV.
Right.
Actually, none of the sharks are evil. The thing is, if you are an introvert like me, the build-up in your head.
No, the confidence that you've said.
That is, I have no idea how that looks. But inside, I was so scared. I thought, ki bas rona nahi hai. Like, just hold it in. Whatever it is, you just seem confident. You cannot. It is national TV. Your kids will judge you forever.
Yeah.
So other than that, a lot of back and forth starts happening, which you don't see. It got edited out. Margins, kahan hai? Like the number part, you see the cost breakup. I know it because I've made it. And similarly for all aspects
Can you
of
do it
business.
once for us? Kitne ka kya? Because he also requested the same.
I would like to see that again.
And I would like everybody to pay attention to this if you haven't seen the YouTube
And the would-be
version.
founders that are there
Yeah.
should actually see that how a founder is attached to
How
the actual
phenomenal
product,
it is, yes.
how in depth.
Okay. So, am I audible? So this is 5 रुपए की bottle, 50 पैसे का ढक्कन, 2 रुपए की sleeve, 2 रुपए की चाय पत्ती, 5 रुपए की herbs, 6 रुपए की filling लगती है मुझे, packing लगता है, 1.5 रुपए का इंदौर से मुंबई तक transportation लगता है, और एक German technology हम use करते हैं, जिसके 2 रुपए मुझे अलग से लगते हैं, तो total cost मेरी इसकी 32 रुपए आती है, और मैं ये 120 rupees में sell करती हूँ, जिसमें मेरा
Very
channel
nice.
margin है.
Great. So
That's the crispiest pitch that's out there.
Yeah. So I'm gonna come to you, Rajat. So what are your plans with this device? Because I'm sure you mentioned about a couple of initiatives, including the one with Oxford. Why don't you quickly shed light for everybody to learn about it, and talk about it?
So as I was talking about, the plan is to take it to the people, and how we are doing it, you rightly asked Kedarnath. So just to set a test bed and an example as well, केदारनाथ में लाखों लोग जाते हैं. पिछले साल लगभग 2 मिलियन के आसपास लोग आए. पहले 2 महीने में 160 डेथ हुई. बिकॉज ऑफ द टेरेन, पीपल आर नॉट फिट, एंड एग्जॉस्टिव ट्रैक की वजह से काफ़ी सारी कार्डियक डेथ्स होती हैं. और उन 107 डेथ्स में से 102 हार्ट अटैक की वजह से हुई. एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट टेरेन एंड दैट रिमोट लोकेशन, वहाँ पे मेडिकल सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड करना भी बहुत मुश्किल है. So we started a camp there just with this tiny device, or we reduced the mortality to 97%. So only 3 deaths happened there. Then a team of students from Oxford, they approached us. They said, we really like this work. We want to pitch your idea to a global competition at Wharton, and can we do that? We thought, okay, बढ़िया बात है, गांव से निकल के चलो ऑक्सफोर्ड तक तो पहुंचा. And then they pitched, and we won the largest prize there, which led to an investment as well. So officially Wharton invested in us, resulting to that. So गांव से निकल के वहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं, और मुझे लगता है कि अभी वापस गांव में लोगों के पास घर तक जाना है. That's what we are building.
Very nice, very nice. Well said. Thank you. So, and before we sum up, I think the counter is saying time's up. But I'm still going to take this with you, Aditi. Chandigarh mein kab we can taste those momos?
I guess very soon. As a B2B product, we are already there actually.
Really? Okay.
Yes, we are already there since last 3 years.
And B2C?
And B2C, Yankees by Momami very soon, because I am more excited, I think, than the audience or customers here. Because I have lived in Mohali also, and I have seen a drastic change over here in Tri-City. So I am really excited to be here. It's very, very soon, yes.
Great, great. So thank you so much. I think for all 4 of you, round of applause for 4 of these fabulous startups. And any help that you would need from TIE Chandigarh, will always be there for you. And is TFIT also being shelved in Chandigarh? Where can we see it?
So we have recently appointed a distributor in Chandigarh, so
Okay.
you should be seeing it in the next couple of weeks in stores around Chandigarh.
Great. All right. So
Thank you for
all right.
inviting.
So I'm going to just take maybe a 2-3 audience question very quickly. If you have, just raise your hand. Which startup you would like to ask this from the audience, and then we'll wrap up. Raise of hands. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am, please.
And the questions need to be really short and
really
succinct.
short one. Yeah.
Hello, hi. So my question is for the founder of TFIT. Sorry, I
Hi,
just forgot.
what's your name?
I'm Pragati.
Hi, Pragati.
So ma'am, you said that, after exploring a lot of things, you could finally figure out that what you really wanted to do. I think this is a journey for a lot of people. So do you have any guidance on how actually soon can we figure out that what we really want to do, and so that will really motivate us to work hard towards achieving it and bring that to action?
So every life is different. Every milestone is different. It means different for everybody. But the one thing, if I can say from my experience, is being curious helps you. just in general being curious about things around you, just asking questions ki if this is this way, why is it this way? Why are there only these kind of products here? What could be done better? So just वो अपने आप से सवाल जवाब करते रहना and just staying curious about environment around you and whatever role that you are currently working on. It may not be a straight path, like you might be an engineer and you might go on to do something completely different. You might work in food, right? But nothing really goes to waste. Every thing that you've spent your time in, if you've done it diligently, all of it kind of comes to your rescue when you're building that one big dream that you finally kind of come on to. So there is no like quick answer that I can give you, but staying curious, being childlike, and kind of not giving up on yourself. Ki if this is the trajectory, then this is how it's going to be. It doesn't have to be that way. So yeah, I would say those are the things. I hope that helped.
I guess,
Thank you.
If I recall, she's already on the path because I remember her in the master class. She had a lot of questions over there as well.
How lovely. So
Yes.
you're already there.
Right. So just one last question. Just one last question, please.
Could we
Cost
get the
of the
mic to
equipment
sir,
and how
please?
many
So हम लोग लगभग 7,500 का बेचते हैं, which is one time. आप थर्मोमीटर के जैसे घर पे रख सकते हैं और एक टेस्ट की कॉस्ट एक चाय के कप से भी कम रहती है. टी फिट नहीं, मतलब रेगुलर चाय, अनुभव दुबे वाली चाय.
All right, very nice. So thank you so much, everyone. They will be, I think, with us throughout the evening. So you can always catch them back after the stage. So thank you so much for this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much, everyone. I would request everybody to stay back for a minute. और entrepreneurs के लिए खास कहा गया है कि कर लेते हैं बर्दाश्त हर चैलेंज इसी आस के साथ कि खुदा नूर भी बरसाता है आजमाइश के बाद. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a loud round of applause for our panel Beyond the Tank, Scaling Business with Investment from Shark Tank. And to felicitate this panel, may I have on the dais Mr. Satish Kumar Arora, Treasurer, TIE Chandigarh.
NetSmarts is a global technology solutions partner with a wide range of services.
NetSmarts is dedicated to providing services and solutions our clients need to solve their business goals and information technology challenges. Customer satisfaction is the hallmark by which we measure our performance, and we hold ourselves, as do our clients, to the highest standards of quality. It is satisfying to know that we are able to help.
Next up, we have Ms. Jyoti, founder, TFit. And our moderator who brought it all together, Mr. Harit Mohan, Vice President, TIE Chandigarh, and founder, Significant LLP. May I have Robin sir on the dais, please? We have a special request from our panelist, Aditi ji. Well, Aditi ji would especially like to felicitate Robin sir and Harit sir. I think this is quite special and deserves a louder round of applause. And I can see that there's some sustainable packaging there. I think many lessons to be learned by just observing. you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. I think it's the best moment and the perfect opportunity to move ahead now. Well, now we diverge the discussion to artificial intelligence, something that we still haven't spoken about since morning, right? Now, 2023 is slated to be the year of artificial intelligence for India for two reasons. As one of the largest global South economies leading the AI race, India became the incoming chair for the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence. That's one reason. The second reason is India took the top position in AI skill penetration and diversity in Stanford's AI Index 2022. So how could we not talk about
Our clients build, connect, and operate pivotal aspects of their business more efficiently and economically.
We have world-class offices spanning over 500,000 square feet, owned and operated by us at various locations across the globe. Each of our offices is building and is fully equipped with state-of-the-art infrastructure. Sports, games, parties, outdoor trips, and excursions are in our DNA, and we believe in the motto, work hard, party harder. Entrepreneurship in the region and building a robust ecosystem of startups and job creators in the nation. Our team, through more than 100+ events in the last 2 years, have sensitized over 10,000+ students and professionals through our SACC initiative. We have gone a step ahead and set up our own startup incubator, housing around 15+ startups.
Delivering results that exceed your expectations is our top priority. You have my commitment that we'll work.
Hello, 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. Okay, first of all, thank you for having me here. I really have to say the previous panel was just so super energizing that I was almost feeling like, okay, I think we should just keep going with that panel. It was just so much energy. I just loved it. We all have been hearing about ChatGPT. It seems to have become a household name. Grandmoms are talking about ChatGPT now. What I'd like to do in the next 30 odd minutes is talk about the generative AI as an overall class. The three things I'd like you to take away from here is, first of all, what is it? A little bit of a demystifying. Second, what are the kind of things you can do with it? I'm sure many of you have tried to write poetry with it, but let's try to see what else it can do beyond writing poetry. And third, what is it that Microsoft is doing with it right now, which might give you some ideas in terms of what are the other possibilities. So those are the three things I'd like you to take away from the next 25-30 minutes. So first, what is generative AI? Look, as I said, we've all been seeing ChatGPT. It's gotten a lot of headlines when it was released, and the kind of uptake it has had is faster than any app that has ever been put out there. So quite dramatic, but if we kind of look back at sort of the whole journey of artificial intelligence as a field, this is not a new topic. The fact that ChatGPT made it so prominent is that it's just a wonderfully easy user interface. We are all used to chat. We are all using WhatsApp and different kinds of chats. So it's a very easy user interface, but the field of artificial intelligence has been going on for quite a while. In fact, the term was coined way back in the 1950s. And if you go along, machine learning came along, which is a way of saying that can a machine learn to do things itself? So when you write a program, you are telling the machine what to do, but if you showed the machine how to do something and it learns by itself, that's machine learning. Right? So you tell a machine, go here, go left, go right, that's programming, but you show it 20 pictures of a cat and then show it a new picture, say, is it a cat or not? You never told it how to do it. It learned by itself. That's machine learning, right? And then we came into a space called deep learning. I'm sure you've heard of this, but the big moment of deep learning was in 2012, actually, when suddenly it showed a massive capability boost or accuracy boost in ImageNet challenge, which is one of the global challenges, right? So we have reached this phase of generative AI. And the term by and large means that it is a capability to generate new content. And the content could be many different things. It could be text, it could be code, it could be music, pictures, movies, and I'm sure many of you in this audience have played with this. By the way, let me ask you, how many of you played with DALL-E, for example, or something equivalent? Okay, Mid-Journey, okay, so a few of you. I'm sure, how many of you have used ChatGPT? Okay, so that's good. How many have tried to use coding, either GitHub Copilot or any other form of coding? Okay, so a few people. Okay, good. So yeah, so what that means is that there is a lot of content that it can generate. Now, how is that different? A little bit of tech, but not that much. Typically, when I talked about machine learning, about models, deep learning models, it is specific to a task. So you are looking to create, for example, an AI model that can do machine translation, right? You are training it for that task using a lot of data. Suppose you are training something for being able to detect if people are wearing helmets. You are training it using that data and a lot of labeled images. That is typically the way in which machine learning has moved. Typically, model development has moved in terms of a very specific task, training data, annotated, typically supervised, and all of that. This whole space of generative AI, underneath that is something called foundation models. And while I will speak today about generative AI, and as I said, ChatGPT in terms of text is only one form of generative AI. Generative AI could be any other form, like I said, code and music, etc. But foundation models are what is underneath. And generative AI is only one of the things that foundation models can do. So one has to just realize that, because then one understands that this is really quite phenomenal, what we are looking at right now. It is quite a defining moment in AI. So what do foundation, and I won't spend too much time into it, but a few examples, right? So when we say about a few foundation models that I will talk about is when you talk about GPT-3 as a model, and by now we've already got GPT-4, by the way. So if you ask a question, why is the sky blue, it's able to give you a very well-crafted sentence answer, right? Prompt design. Prompt design has come up because these models have been trained in a way that when you give it a certain text, it is creating the next phrase or the next output, right? So in this case, for example, if I tell the model that this is what I want you to do, which is the top line here, extract this mailing address from this email, that's the prompt. I said, do this, and I gave it the context. It's able to come up with the answer saying that's the output, right? So prompt is becoming, in fact, there is a whole class of, I guess, job category people are coming up with called prompt engineering. I mean, I don't know how long that will stick, but anyway, it is something that one has to think about somewhat deeply and carefully if you want the model to do what you want it to do, right? The other kind of generative AI that I talked about is code. So, for example, GitHub has something called GitHub Copilot, which allows you to really have a pair programmer, and pretty well-known software programmers and experts in this space have talked about the level of 80+% kind of productivity gains that they are able to get by using. And I'll show you a couple of examples. So, for example, here, what you have done is it's a piece of code and you are telling it what this code you want to do, right? You want it to say something, validate each address with an API, etc., etc. And what you will see is that from that, it's able to create the code. Okay, so this is changing hugely the way even software programmers think about their role and how they work with a computer. And the term I will come back to in some detail is the idea of a co-pilot, which is an agent, an intelligent agent that is your co-pilot in whatever work you're doing. Okay. Another generative AI that one is seeing, which some of you said you've used it, is DALL-E, which is using diffusion techniques to create interesting images with using certain kind of techniques behind it. And you can say, astronaut riding a horse, and it creates something interesting for you, right?
RTL, the largest
I'm not really sure the audio is on, but our customers are using many of these tools to create pictures and create even design. For example, Mattel is a toy manufacturer, and it is using
Mattel has been exploring using the service to spark creativity across the entire organization, from toy design to marketing.
Yeah. So what that was basically Satya talking about, it's a small clip, but it was basically, he was talking about the fact that Mattel is a toy company that is using generative AI to create new designs, try new things, and really in that augmented manner, right? So, so I guess the question is, what can you do with generative AI? So I'll give a few examples. I mean, I'm sure many of you, depending on your context, can think about areas that you could apply this to. But let me give you a few examples. So one, what are the models I've talked about are, at least the three models I spoke about are all OpenAI. OpenAI is a startup, it's a large startup. And Microsoft has a partnership with OpenAI, which means that there are areas where Microsoft is working with OpenAI in terms of the training of the models, the hardware, the compute intensity that's required, and also working with them in terms of getting some of that capability into Microsoft and to our customers, right? So that's the point. But what all can you do? There's a whole bunch of things, right? You can do, like I said, code generation, you can write essay outlines, you can summarize text, you can do language translation, of course you can write poems, you can do comments from code. There's a whole bunch of things you can do. And the interesting thing is you are doing this with a very few lines of input. And that's interesting because that's where the art becomes, which is I earlier referred to as prompt engineering or prompt design. That is becoming a specialized approach or a way to think about clearly that how do you work with this model, this intelligence, if you will, and get what you want, right? So the kind of, at least the 4 capabilities and use cases that we are seeing as an organization with our customers and partners, at least 4 categories are around content generation, around summarization, code generation, and semantic search. What does that mean? Give me a couple of examples, right? So one is, if you think of, for example, call center, if a call center has got a lot of analytics and a lot of data that has been captured, and I'll give you a little example there. Can you summarize it? Can you talk to it? Can you really make it usable, right? Similarly, if many of you are, obviously many of you here are startups, if you are creating your website, can you create something that is very personalized using generation, using content generation? Summarization is clearly another space where, again, if you look at call centers, but for example, anything, if you have financial reports or you have, tons of, documentation of any kind, summarization of it becomes very, very interesting. Similarly, code generation I already spoke about. I guess somebody has said the new programming language is English, because that's what's happening. People are now writing code by telling the computer what they want, and it's really quite remarkable what the model is, the language is able to do. Semantic search is a huge area, and I feel very, very positive, very hopeful about what all it can do, because many a times we are looking at in so many professions, whether it is intellectual property that we were discussing, right, or you're looking at medical information, or think anything where you're looking at searching for something out of a very, very large corpus of information. How do you get that based on what you what you mean rather than keywords. So there's tons that one can do using semantic search. Many cases that you think about which are across these regions, I mentioned call center analytics, and there are tons of them. But I think a couple of important things that I'd like you to take out from here is, one, while I'm talking generative AI, it is important to remember that the generative AI, the technology is one of the tools in your toolbox. It's not like today you can just say, I can throw your entire problem statement to generative AI. You have to think about your entire problem statement. So what I'm showing here, obviously, it's not for everybody. It's just basically to say that if I have call center analytics, so what you have over here is just this is the open AI service, but you really have to be able to have your entire solution, take the call center agents, store it somewhere, convert the speech to text, then bring generative AI, and then you're going to have either insights or ability to talk to it. I'll give you a couple of examples for this, right? So for example, let us say there is a call center discussion that has happened between somebody who met with a car accident and has called the insurance company or somebody to talk about, what happened, and there is a lot of data. Now, typically, to be able to have reams and reams of such data, how will you figure out what was the reason, why was the call? So now you should see the real power here, right? So what is happening is, this is what you have here is, is this not working? Okay. What you have on the top is just the text of what the discussion was. It's just text of the call center discussion, right? What was the Azure OpenAI instruction was to say, extract the following from the conversation. The main reason, sentiment of the customer, how did the agent handle the conversation, what was the final outcome, create a short summary. And this is the output of the model. This is what the model has been able to do from the conversation based on the question you asked. Okay? Let it sink in because it's non-trivial. Now, let's say I say, I want to get from this phone conversation, which is in the middle here right now, I want to say, extract this information. For some reason, this is not working, but anyway. Pick up these things, call reason, cause of the incident, all of these things, pick up these things, make sure, so I'm giving this is the instruction I'm giving to the machine. Make sure fields 1 to 6 are answered very short. Example for location, just say location name, please answer in a JSON machine readable format. Format the output as a JSON object, pretty print, and ensure it's properly closed. You've given this data and this is what the machine has come out with. Okay, it has looked at all that data and has given you JSON output. So it's pretty remarkable, and this is another one where the input is in German. It talks about write it in a letter format, be apologetic where possible, use this as time format, and this is the output. So it is pretty remarkable what this is able to do. But again, like I mentioned earlier, you have to remember that while it is remarkable what OpenAI can do, but at the end of the day, it's a tool in your toolkit. And so what I have on the page is thinking about the entire stack of how machine learning AI works. So in the Microsoft Azure world, you have people who have deep machine learning data science knowledge. They work in the space where they are doing machine learning at using data science techniques, as I mentioned. But then there are people who are developers, who are creating new applications. They use things like here to be able to just directly call these APIs to do language translation or object recognition, etc. What this means is that you don't have to be a data scientist machine learning person to be able to work at this layer. That's what I mean by it's getting democratized. It's getting ready for anybody to use. You don't have to be a data scientist, at least to work in some of these layers. And then many of these things are becoming scenario-based services. But main point to take away from here is that think of it as a tool in your toolkit, right? I'll keep going. I was discussing a little bit before with the gentleman about if there is OpenAI, so why should I think about OpenAI with Azure, Microsoft, etc., etc. There are some important reasons, because if you are an enterprise and you want to make sure that your data, your internal data, your intellectual property, your context, etc., is protected within your as per your corporate norms and policies, then it makes a lot of difference when you say that I'm using OpenAI within my Azure subscription, because then my data doesn't leave my premises, my data is fine-tuned to my models, and you are looking at a world which has all the security and policy controls that enterprises need. So that's just a point to say why enterprises, when they are using OpenAI, they need to think a little bit broader than just the capability of the model per se. So now let me spend a little bit of time on, so what are we doing? So what I showed until now, especially what I showed on Azure OpenAI, was how it's available on the platform. Azure is a platform to build applications by our customers and partners, right? That is the capability that we have brought to the cloud that startups, developers, customers, partners can leverage to build your own applications, your own solutions. But having said that, we as Microsoft also have a bunch of first-party products. And we are going big with this. We are going big with AI, right? Because what we are saying is this is going to change the way in which you work in fundamental ways. So we are bringing this notion of a co-pilot into everything you do. Everything that every task somebody does, and this is just the beginning, you will have an intelligent agent that is your co-pilot. So if you use Microsoft 365 as your productivity suite, you will start to see an intelligent co-pilot everywhere. And what does that mean? So I'll give you a couple of examples. What does it mean? So what is this doing? It's basically saying that you have your data, which is where the Microsoft graph comes in. Those of you who develop applications using Microsoft 365 data will understand what the graph does. Of course, all the applications, and then these large language models. So these are getting combined and are creating this co-pilot across all the applications. So we are going big with this. We are going really strong, making sure that the whole notion of work is going to change. I'll give you a couple of examples to get a sense. So assume that you have a co-pilot in PowerPoint. Okay, so I'm assuming how many of you use PowerPoint? Okay, so let's say you have a PowerPoint deck and you want to get started. Most of us have a beginner's block. What do I start? What do I do? How do I do? All right, so let's say you have a co-pilot in PowerPoint and you want an intelligent co-pilot to help you do something you want to get done. So just look at this with this video. So you're starting with an empty slide. It says, describe what you'd like to create or type for suggestions. All right, this is the co-pilot that's helping you here. So you're telling it, I want a presentation built out of a file which somebody sent up as a proposal. This is what it created. It created this from the proposal. All right, now I said, add a slide with some, remember to check for accuracy. Make the slide more visual and make sure that you create animation. So you are working with this agent. You are not doing the drudgery work of taking, okay, slide number 1, slide number 2, let me put, none of that. It's doing all this stuff for you. You are in the zone. That's what's happening. The people who are doing coding with this, they are saying they are in the zone. So when you're trying to solve a problem, right, you want to be able to focus on the problem. You don't want to keep distracting to say, let me go Stack Overflow and figure out this piece of code, let me write it down, right? You want to stay in the flow. You want to solve the problem you wanted to solve. That's what this is doing, right? It is working with you at your pace. And I've become, of course, many of these things are going to come out, but this is going to change completely the way in which you think about work, right? Another example, just look at this. So Teams, if many of you use it, is a collaborative platform, does a lot of interesting things, but see how meetings, how collaboration and meetings will change. Just look at this. I'll explain to you what this is. So here's what has happened here is that there is a meeting, I'm not able to join this meeting. I said, can't join it, but please follow it. All right? The meeting happened. In the meeting, I was somewhere else. I came back. The co-pilot is telling me that there were certain things done in this meeting. Okay? There was some presentation shared, there was some, now I'm asking it. I'm asking it what other customers were discussed and what factors were considered in this meeting. It is going through the meeting's transcripts and all that happened, and it's telling you what happened in that meeting. You can ask it, was there any jokes cracked in the meeting? It will tell you whether some jokes were cracked in this meeting. Okay? You can tell you whether any action items, where was my name, was anything assigned to me, it will tell you if something was assigned to you. Okay? So it's completely, I'm going to go through the entire thing, but it's completely changes the way in which you think about work. Okay? If you've used the new Bing, so Bing is a search engine. What's happening in the new Bing? So by the way, I didn't spend too much time on the foundation models, and I'm telling you, it's a game changer. We are just talking generative AI, but foundation models are a game changer. What's happening in Bing, it's a search engine, but what you are telling the model, I want to understand, I want some information, but I want it grounded in reality. I don't want something, you can't cook it up. Don't cook it up, right? But let me tell you, you have access to a search engine. So what Microsoft has done, it's taken Bing and it has created this orchestration between GPT, behind Bing Chat is GPT-4 by the way, between Bing Chat and, between GPT-4 and Bing, and what it gives you is a synthesized answer, not just a few links, synthesized answer of what you are looking for that are grounded in reality, that have indexes to where it found those answers from. Okay? So this is another way in which you are thinking about search being completely changed in a way that is intelligent. So, I mean, you know, this is I mean, I'm just showing you a couple of examples, but, you know, Satya has said this, that AI is now at a place where some very fundamental changes are happening. And work is going to get redefined as we know it, and we are just starting on this space. So I hope you were able to get a few ideas of, you know, what are we talking about here, like at least a little bit of a sense for what is generative AI, what kind of capabilities are there on the platform, cloud platform for you to build with, and what are we doing with this capability for the products that we build. So with that, I'll stop. I do have a couple of minutes. If there are questions, I can answer or... Sure. Hopefully this was interesting. Thank you.
The same McDonald's example. How do they actually make money? They don't actually make money through the 39 rupees burger. Most of the money are being made in upsells and cross-sells. I repeat one more time.
We were just talking about this before your session about security.
Yes.
Especially when it comes to enterprise adoption, the security of the framework, whether it's using Microsoft Azure as the, you know, on the API, or using any of the infrastructures that you mentioned about, does that go back to the API, go back to OpenAI, and is it secure for the enterprise to leverage? And then some more information around that would be very helpful for all of us to adapt to it and ultimately serve it to the enterprise.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I tried to go through it very, very quickly. I'm sorry about that, but you know, it was a bit quick. That's the whole reason. See, if let's say I'm a bank, let's say ICICI Bank, just as an example. I want to be able to service my customers based on my context, the way I call my plans, my products, my promotions, etc., right? How do I ensure that my customers are served using my data as ICICI Bank as customer, using my context, my language, etc. Now, the way this works is, if ICICI Bank, and just as a fictitious name, Bank X, let's say they're using Azure, what they are doing is they are using the OpenAI model, but they are fine-tuning it, or they are what using called prompt engineering and training, it's zero-shot training. There are multiple things, it's evolving by the way, on their data, and that stays in their subscription. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't go to the model, the base model where it is getting trained. It doesn't go to anybody else. In fact, what you can do is you can put guardrails around what you want the end customer to see. So for example, let's say again, it's a customer service, and the customer service should be able to ask about your schemes or your promotions, right? You can tell the model that if there's anything asked beyond this, say this is not within your scope. So there are those guardrails that are possible, which is why. Now you talk about security, obviously, right? The whole reason why, so data is one thing, but the whole reason why you would want to ensure that the whole zero trust model of role-based access control, the ability to have endpoint control, all of those things that one does in enterprise security are part of Azure, are part of the model. So that is why for enterprises, it becomes a very, very strong value proposition to use the capability, but on the cloud in a way that they are able to ensure that they are meeting all the policy requirements, and especially in regulated industries, etc., right? Pretty much anywhere. The last thing which I would just end with is to say that we didn't have a chance to talk about it, but there is a lot of media, there is a lot of very rightfully attention that's happening on are these models creating bias, are these models creating all kinds of issues, right? And there's a whole space of responsible AI that has been going on for quite some time. I've been working on it for many years. When you do this in the Azure world, you get the responsible AI tools and techniques and a lot of guidelines and capabilities to ensure that what you put out there is leveraging some of those principles. It's an ongoing journey. I will not say all the problems have been solved, but that is a very important reason why you should think about, to your question, about leveraging it within enterprise context. Yeah? All right. Good? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I request you to stay back for a minute. And as much as I would have wished to have more questions from the audience, but the timer's right there and we don't have permission to from the timer. So many thanks to you, ma'am. And among the many things that I caught on, one was this, that as remarkable as it is, AI is just a tool in our toolkit, and perhaps it needs to be coupled with human qualities of discernment and intuition for us to make the best of it. I just added my 2 cents to that.
Sure.
Thank you so much. And may I again request Mr. Jitin Talwar, past President, TIE Chandigarh, to come up and felicitate Dr. Rohini Srivastav, National Technology Officer, Microsoft.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Rohini Srivastav, National Technology Officer, Microsoft.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. I'm glad. Oh. Oh, she was, okay, fine.
Well, from this session on generative AI and technology, we are now about to dive into a completely different world altogether. What that is, chaliye main aapko batati hu. Also, I just got to know somebody forgot their phone. In case you require it, you can find it with the backstage team. I request you to come and collect it as soon as possible. It has a black cover on it, and you can just check if you have your phone with you or not. Thank you. So like I was saying, we are about to dive into a completely different world from AI and tech to another side of it. And what that is, let me tell you. ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਮਨੁੱਖਤਾ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਲਈ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਰਪਿਤ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਖੁਸ਼ੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦੇ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਯੋਗਯ ਸਥਾਨ ਦੀ ਬਖਸ਼ੀਸ਼ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਵਹੀਂ JRD ਟਾਟਾ कहते हैं uncommon people have a never-ending appetite for service. Now what if we took these sayings and applied them to the context of business and figure out how to influence with purpose? After all, I believe there could be no definition of a successful business that does not include service to others. On that note, let me now introduce to you the panel for influencing with purpose. First up, we have Mr. Rahul J. Nam Joshi, CEO, DB Corp Limited, Radio Division, MyFM. May I request Rahul Ji to come up? We have Mr. Hartirat Singh, Director, Hemkund Foundation. We have Mr. Manish Pandey, content coach, brand strategist. And we have our moderator tying it together, Mr. Simarpreet Singh, director and CEO, Hartek Solar. Ladies and gentlemen, over to Influencing with Purpose, Simarpreet ji. All yours, Simarpreet ji.
यार आवाज आ रही है सबको? यार थोड़ा हल्ला उल्ला कर दो यार, थोड़ा शोर डाल दो, कमाल होगी यार, शोर तो डाल दो। इसके बाद अभी बैक टू बैक सेशंस है, फिर प्रभ गिल पे शोर डालना है हमने। तो एक बार जोरदार तालियां जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं फॉर TiECon चंडीगढ़। बहुत मजा आ रहा है यार, एंड आई थिंक एवरी ईयर प्लेटफॉर्म बढ़ रहा है TiECon का, अवेयरनेस बढ़ रही है, हमारे रीजन की अवेयरनेस बढ़ रही है, और जितने भी यहाँ पे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, कुडोस टू यू, एंड बढ़ाते हैं और प्लेटफॉर्म को और अवेयरनेस करते हैं। यार आज का सेशन तो यार एक्चुअली मेरे दोस्त ही हैं, तो दीज आर फ्रेंड्स एंड बट आज जब हम इन्फ्लुएंसिंग की बातें करते हैं, राइट, व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट अ प्लेटफॉर्म, सो वी हैव अ पर्सन हु इज प्रोवाइडिंग अ प्लेटफॉर्म टू इन्फ्लुएंस। राहुल जी इज देयर। We have a person who has literally become a poster boy of seva in the world, right? सेवा की बात तो it's very deep rooted in Sikhism, but बात करनी कि सेवा के बारे में बात करनी, to go out there and make it cool, I would say, right? Because आज coolness बिकती है। is Hartirath, many of you have seen, he's gone viral during COVID, जो सेवा हेमकुंड ने किया है, and हमारे गुरुजी हैं जो जानते हैं content world को। ही इज द को-फाउंडर ऑफ बियर बाइसेप्स, रणवीर जोश टॉक्स को इन्होंने क्यूरेट किया है, लीड किया है, एंड ही इज राइट नाउ मेंटर टू मेनी ऑफ द कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स ऑफ द वर्ल्ड जो आप देखते हैं, राइट। सो दिस द प्लेटफॉर्म, समझते हैं इनसे क्या जर्नी रही है, हाउ कैन बी इन्फ्लुएंस एंड इन्फ्लुएंस विद पर्पस फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम, राइट। यार स्टार्ट करते हैं सबसे पहले हरतीरथ से। हरतीरथ, क्या हुआ था कोविड में यार, मुझे थोड़ा समझाओ, व्हाट डिड यू गो थ्रू? हेमकुंड ऑफ कोर्स वाज, यू नो, बहुत सालों से सेवा आप लोग कर रहे हैं, बट कोविड वाज अ टाइम वेयर, यू नो, सारे डर रहे थे, डर था सबके अंदर, एंड यू वर आउट देयर, यू नो, किसी को मास्क पुचवा रहे हो, किसी को कुछ पुचवा रहे हो, एंड यू जस्ट टुक ग्लोबल स्टेज। क्या था यार, व्हाट डिड यू गो थ्रू एंड क्या मन में चल रहा था उस टाइम पे?
I mean, I still remember I read the newspaper in the morning and the headlines were India is burning on these similar lines. And मैंने कहा यार हमारे देश का ये हाल हो रहा है, being a proud Indian, I'm like this doesn't seem right for me. तो फिर next thought आया, देश सेवा बरमोहे हैं शुभ कर्मंते कब हूँ ना डरूं। So it's like I've been taught since my childhood कि यार कभी अच्छा काम करने से पहले you don't have to think twice. And I was like, okay, let's start seva. And me and my dad have this really cute relation where even if I'm looking towards him, उनको समझ आ जाता है कि यार क्या चल रहा है दिमाग में। एंड आई स्टिल रिमेंबर एक ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर से शुरू किया था, एंड फ्रॉम जस्ट गुड़गांव वी वेंट टू 21 स्टेट्स ऑफ द कंट्री, नॉट जस्ट इंडिया, ऑल्सो सप्लाइड ऑक्सीजन टू द इंडोनेशियन एम्बेसी इन दिल्ली, एंड वी impacted 42 lakh lives in just a span of 3 months.
यार 42 lakh lives, let that settle in.
So यही था, I mean it's all possible with everyone's support. बंदा कुछ भी ना अकेला नहीं कर सकता। The most powerful thing for me which works is ardas. We tend to forget whose sons we are, whose daughters we are. Legacy की है साड़ी with the same people who used to fight सवा लाख. So I think COVID था तां भी, you know, it's like a बच्चा कि ये तासी पार कर लांगे कोई नहीं. So that's what was going on in my mind exactly.
कभी दिमाग में उस टाइम पे आया था कि ये जो इन्फ्लुएंस वर्ड है, राइट, ये जो पर्पस वर्ड है, डिड दिस अकर की this was also a surprise, जो लोग आपको दुनिया में से प्यार मिला, right? मतलब this was like the kind of love that you got, the love that Hemkund got was, but did you even think of it कि ये कभी हो पाएगा ऐसे?
I mean, never even imagined. You know, when I met Ranveer Singh for the first time, it wasn't planned. मैं एक event ते सी, वो भी event ते सी, he went on to stage, he said सेवा नू सलाम है, ते these are the guys who do real work. उन्हें ये नहीं किया हेमकुंड फाउंडेशन, उन्हें ये नहीं किया हरतीरथ सिंह. he saw our turbans and he recognized it. That was the most proud moment for me कि Bollywood ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਹੁਣ ਦਸਤਾਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਲਾਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ. And I think that was pure impact for me. I still remember I called Dad in the evening. Grazia Millennial Awards. They're the biggest awards in Bollywood. ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ award ਮਿਲਿਆ being an outsider, you know, ਬਹੁਤ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ Bollywood ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ enter ਕਰਨਾ. But we got social impact of the year and it's all kirpa for me. I mean, never ever imagined कि ये सब होएगा. It's given me another platform to do more seva. The journey doesn't end here. My goal is कि यार India ਦੇ वास्ते be the first turban Sikh to get the Nobel Prize. That's my goal.
तू रणवीर सिंह बारे ਤਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੀ, ਤਾਪਸੀ ਪੰਨੂ ਬਾਰੇ ਤਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਯਾਰ. ਇਹ ਦੇਖ, this is एक गलत ਗੱਲ कर रहा है. How was the journey bringing Ranveer Singh तो समझ आ गए, came on board as a brand ambassador for you, but how did Taapsee Pannu have and because it creates influence, right? Because they have that power to create more influence of seva. How did that happen?
I mean, Taapsee nu na main vekhta si. She used to speak openly about topics which we don't really do about. For example, the farmers' protest. Loki darde ne. She used to tweet about it openly, and I was like, this is what I need. I need a woman to lead with example. So मैं उन्हों मिलिया इवेंट ते मैं क्या यार सेवा करनी है तुहाडे नाल कहंदी कि मेरे तो की सेवा कराएगा मैं क्या ओ मैं करा लांगा that's my trouble I'll get it done from you तुसी बस मान जाओ तो she is like done है because सेवा वास्ते ना कोई नहीं मना करता हर एक इंसान they need a platform to do सेवा all of us need a platform to do good and I think if we can give them that platform उस तो better कोई चीज़ नहीं है.
Thank you यार थोड़े तालियां तुलियां हो जाए यार ऐसे नहीं मतलब. राहुल जी पर्पस की बात की अभी हरतीरथ ने है ना पर्पस आई कुड सी एंड यू नो आई हैव नोन हिम फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम आई कुड सी दैट एक हो जाता भावुक अभी और भावुक हो जाएगा जो पर्पस की बात करेंगे. यू आर ऑन द अदर साइड व्हेन आई से अदर साइड यू आर द प्लेटफॉर्म वेयर इन्फ्लुएंस जहाँ होता है राइट. यू आर ऑन द ऑडियो साइड ऑफ थिंग्स राइट. यू आर ऑन द प्लेटफॉर्म साइड ऑफ थिंग्स राइट. व्हाट डू यू आप इसको किस नज़रिए से देखते हो आप इसको आप क्या रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी अपनी देखते हैं फ्रॉम माई FM फ्रॉम DB Corp एज ए प्लेटफॉर्म राइट. हाउ डू यू सी दैट?
हमारा एक प्लेटफॉर्म जो है बहुत ही सिंपल प्लेटफॉर्म है ऑडियो प्लेटफॉर्म हर कोई यूज़ करता है. मैं एक छोटे से एक स्टार्टिंग शुरू करने से पहले एक छोटे सा एग्जांपल लेता हूँ कुछ मजे लेते हैं. अपने हमारा ऑडियो न्यूरो साइंस कहता है कि ऑडियो का रिटेंशन बहुत लंबा रहता है एंड यू डोंट हैव टू एक्चुअली मेक एनी एफर्ट टू रिटेन और रिमेंबर दैट ऑडियो. एक मैं 2-3 ऑडियो प्ले करता हूँ और वो 2-3 सेकंड के हैं. लेट्स सी ये अपन रिकॉल कर पाते हैं.
लोग गेस करें
आई थिंक
चलो ठीक है गेस करते हैं प्ले गेम करते हैं चलो. दोबारा प्ले करो सर एक बार सारे सुनते दोबारा.
ब्रिटानिया या परफेक्ट. मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ जब ऑडियो प्लेटफॉर्म वाले ऑडियो पे काम करते हैं तो ऑडियो में ग्लिच आता है.
यही बात हो रही थी.
टेक्नोलॉजी वाले टेक्नोलॉजी पे काम करते हैं तो टेक्नोलॉजी में ग्लिच आता है. सॉरी. बट एनीवेज कैरिंग ऑन विद दैट 2 सेकंड ऑडियो पीपल को रिलेट कि ये ब्रिटानिया का ऑडियो था. सिमिलरली न्यूरो साइंस कहता है कि ऑडियो जो आपने कभी बचपन में सुना हो जो ऑडियो इज ऑलवेज ए बैकडोर मीडियम. आप कभी ऑडियो सुनने के लिए एफर्ट नहीं करते. दैट रिटेन्स इन योर माइंड. सो हमारे आरजे इसी टूल को यूज़ करते हुए ऑडियो स्टोरी टेलिंग एंड ह्यूमर इन तीनों को यूज़ करते हुए दे स्प्रेड मैसेज अक्रॉस द सिटी एंड वी बिलीव दे आर द फर्स्ट इन्फ्लुएंसर ऑफ द सिटी बिकॉज दे नो द सिटी न्यूएंस दे आर फ्रॉम द सिटी एंड सिटी के हाइपर लोकल कनेक्ट उनके पास होते हैं. बाय यूजिंग ऑल दिस टूल्स हम लोग सिटी के इन्फ्लुएंसिंग ऑफकोर्स आरजे इन्फ्लुएंस करते ही हैं एंड द मोस्ट ऑफ टाइम ऑब्जेक्टिव ये रहता है कि वी यूज इज फॉर द सोशल कॉज. मैं एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल से आप लोग को रिलेट कराना चाहूँगा कि मैनी ऑफ द सिटीज ट्रैफिक बहुत बढ़ गया आजकल इंक्लूडिंग चंडीगढ़. आई एम सीइंग देयर इज लॉट ऑफ ट्रैफिक एंड अनफॉर्चुनेट सिनेरियो में कई बार होती है कि एम्बुलेंसेस फंस जाती है. सो आर मोस्ट ऑफ द रेडियो स्टेशन गेट्स क्विक कॉल केयर इज ABC रोड पे कोई एम्बुलेंस फंसी इफ यू कैन अनाउंस ऑन द रेडियो एंड इट्स अ मैटर ऑफ सेकंड. जैसे हम रेडियो में अनाउंस करते हैं पीपल आर डेफिनेटली कोऑपरेटिव हर जगह रहते हैं एंड दे अंडरस्टैंड कि एम्बुलेंस फंसी और वो जगह दे देते हैं. दिस इज द वे हाउ ऑडियो रेडियो आरजेस आर यूजिंग इट टू क्रिएट अ सोशल अवेयरनेस एंड वेलफेयर फॉर द सोसाइटी.
सर एक मेरा थोड़ा सा पता नहीं कॉन्ट्रोवर्शियल है क्या है लेकिन सर आज तो मैं आपको एक क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम अ CXO पूछ रहा हूँ ठीक है. सो आप यू आर द CEO फॉर द रेडियो डिवीजन. बेचना भी है कंटेंट बिकना भी तो चाहिए और आज के टाइम पे क्रिंज बिक रहा है ठीक है. तो हाउ डू यू टेक अ कॉल कि क्या बेचना और कहाँ पे हम इन्फ्लुएंस करेंगे जो पर्पस ऐड करेगा, वो कॉल आप कैसे लेते हो? बिकॉज आप प्लेटफॉर्म है नो, ऑडियो में तो कुछ भी बोल सकता है बंदा, बट हाउ डू यू क्रिएट दैट, हाउ डू यू डिस्टिंग्विश ब्रांड्स हु आर विद पर्पस डूइंग समथिंग vis-a-vis cringe or vis-a-vis something very normal?
So being on the radio, which is audio content, we have that control कि cringe content ना जाए. So whatever going on here, first of all, that control is backend is there with us. And how to decide कि your question is brilliant question कि suppose some brand is giving me good money, but the product or the message what they want to convey may not be that adequate or may not be of use for the public purpose, or may actually give the side harm effect must be there. So we have to take a commercial call, and we do take back those calls, and we normally don't air such content. And if at all we want to air the content, we do decide a time band. It will not be a mass consuming time band. It always goes on the lean time and kind of thing.
फिर मैं आप पे आता हूँ, अभी मैं छोड़ूंगा नहीं इस बात को. I'll come to that. गुरुजी, यार आपकी
Stop calling गुरुजी.
मैं जो है फैक्ट है. The content world knows you. आपके भी क्लास पे मैं और हरतीरत आए देखने, खचाखच भरी हुई है. यार जो फैक्ट है वो फैक्ट है, राइट? मतलब you have not only mentored but actually handholded some of the biggest influencers of India और वर्ल्ड, क्योंकि इंडिया में जो जनता इतनी, हाँ करेक्ट, बट मैं वो जर्नी पे भी आता हूँ, मैं इनकी जो जर्नी रही है, बट उस पर भी आते हैं. सर जी क्या हो रहा है इंडिया में, ये कंटेंट क्रिएटर इकोनॉमी, कंटेंट जर्नी, इन्फ्लुएंसर्स, क्या चल रहा है आपके हिसाब से? मतलब व्हाट्स हैपनिंग राइट नाउ? भारत और इंडिया किस टाइम से गुजर रहा है?
सो इट्स बहुत नया है अभी तो. इट्स नॉट इवन अ टीनेजर, इट इज़ अराउंड 9-10 ईयर्स कि इंटरनेट का अच्छे से एक्सेस मिल रहा है, और लोग UGC जो बोलते हैं, यूज़र जनरेटेड कंटेंट, जो सर बोल रहे थे ना कि हम कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं कि क्या जाए नहीं जाए, बट प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे कैसा है, UGC है, यूज़र जनरेटेड कंटेंट है, तो सबको पूरा फ्रीडम है, जो चाहे वो डाल सकता है, क्योंकि कंट्रोल मैकेनिज्म वहाँ पे नहीं है. वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम दैट टिकटॉक कुड नॉट सॉल्व वाज दैट, you know, one of the reasons, yes, TikTok had massive breach with security, and governments had their own reasons to you know, discontinue it from the country, but one of the massive reasons was that also report में वो भी कहीं ना कहीं एक लाइन ऐड हुआ था कि बड़ा सारा थोड़ा सा कंटेंट जो सही नहीं है वो जनता तक पहुंच रहा है, राइट? सो अभी तो बहुत नेसेंट स्टेज पे है क्रिएटर इकोनॉमी कह लो आप, या जो भी ये यूट्यूबिंग हो गया या इंस्टाग्राम पे कंटेंट बनाना हो गया. प्लेटफॉर्म्स तो आएंगे जाएंगे, कंटेंट बनाना हमेशा से रहेगा. किताबें लिखी जाती थी, उसके बाद फिल्म्स बनने लगी, उसके बाद यू नो रेडियो हैज इट्स, मुझे लगता है कि सबसे बड़ा कंटेंट प्लेटफॉर्म हमारे देश में, एटलीस्ट भारत में, आज भी रेडियो है, बिकॉज ऑल इंडिया रेडियो इज़ हर्ड एट ऑल बॉर्डर्स, you know, in the deepest of the villages, remotest of the villages, right? And in the cities as well. So radio obviously and is the biggest platform. वो regulated है, और फ़ोन सबके हाथ में आ गया है. घर में किसी के आज के दिन भले रोटी कैसे लाना है वो पता नहीं होता, बट फ़ोन होता है, राइट? मैं विलेजेस में बहुत ट्रैवल करता हूँ, तो जहाँ पे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कटती भी है वहाँ पे लोग 2 घंटे की 4 घंटे की विंडो में भी आती है, तो वो 10 किलोमीटर में बाइक चला के जाते हैं फ़ोन चार्ज करने, राइट? दैट मीन्स इतना ज़्यादा डिपेंडेबिलिटी, बॉर्डर लाइन एडिक्शन हो गया है फ़ोन के साथ, इंटरनेट के साथ, राइट? तो when we talk about influencing, when we talk about impact, when we talk about purpose, उससे पहले ना what I really touch upon is responsibility. तो यदि आप, मेरा और रणवीर का एक पॉडकास्ट रिकॉर्ड है, तो 2019 में रिकॉर्ड हुआ था. मैंने बीच में राज शमानी के साथ भी जब पॉडकास्ट रिकॉर्ड किया था, तो उसमें भी ये पॉइंट मैंने जानबूझ के बोला था, बिकॉज थ्रू देयर प्लेटफॉर्म आई कैन रीच टू मिलियंस, यू नो, बिकॉज दे हैव दैट काइंड ऑफ रीच. तो मैंने कहा था कि यू नो, लाइक हाउ स्पाइडरमैन ऑलवेज सेज, विद ग्रेट यू नो पावर कम्स ग्रेट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. तो आई ऑलवेज आस्क दिस गाइज कि यदि तुम्हें 1 लाख लोग भी फॉलो करते हैं, तो आंख बंद करके एक बार इमेजिन करो 1 लाख बंदे कितने होते हैं. How many people are 1 lakh people? And if they are standing in front of you, you know, you cannot even see the heads of the last guys. So those many people are virtually following you. That means those many people are listening. तो आपके एक्शन से बहुत इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा. Your words will matter a lot, right? And मैं देख रहा हूँ कि आजकल इंटरनेट पे मतलब तुरंत गुठें बढ़ जाती हैं, राइट? यू से समथिंग, एवरीबडी इज लाइक ओके दिस इज माय ओपिनियन, ये मेरा ओपिनियन है, एंड दे पुट थिंग्स, बट उनको ये समझ में नहीं आता कि जो उनका ओपिनियन है वो कल्चर फॉर्म करता है. देर इज दिस रैपर कॉल्ड केंड्रिक लमार्क इन US, और मेरा एक दोस्त बोल रहा था वो भी रैपर है कोलकाता से, एंड ही वाज सेइंग कि जब केंड्रिक लमार गाना बनाता है तो वहाँ पे कल्चर चेंज होता है, राइट? वी हैव सीन सच एग्जांपल्स हियर इन पंजाब आल्सो. आई मीन greatest artists, whether they be folk or whether they be from the latest rap industry, when they say something and I saw that yesterday, that how people are so mad about Sidhu. Sidhu Moosewala, or when recently Daljit Dosanjh did perform on that Coachella thing, right? I was discussing with Sonali manages Daljit, and I was saying, what is this craze about? I mean, how is it breaking all kind of record? So she said very proudly कि this is देश का प्यार, right? Which is reaching everywhere, and how people are mad, and white people and brown people and black people or whatever color people from all over the world were singing and dancing, and they forgot their color, race, whatever, and they were all vibing to the music, right? So this is what influence is. This is what responsibility is, right? And that is why I say कि influence की बात बाद में कर लो, आप इम्पैक्ट की बात बाद में कर लो, पहले रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो सीख लो कि यदि आपको 1 लाख बंदे फॉलो कर रहे हैं तो आप जो एक भी शब्द बोलोगे वो कल्चर चेंज करेगा. तो बी वेरी केयरफुल ऑफ दैट. तो मैं बहुत कोशिश करता हूँ, मेरा हमेशा ये प्रयास रहता है कि मैं जिनके साथ भी बैक एंड में कहीं ना कहीं थोड़े भी छोटे भी तरीके से भी जुड़ा हूँ, तो ये हमेशा आई पुट अ गाइड ऑफ लाइन की बी रिस्पॉन्सिबल ऑफ व्हाट यू स्पीक.
यार मैं भूल गया था मैं मॉडरेटर हूँ यार, तालियां तो बनती है इस बात पे एकदम. यहाँ ना मनीष भाई, हमारा चंडीगढ़ में टाइकॉन में ये रीजन, वैसे भी अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं, वैसे इंडिया पूरा ही बहुत प्यारा है, बहुत प्यार देते हैं हर जगह में, बट नॉर्थ की ना एक थोड़ी सी पंजाब और हरियाणा, इस हिमाचल, है ना, मतलब अपने थोड़ी अलग वार्मथ है. और जो लोग बैठे हैं ना, बहुत से ऐसे एस्पायरिंग प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, एस्पायरिंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, जिनके ना शायद 1 लाख फॉलोअर नहीं होंगे, लेकिन वो 100 लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएट कर रहे हैं. वो एक आज SME चला रहे हैं, वो आज एक 500, वो उससे भी बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है जो आज ये कर रहे हैं. सो उनके लिए आज अगर वो 100 लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएट कर रहे हैं या 1000 लोग एम्प्लॉय कर रहे हैं, हाउ कैन दे ऑल्सो बी ऑन द अदर साइड? उनको अगर आपको 3 चीजें बतानी है, जितने भी ये बडिंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बैठे हैं, कि ये कैसे अपना पर्सनल ब्रांड बना सकते हैं और हाउ कैन यू हेल्प देम, और आपके 3 टिप्स क्या होंगे कि मतलब जो ये इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, एम्प्लॉयमेंट से क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, बट कंटेंट जर्नी में आके और ये पर्सनल ब्रांड को कैसे लेवरेज कर सकते हो? तो 3 टिप्स क्या होंगे आपकी तरफ से?
आई विल रिपीट माई सेल्फ, जो मैंने मास्टर क्लास में कहा था. आई वॉज वेरी अवेयर दैट जितने भी लोग वहाँ पे आए हुए हैं मोस्टली एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं या लीडर्स हैं, राइट, अपने अपने टीम्स के, एंड ऑल ऑफ अस आर टर्म्ड एज बिजी पीपल. हम सब बिजी होते हैं, और एक बड़ा लॉजिकल सा चीज़ है, वट एवर डज नॉट गेट यू डायरेक्ट ROI, यू पुट दैट इन बैक बर्नर. सो पर्सनल ब्रांडिंग मे नॉट गेट यू डायरेक्ट ROI, इसलिए हम बैक बर्नर पे रख देते हैं, राइट? बट एज यू राइटली सेड, यदि कोई बंदा एक कंपनी चला रही है, और इफ दे आर एम्प्लॉइंग 100 पीपल, दैट मीन्स एवरेज 4 लोग भी उस फैमिली में है, तो 400 लोगों का रोटी चल रहा है उस पर्टिकुलर बिजनेस से. मतलब दैट इज अ ग्रेट एनफ इम्पैक्ट. Now for people to do that, for people to make their own personal brand, just do 3 things. As you said 3 things, so I will tell these 3 things. By the way, राज शमानी का स्टाइल है, वो 3 things बोलता है, right? So पहली बात तो आप डायरी लिखना शुरू कर दो. Write all the difficult things that happens to you, because success तो बताना बहुत easy होता है, but write difficult things कि यार आज कोई ऑफिस में आया और बोला यार मैं जा रहा हूँ बिकॉज मेरे को 5000 एक्स्ट्रा मिल रहा है कहीं और. इट्स अ डिफिकल्ट थिंग, नाउ यू हैव टू नो दैट you know that you've nurtured that person. Right now is the time where you need their help. Maybe the organization is not doing too great, you are not in the position of giving that 5k extra hike right now, but then you need that person, and you are like, आप तभी थोड़ा सा you are haphazard, you are थोड़ा सा पागल, you are थोड़ा सा not able to make mind कि यार ये क्या नया चीज है, मतलब मैं तो प्रोडक्शन संभालने का सोच रहा था, ये आ गया रेसिग्नेशन लेके अपना. Now this is a difficult task. Now this can be problem of 1000 people who don't share with each other. आप इसको डायरी में लिख लो and start maintaining your diary for at least 30 days. जिस दिन आपके 30 पन्ने भर जाएंगे ना, उस दिन आप ट्विटर पे अकाउंट बना लेना, उस दिन आप लिंक्डइन पे अकाउंट बना लेना यदि नहीं है तो, और उस 30 दिन में से एक टॉपिक को लिखना स्टार्ट कर देना. 180 दिन तक लिखना, 180 दिन तक आपको कुत्ता भी नहीं पूछेगा, राइट? दिस इज फैक्ट, दिस इज 100% फैक्ट। 180 दिन तक nobody will even give you any भाव। आप वहां पे रोज गाना गाओ, you know, चाहे अपनी अवार्ड की फोटो डालो, कुछ नहीं होने वाला आपका। दिस इज फैक्ट। ये प्लीज ये टेक इट विद अ रॉक ऑफ सॉल्ट, नॉट जस्ट अ पिंच ऑफ सॉल्ट, ठीक है? नहीं होने वाला। And then after 180 days you will see that people will start responding to you saying कि मेरा भी दर्द सेम है, you know, let's chat more about it, right? Let's form a community, let's form a forum, and then you will see that slowly your ecosystem will be building. Third thing that you should do is find people of your industry and start chatting with them, like join groups, join forums, be a part of such physical events, right? And this is how you start your journey. मतलब हर उस बंदे का जिसका आज आप 5 लाख 2 लाख 3 लाख फॉलोइंग देखते हो ना, एक दिन स्टार्ट उसने 0 से ही करा था, राइट? सो डू नॉट वेट फॉर टुमारो, स्टार्ट टुडे इवनिंग एंड you will find your way. You know, when you start, then nice people will meet you and then they will guide you, right?
Absolutely, यार, absolutely. And यार हरतीरथ, कभी ऐसी फीलिंग आती है कि सेलिब्रिटी बन गए, लोग पहचानने लग गए हैं, एंड जो कॉज है, जो कॉज था सेवा का, कभी ऐसी फीलिंग आती है यार मैं तो मतलब हरतीरथ एक इंडिविजुअल हो गया, एंड जो सेवा, बिकॉज ये हो रहा है, राइट, विद लॉट ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंसर्स दैट इज हैपनिंग, एंड अल्टीमेटली यार जिन्होंने एक्चुअली ग्राउंड लेवल धंधे बनाए हैं, राइट, कोई पूछता नहीं, राइट? मतलब आजकल ट्रेंड भी चल रहा है ना, अभी आप पैसा बर्न करो, उनको ग्लोरीफाई कर देते हैं, बट आपके साथ ये चीज़ हो रही है कि आपको ऐसा लग रहा है कि यार जो प्लेटफॉर्म है उससे आप बड़े हो रहे हो, ऐसे कभी फीलिंग आती है? या अगर आती है तो अपने आप को कैसे ग्राउंड करते हो, मन को कैसे नीमा करते हो?
I mean, I reflect on this every day कि whatever I am today, मतलब अभी तो बहुत लंबी जर्नी है, बट मैं सेवा करके मेरे को ये सब मान सम्मान मिला, you know, whatever love we receive is all because of सेवा। तो जिस दिन मैंने सेवा छोड़ दी, I will be finished. So I make it a point that even wherever I am, किस भी गाँव में हूँ, किस भी कॉर्नर में हूँ ना वर्ल्ड के, I will make it a point कि मैंने इस हफ्ते I will have to spend a certain number of hours on ground zero to do सेवा. I can send any volunteer, right? But I make it a point कि खुद करो, because शुरू तो वही से किया था ना. Unfortunately, we have glorified the failure culture कि यार इतने स्टार्टअप फेल हो गए हैं तो glorify कर दो. We have to glorify the success culture as well, because people don't see उसके पीछे की जर्नी क्या है. लोगों ने खाली कोविड देखा है, you know, with हेमकुंड फाउंडेशन they've only seen the COVID year. अब लोगों को पता ही नहीं 2010 से we started doing सेवा. 2013 floods in Uttarakhand, I was there physically. I spent 7 months अब छोड़ छाड़ के. Our business suffered losses. I had to sell off my house to continue सेवा. But people don't know about all of this.
नहीं तो फिर बोल दो ना 10 साल का ओवरनाइट सक्सेस हो गया बेसिकली.
मतलब लोगों को लगता है कि 10 साल ऐसे ही निकल गए. We get a lot of slack. We get a lot of slack कि यार famous हो गए. But we have to leverage that platform to create more impact. हाँ, मैं इस दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा चोर हूँगा अगर मैंने वो प्लेटफॉर्म बना लिया और मैं भाग गया. But if I'm using that platform day in and day out to create hundreds of more of हेमकुंड फाउंडेशन and हरतीरथ सिंग्स, I think I've done my job. अगर एक भी बंदा इन्फ्लुएंस हो जाए ना तो मेरा काम हो गया.
यार कल ना बड़ी कमाल की चीज़ हुई. तो हरतीरथ मनीष घर आए तो मेरे दादी जी को मिले. अब ना दादी जी को मिल के तो हम लेट हो गए कल करके. आज सुबह जब मैं आ रहा था यहाँ पे सुबह तो दादी जी ने मेरे को उनको मिलने गया तो दादी जी कहते यार वो जड़ा पंजाबी मेरे को कहता जड़ा मुंडा मिलाया सीगा वो तो कह रहे सी बड़ी सेवा करता है, बट वो तो बड़ा सोहना सुनक्खा लग रहा. उसने टी-शर्टां पाईयां सी, उन्हें पजामा पाया सी, उन्हें स्नीकर्स पाई सी. यार इसको ये क्लीशे कब तोड़ना? बिकॉज सेवा तो मन में आता है ना, कोई बूढ़ा आदमी होगा जो एकदम कुर्ते पजामे में बैठा होगा, जो ऐसे करके बैठा होगा, तो स्नीकर्स में बैठा है, टीम पूरी बैठी है, एंड ये भी क्लीशे है ना.
I mean, यही तो ब्रेक करना है, you know. अगर मैं वाइट कुर्ता पजामा पहन लूंगा, वाइट दस्तार बांध के घूमूंगा, I don't think the youth will connect with me. I have to make sure people are with me. I have a force. तो मैंने कहा यार क्यों वाइट कुर्ता पजामा पहनना है? It's very stupid. कपड़े गंदे हो जाएंगे यार मेरे तो सबसे पहले ही, और अनकंफर्टेबल है, गर्मी इतनी लग रही है वैसे ही, फैब का गंदा सा कुर्ता पजामा, वट लग जाते हैं उसके ऊपर. आई एम लाइक आई कांट डू ऑल ऑफ दिस. आई विल बी वेरी कंफर्टेबल येट फैशनेबल, बिकॉज we are doing seva every day, but we also earn a livelihood, not through seva. I don't draw a single salary from the foundation. You know where I work. you know, I work as a consultant to companies on CSR policies, on public policies. I also earn money through content. So I will live like a king because Guru Gobind Singh Ji ne to kaha in Garib Sikhan ko deo Padshahi. When the Gurus have said you live like a king, तो मैं क्यों white kurta pajama पहनूं? I think कहीं ना कहीं to make us weak, we have that structure कि नहीं यार white kurta pajama पहनो. But पर public connect नहीं करेगी आप लोगों के साथ. So we can wear Balenciaga, we can wear LV and still do सेवा because सेवा हर किसी ने करनी है. वो बच्चा बैठे देखो, वो white kurta pajama पहनेगा. I don't think he'll wear a white kurta pajama ever in his life. But if he sees that, okay, you know, this bhaiya is wearing cool stuff and he's doing seva, I think more people will connect with it.
यार मेरे लिए ना बड़ा एक touching moment हुआ. And can we have a round of applause? इकबाल सर के wife अभी मिले and मतलब it was such a touching moment for me and हरतीरथ and वो आए उनके ना आँखों में पानी आ गया था. मिले हरतीरथ को और कहते हैं कि मैं चाहनी है मैं अपने बच्चों को कहनी है कि इनू follow कर. This is the reference point. And you know she had tears in her eyes that is what seva and that is what community. You know मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि life is like a Newton's third law. वो Newton's third law life of karma भी है. Every action has an equal opposite reaction. So जितना दोगे ना उतना ही कम है, उतना ही आएगा, उतना ही हम community को देंगे. So we're proud of you Hartirath and keep up the awesome work. सर जी मैं वापस आ गया आप पे. मैंने वो होल्ड की हुई है थॉट.
सिमर उस पे आता हूँ पर मैं एक छोटा सा पॉइंट ऐड करना चाहता हूँ. ऑन द रेडियो जो हरतीरथ कर रहे इतना बढ़िया काम. लास्ट ईयर चंडीगढ़ में हमने एक दिल वाली दिवाली करके एक एक्टिविटी की थी. दिवाली में हम सबको बोनसेस मिलते हैं पर देयर इज लॉट ऑफ अंडर प्रिविलेज वर्कर्स जिनको दिवाली में बोनस नहीं मिलते. हमारे आरजेस ने रेडियो पे प्रॉम्प्ट किया कि ऑन द विद द सेम टॉपिक की हम सबको बोनस मिलते हैं पर देयर इज लॉट ऑफ कम्युनिटी मे बी जोमेटो delivery boys and many others who don't get any bonuses. हमने लोगों को invite किया कि come and whatever you want to donate, give us that donation and we'll make it sure it is reaching to the right audience. And God's grace, Chandigarh is always being the great and we got a tremendous amount of support and we could give a amazing good value bonus to more than 50 workers in Chandigarh. That's the power of radio.
Thank you. यार अब वो मेरे बिल्कुल ऐसे मेरे को कर रहे हैं, पता नहीं ऐसे कर रहे हैं क्या कर रहे हैं.
People who don't know यहाँ पर इतनी बड़ी स्क्रीन लगी हुई है तो irritating है.
हाँ नहीं बड़ी 2 मिनट
पहले उसमें लिखा हुआ था 12 मिनट फिर 1 मिनट बाद आ गया 6 मिनट फिर आ गया टाइम्स अप और मैं फ्लिप मारी जा रहा हूँ. मैंने कहा हो क्या रहा है यहाँ पे.
नहीं बट आई थिंक ऑफ कोर्स वी हैव टू फॉलो टाइम. एंड यार एक चीज मैं आपको सबको कहना चाह रहा हूँ इस टाइम पे, आप हीरो, ये जो आजकल ग्लोरिफिकेशन चल रही है ना, जो लॉसेस कर रहे हैं, जो आजकल प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे आके कंट्रोवर्शियल चीजें बोल रहे हैं, एक बंदा जो आप प्रॉफिट कमा रहे हो 10 रुपए भी कमा रहे हो ना और अब लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट कर रहे हो, आप हीरो, आप बैकबोन हो, इंडिया की बैकबोन हो. ये ग्लोरिफिकेशन चलती है, सारे लोग भागते हैं, जिनका नाम बढ़ जाता है, कुछ नहीं फर्क पड़ने वाला. अगर बनना ना, आजकल यूनिकॉर्न्स बोलते हो, मैंने एक ब्लॉग लिखा था, मैं कहा बनना तो घोड़ा बनो, यूनिकॉर्न्स भी बनो और घोड़ा बनो. एंड आई थिंक वी ऑल ऑफ अस whatever we can contribute and give to every entrepreneur here, whether Manish Bhai as Guruji right on content creation guiding you, we are there. Whether it is Hartirath through his network can help you, he's there, right? And whether we have the platform himself, right? DB Corp, My FM, we are all there, right? So I think purpose to seva की हम जो बात करते हैं, purpose है let's all try to give back and truly build a sustainable India for the times to come. Thank you all very much.
Most of the money in any business are made in upsells or cross sells. Okay, this is where the wealth is. This is where the money should be made. Once the customer trusts us, you can upsell it as long as you want, as quick as you want, as high as you want, because they trust you, they love your service, they love your products, and they want to use it furthermore. So this is where the wealth is. You should reduce the entry barrier and focus more on upsells and cross sells. This is how you get a lot of customers. Follow us for more tips about scaling your business to the next level.
देखो मतलब मुझे लगता है कि आपने ना सोच लिया है, आप मेरी बात नहीं मानोगे. ताली बजा दो यार. Ladies and gentlemen, first up we have Rahul J. Nam Joshi, CEO, DB Corp Limited, Radio Division, My FM. We have Mr. Hartirath Singh, Director, Hemkund Foundation. And we have Manish Pandey, content coach and brand strategist. And our moderator, Simarpreet Singh, director and CEO, Hartek Solar. चलिए एक तस्वीर खींच लेते हैं तब तक और सिमरप्रीत पाजी भी कहते ने पंजाब ਲਈ ਤਾਲੀਆਂ ਮਾਰ ਲਓ यार. Thank you so much once more for that wonderful chat and discussion. And well, we need some love. प्यार तो सबको पसंद है, प्यार की सबको ज़रूरत है. We need your love. So why don't you put up a post on social media and tag us with the hashtag TiECon CHD. That would be T. शाम सूरज को ढलना सिखाती है, शाम सूरज को ढलना सिखाती है, शाम परवाने को जलना सिखाती है. गिरने वालों को होती है तकलीफ, गिरने वालों को होती है तकलीफ, पर ठोकर ही इंसान को बदलना सिखाती है. वी ऑल नो दिस, ये हम सब बखूबी जानते हैं. पर क्या एक सक्सेसफुल यूनिकॉर्न बनाने के लिए ठोकरें खाने के अलावा कोई और सीक्रेट है क्या? अगेन एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ रिपीटिंग माई सेल्फ, हजारों की महफिल है, जश्न हुनर जारी है. हजारों की महफिल है, जश्न हुनर जारी है. इस बारे में मेरे कुछ ना कहने में ही समझदारी है. हम उन्हीं से सुनेंगे जो इस मैदान के अव्वल खिलाड़ी हैं, दिग्गज हैं ऑफ बिल्डिंग अ यूनिकॉर्न. Let's move on to one of the most exciting and awaited panels of this day and evening, Secrets to Building a Unicorn. Well, हमारा दिल बहुत खुश है. I know you know why. Because एक बार फिर, for the second time in a row, we are privileged to welcome Ashneer Grover, founder, Third Unicorn. Well, I'm informed that he'll be joining us in about 30 seconds. And हमारा दिल और भी खुश इसलिए है because we have Aseem Ghavri, co-founder, Third Unicorn. और इस पैनल को बांधने वाले हैं हमारे मॉडरेटर पुनीत वर्मा, फाउंडर साइब्रेन सॉफ्टवेयर सॉल्यूशंस. और मुझे लगता है ये 30 सेकंड पूरे होने को आए. Ladies and gentlemen, for the second time in a row at TiECon Chandigarh, we are joined by Ashneer Grover, founder, Third Unicorn. Very warm welcome to you, Ashneer, and thank you so much for joining us. And we're also joined by Aseem Ghavri, co-founder, Third Unicorn. I request him to come up on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause, please. And our moderator, our wonderful moderator, Puneet Verma, founder, Cybrain Software Solutions. Puneet ji, all yours.
हेलो, गुड इवनिंग गाइस. सुबह से टकटकी लगा के बैठे हैं लगता सारे के सारे. सो थैंक यू अशनीर जी चंडीगढ़ आने के लिए. और ये दूसरी बार आप चंडीगढ़ आ रहे हैं टाइकॉन में, तो हमारा तहे दिल से धन्यवाद उसके लिए आपका. और इस बार आप हमारे चंडीगढ़ के लड़के के साथ आए हैं, असीम. इसने बहुत तरक्की करी है, जो ये आपको साथ में लेके आ रहा हूँ. हम साथ में बैठ पा रहे हैं तीनों. असीम की मेहनत है इसमें, और चंडीगढ़ को इसके ऊपर गर्व होना चाहिए. क्या बोलते हो गाइस? तो अशनीर जी, किसी को बताने की तो जरूरत है नहीं, आपको सारे ही जानते हैं हिंदुस्तान में, हिंदुस्तान से बाहर भी. तो मैं सीधा सीधा क्वेश्चंस पे आता हूँ। मेरे ख्याल से असीम को भी लगभग अब सारे ही जानते हैं चंडीगढ़ में तो सब जानते हैं, पहले से ही एक सक्सेस स्टोरी है। आपके साथ जुड़ने के बाद ये अब पूरे इंडिया में सक्सेस स्टोरी होने जा रहा, तो भी दुआ करेंगे कि जल्दी वो सब कुछ हो जाए जो इसने सोचा है आपके साथ मिलने के बाद। तो मेरा पहला क्वेश्चन अशनीर जी आपसे ये रहेगा, आपने भारत पे बनाया, उसके बाद क्रिक पे बनाया, तो दोनों में फर्क क्या है जो आपको मेजर लगता है कि भारत पे में ये किया होता तो शायद इससे बेटर होता जो आपने क्रिक पे में किया?
आवाज आ रही है? पीछे आ रही है आवाज? ठीक है। तो नहीं यार, मतलब अलग अलग बिजनेस हैं, ठीक है, तो मैं दोनों को कंपेयर नहीं करता। भारत पे जब बनाया था वो डिफरेंट पर्पस के लिए बनाया था, उसका डिफरेंट यूज केस था। क्रिक पे अलग पर्पस के लिए बनाया है। अब लोगों को क्या है कि लोग कुछ भी बना लो, लोगों ने गाली देनी है, ठीक है। तो जब साला वो फैंटेसी गेमिंग इंडिया में 10 साल से चल रहा है, ठीक है, मैंने तो नहीं बनाया, ठीक। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जाके लोगों ने केस भी लड़ लिया कि ये फैंटेसी गेमिंग है, ये वो नहीं है, गैम्बलिंग नहीं है। तब भी जब मैंने लॉन्च करा, सबसे ज्यादा गाली मेरे को पड़ी फैंटेसी में कि आप देश के युवा को गुमराह कर रहे हो, इनसे सट्टा खिलवा रहे हो, ठीक है। अरे मतलब भाई ड्रीम 11 को 10 साल हो गए अभी हमने शुरू भी नहीं करी। हम तो इनफैक्ट उनसे बेटर ही कर रहे हैं कि भाई ठीक है, जो एक गेमिंग पे पैसा लग रहा है, जो वैसी जनता लगा रही है, उसका एक पार्ट हम क्रिकेट में देना चाहते हैं ताकि क्रिकेट थोड़ा ज़्यादा मेरिटोक्रेटिक बने। तो हम तो उस पर्सपेक्टिव से आए थे। हाँ, तो डिफरेंस यही है यार कि भारत पे करते टाइम आपको कोई जानता नहीं था तो लोग जजमेंट नहीं पास करते थे, और मतलब लॉन्च के 15 दिन में तो कोई भी जजमेंट नहीं पास करता था, ठीक है। अब आपको सब जानते हैं तो सब लोगों के पास जजमेंट है पहले दिन से ही, तो वो फर्क हो जाता है। मतलब वो स्केल ऑफ, मतलब लोगों का आउटलुक बदल जाता है, कैसे आपको देखते हैं। बाकी तो ठीक है यार, मजा आना चाहिए बिजनेस करने में, मेन तो है।
असीम, सेम क्वेश्चन तेरे से पर डिफरेंट एंगल में। कोड ब्रू बनाई तूने परगट के साथ, काफी मेहनत करके बनाई, उसमें बहुत टाइम लगा, फेम मिलने में 10-12 साल लग गए। क्रिक पे में ऑलरेडी सब कुछ फेम में था, तो क्या लगता है ऑल टुगेदर टोटल डिफरेंट सिनेरियो था, तो क्या बोलना चाहेगा, कैसा लगता है इसके बारे में?
नहीं, फेम तो मेरे को इनकी वजह से मिला।
हाँ।
तो वहाँ पे हमने यार बिल्कुल ग्राउंड लेवल पे मेहनत की, एक कंपनी स्टार्ट की और उसको ग्रो किया, प्रॉफिटेबल, कोई फंड नहीं रेज किया। तो वो एक डिफरेंट जर्नी थी, ये कम्प्लीटली एक डिफरेंट जर्नी है। उसमें टाइप ऑफ क्लाइंटेल डिफरेंट थी, वो B2B था, ये B2C है। बेस्ट पार्ट इज़ इन दिस आई एम वर्किंग विद हिम, मतलब लर्न करने को बहुत कुछ मिलता है एंड यू गेट टू अंडरस्टैंड एक बड़ा व्यू। मतलब आप ये देखो कि
इतना बड़ा,
यस, हज़ारों करोड़ों से नीचे बात नहीं होती।
1000 करोड़ तो काफ़ी सालों से कर रहे हो, उससे बड़ा होना चाहिए।
मतलब आप ये देखो ना, यूनिकॉर्न या $10 बिलियन कंपनी के विजन से नीचे तो फिर नहीं हम सोचते। मतलब वो थॉट प्रोसेस पहले नहीं था, तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस है। वो थॉट प्रोसेस चेंज होने का, वो लर्निंग, तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस है कोड ब्रू और यहाँ पे क्रिक पे में काम करने में।
अशनीर जी, शार्क टैंक के पहले की लाइफ, शार्क टैंक के बाद की लाइफ?
नहीं, किसकी लाइफ? मेरी लाइफ, बाकी शार्क्स की लाइफ। शार्क टैंक से पहले कोई जानता नहीं था, अब लोग जानते हैं। तो मतलब प्रैक्टिकली तो मैं बोल सकता हूँ कि शार्क टैंक के पहले की लाइफ थोड़ी प्राइवेट लाइफ थी। मतलब बहुत ही लिमिटेड लोग जानते थे, स्टार्टअप सर्कल में ही लोग जानते थे आपको। शार्क टैंक के बाद की लाइफ बहुत ही पब्लिक लाइफ हो गई। बट जब आप शार्क टैंक में जा रहे थे, आपको पता था आप क्या चीज़ के लिए जा रहे हो। मतलब ऐसा तो नहीं था कि आप टीवी पे जा रहे थे और ये सोचते कि सक्सेस सिनेरियो में मैं फेमस नहीं हूँ। सब फेमस होने ही गए थे, ठीक है, क्योंकि सबके पास अपने बिजनेसेस तो बने हुए थे, वॉट एवर स्केल, वॉट एवर प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी, बट सबने कुछ ना कुछ बना रखा था। तो आप एज अ शार्क जब जा रहे हो उसका आउटकम तो होना ही यही था ना कि आपने फेमस होना था। तो मेरे को एटलीस्ट मेरे लिए इतना कुछ वो चेंज नहीं है। हाँ मतलब लोग मेरे को जानने लग गए हैं, बट मैं तो वैसे ही जी रहा हूँ जैसे पहले जी रहा था। तो इसलिए मैं उसको ज़्यादा मतलब इतना सोचता नहीं उसके बारे में कि यार फेम अच्छा है बुरा है, या फेमस होने से मेरा फ़ायदा हुआ या नुकसान हुआ। मैं उस तरीके से वैल्यूएट नहीं करता। वो तो जिस दिन आप टीवी पे चले गए आपने वो लाइफ चूज कर ली।
पर इससे रिलेटेड एक क्वेश्चन है, अब आप सेलिब्रिटी हो, हर कोई आपको देखना चाहता है, हर कोई आपको सुनना चाहता है, किताब लिखी जो सबसे बेस्ट सेलर है, तो अब आपको एड्स करी क्रिक पे की, वो भी आपने अपने आप करी, तो आपको लगता नहीं अब मूवी बन जानी चाहिए और उसका एक्टर एक्ट्रेस और विलन कौन होनी चाहिए? आपको क्या लगता है?
मतलब मूवी बन जानी चाहिए, मतलब मूवी तो बन रही है ऑलरेडी। मैं सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ, मूवी बन रही है।
ये कब हुआ?
ये असीम है नहीं शायद मूवी में लग रहा है।
मेरे को रोल नहीं, वही प्रॉब्लम है ना, मैंने इसका सीन ही नहीं रखा था इसलिए बताना नहीं था।
मैं थोड़ा लेट आया इनकी लाइफ में।
नहीं यार मूवी तो बन रही है, कोई मोदी जी बना रहे हैं मूवी। तो सच्ची बता रहा हूँ, कोई मोदी जी बना रहे हैं। अब तो कोई क्या एक ही मोदी है क्या? साला सुबह तुमने गुलशन ग्रोवर को बुलाया नहीं था? ठीक है, तो ग्रोवर भी तो हो सकते हैं, मोदी भी तो हो सकते हैं, बट मूवी ऑलरेडी बन रही है। देखते हैं, मेरे ख्याल से साल भर में आ जानी चाहिए बाहर।
आपने मोदी जी का नाम लिया, तो पॉलिटिशियन कब बन रहे हैं आप?
पॉलिटिशियन बनते थोड़ा, वो पैदाइशी पॉलिटिशियन होते हैं। नहीं यार बनने को तो इलेक्शन तो 2024 में ही है, तो 2024 में बनेंगे, उससे पहले बनने का फायदा क्या है?
क्या माने मोदी जी के नाम के साथ कोई पार्टी का कनेक्शन भी है?
नहीं भाई, मेरा देखो सिंपल उसूल है, जोन सी पार्टी जिता रही है वही है पार्टी। मतलब यहाँ पे पॉलिटिशियन का कोई दीन ईमान नहीं है। आज एक चीज बोल रहा होता है, अगले दिन दूसरी चीज बोल रहा होता है। ठीक है, तो सी मेरा पर्पस पॉलिटिक्स में जाने का बहुत सिंपल है। मेरे को लगता है कि बहुत फंडामेंटल चीज़ें हैं जो इंडिया में चेंज होनी चाहिए, जिन पे कोई डिस्कशन ही नहीं करता। ठीक है, ऊपर से बातें होती रहती हैं। तो मेरे को वो फंडामेंटल चीज़ें ड्राइव करनी है, बट कोई भी चीज़ ना ऑपोजिशन में बैठ के ड्राइव नहीं हो सकती। ठीक है, हाँ मेरे पास टाइम बहुत है, बिकॉज अगर तुम 40 साल की उम्र में पॉलिटिक्स में घुस जाते हो तो तुम्हारे पास कम से कम 20 साल है, और उस 20 साल में तुम ढंग से भी खेलोगे। मतलब मैथ्स एवरेज भी ले लो तो 50% टाइम तुम ऑपोजिशन में बैठोगे, 50% टाइम तुम पावर में होगे। तो अगर 10 साल आपको ढंग से काम करने को मिल जाए तो मेरे को लगता है इम्पैक्ट आ सकता है। तो लड़ना तो 2024 का इलेक्शन ही है, बाकी देखते हैं।
असीम, क्या लगता है, बंदा सेलिब्रिटी है, मूवी उसकी आ रही है, पॉलिटिशियन बनने वाला है, को फाउंडर होके कभी कभी डर नहीं लगता यार मेरी पर्सनालिटी खत्म ही हो जाएगी?
नहीं, मेरी पर्सनालिटी बन रही है, खत्म कैसे होगी? आप इतनी मतलब ऐसी पर्सनालिटी के साथ आप रहते हो, कहते हैं ना कि जैसे अपना सर्कल बनाओ, 5 लोग के एवरेज होते हो आप, राइट? ऐसी बड़ी रील्स चलती हैं। तो आई थिंक आई एम विद हिम, आई एम स्पेंडिंग टाइम विद हिम, तो होपफुली ऐसी पर्सनालिटी बन जाए सून।
मतलब तू ऐसा बोलना चाह रहा मोदी और शाह बड़ी पार्टनरशिप? ओके, तो आपसे एक क्वेश्चन मैं पूछूंगा। सेलिब्रिटी बन के पैसा भी है, नेम भी है, फेम भी है, पॉलिटिशियन बनने के बारे में आप सोच रहे हैं, मूवी ऑलरेडी बन रही है, तो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में क्या रखा है फिर?
यार सी एंड ऑफ द डे आपका एक कोर है कि आप काम क्या करते हो, आप जाने किस लिए जाते हो। मतलब सेलिब्रिटी फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ सेलिब्रिटी बनने का कोई मतलब नहीं है ना। मतलब वो कौन बनती है, वो उर्फी जावेद, क्या नाम है उसका, सेलिब्रिटी तो वो भी है। ठीक है, कभी वो जीन्स नीचे पहनने की जगह जीन्स ऊपर पहन के आ जाएगी। ठीक है, मतलब उसका कोई मतलब नहीं है। वो यूएस में कार्डाशियंस है, ठीक है, वो फेमस है क्योंकि वो फेमस है, किसी को नहीं पता वो फेमस क्यों है, बट फेमस है। ठीक है, तो उसका कोई मतलब नहीं। मेरे को लगता है हर बंदे का एक कोर होता है कि आप कोर पे काम क्या करते हो। फॉर मी दैट कोर इज बीइंग एन एंटरप्रेन्योर। ठीक है, एंड मेरे को उसी चीज़ में एक्साइटमेंट आती है कि कोई नई प्रॉब्लम पकड़ो, कोई नई चीज़ मार्केट में उतारो, उसको स्केल करो। उसको उसके बारे में सोचने में उसी से मेरे को मतलब मोटिवेशन मेरी वहीं से आ रही है। एंड यार कभी ये थोड़ा ना होता है, अब आप कभी मुकेश अंबानी को पूछते हो कि अरे सर इतना बड़ा घर है, इतने रईस इंसान हो, सबको जानते हो, अब क्यों बिजनेस करते हो? वो भी तो हर साल एक नया बिजनेस डालेगा, अगले साल दूसरा नया बिजनेस डालेगा। सो आई थिंक वो तरीका सोचने का सही नहीं है कि अरे आपने इतना कमा लिया अब छोड़ो, अब छोड़ दो, अब तो ऐश करो। आई डोंट सब्सक्राइब टू दैट व्यू, क्योंकि आपको वैल्यू कुछ कमाने से नहीं मिल रही है, आपको वैल्यू काम करने से मिल रही है। ठीक है, मतलब इवन इफ टुडे मुकेश अंबानी बोलता है कि मैं जिंदगी भर खर्चूंगा, खर्च ही नहीं सकता। ठीक है, तो उसको प्लेजर खर्च करने से थोड़ा मिलने वाला है लाइफ में, उसको तो प्लेजर कुछ बनाने में मिलने वाला।
असीम, मैंने एक इंटरव्यू सुना तेरा रिसेंटली, उसमें मेरे ख्याल से 500,000 के आसपास ऑलरेडी व्यूज आ चुके हैं। उसमें तेरे से बंदा पूछ रहा था कि कैसे ये इकट्ठे हो गए, एक दूसरे को जानते नहीं हो, तो तूने बोला कि लोग यार अरेंज मैरिज भी कर लेते हैं, एक दूसरे को जानते नहीं है। मैं ये जानना चाह रहा हूँ कि इसकी प्रगट की शादी हुई है दिसंबर में, ये कंपनी बनी है जनवरी में, तो ये पहले भी अरेंज मैरिज थी, अब दोबारा से अरेंज मैरिज, इसके पीछे क्या लॉजिक है?
मैं समझा नहीं क्वेश्चन कैसे।
मतलब दो अरेंज मैरिज?
नहीं, तो बेसिकली आई थिंक मेरी लाइफ में अरेंज मैरिज ही लिखी है, घर वाले भी अरेंज ढूंढ रहे हैं।
अभी तक वो भी पंगा, अभी तक तूने शादी भी नहीं करी है।
तो आई थिंक यही लिखा है किस्मत में, तो आई थिंक अरेंज भी कहीं ना कहीं उससे लव कर लो, तो वो कॉन्सेप्ट चल रहा है।
अच्छा, एक क्रिक पे बना, आपने कोई एडवर्टीजमेंट नहीं करी, ऑलमोस्ट 15 लाख के आसपास मेरे ख्याल डाउनलोड हो चुके हैं 30 दिनों के अंदर। शुरुआत में पहले या दूसरे दिन क्रिक पे के ऊपर काफ़ी हमने पढ़ा कि उसके प्रॉब्लम आ रही है आपके अंदर, वो खराब कोडिंग की वजह से थी कि लोग बोट चला रहे थे? क्या लगता है आपको, व्हाट डू यू थिंक? आपने रिसर्च किया होगा, क्या आउटकम आया उसका? नहीं, ये असीम से भी क्वेश्चन है, मैं दोनों से आंसर चाहूंगा क्योंकि सीटीओ असीम को भी देना है आंसर।
नहीं यार, सी हियर्स द थिंग, आज तक कभी ऐसा नहीं हुआ, मतलब मैंने बहुत ऐप्स देखी हैं इंडिया में कि पहले दिन आपने लॉन्च करा है और 2.5-3 लाख लोग टूट के पड़ जाएं पहले दिन ही। ठीक है, जब Amazon भी पहले दिन लॉन्च हुआ था ना इंडिया में, तो 2.5 लाख लोग एक टाइम पे ऐप को यूज नहीं कर रहे थे। तो हर ऐप में ना आपको टाइम मिलता है स्केल करने का। चलो ठीक है, अभी तो लॉन्च करी है, एक स्केल पे लेके जाएंगे, फिर प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करेंगे। हमारे साथ प्रॉब्लम क्या हुआ कि अनफॉर्चुनेटली, हालांकि हमने मार्केटिंग भी नहीं करी, वो न्यूज से इतनी हवा फैल गई और इतने लोगों ने डाउनलोड कर ली कि इतना लोड आ गया कि हमने कभी एंटिसिपेट ही नहीं किया था। विच इज अ गुड प्रॉब्लम टू हैव, राइट? मतलब वर्स्ट प्रॉब्लम टू हैव इज कि तुमने ऐप बनाई और कोई आ ही नहीं रहा। ठीक है, तो इट वॉज अ गुड प्रॉब्लम टू हैव। एंड मेरा बिलीफ ये है कि यार हर चीज फटती है, हर चीज फटती है, एंड जब तक फटेगी नहीं तब तक आपकी वो लिमिट भी रीच नहीं हो रही ना, आप आगे भी नहीं सोच पा रहे। कौन सी ऐप है जो नहीं फटी? ठीक है, एक इंस्टाग्राम तक फटा है, फेसबुक तक फटा है, वो अलग अलग लेवल पे चीजें होती है। सो आई थिंक दैट इज द होल जर्नी कि आप, एंड मैं लोगों से हर बार यही बोलता हूँ, वॉज डूइंग अ स्टार्टअप इज लाइक गिविंग चाइल्ड, एक मतलब वो प्रेगनेंसी की तरह है। ठीक है,
बिल्कुल सही।
अगर आपका पहला बच्चा 9 महीने में पैदा हो रहा है, अगला बच्चा भी 9 महीने में पैदा होएगा। ठीक है, ऐसा नहीं है कि सेकंड बच्चा है तो 3 महीने में पूरा रेडी हो जाएगा। तो आपको, एंड दैट्स द फन पार्ट ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप ना, दैट्स व्हाट कीप्स यू ग्राउंडेड, कि आप जितने बड़े तोप हो, जब आपने कोई नई चीज उतारी है वो अपना प्रोसेस चलाएगी पूरा। ठीक है, तो हम तो उसको उस तरीके से देखते हैं। बाकी ठीक है यार, वेरी अर्ली डेज, मैं अगेन बोल रहा हूँ, हिंदुस्तान में तो साला कोर्ट के सिवाय हर बंदे के को जजमेंट देनी है इमीडिएट। ठीक है, यहाँ पे साला कोर्ट को बोलते रहो भाई जजमेंट दे दे, उसने 3 साल लगाने हैं, जनता 2 मिनट में जजमेंट दे देती है। ठीक है, तो दैट्स द फन पार्ट ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस इन इंडिया।
असीम, टेक्निकल वे से आंसर?
टेक्निकल वे से इसका यही आंसर है कि आई थिंक वो इतना लोड हमने एंटिसिपेट नहीं किया था जैसे लॉन्च करते हुए। बट मैं आपको बहुत एक इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी बताता हूँ। ऐप लॉन्च हुई और इतना ट्रैफिक था और लोग हैक भी कर रहे थे। सिचुएशन थी जितना यूज़र था उससे ज़्यादा लोग हैक करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। तो विद इन 30 मिनट्स 40 मिनट्स ऐप वॉज डाउन। ये मतलब सबको पता ही है, ऐप 30 मिनट चली नहीं। तो मेरी तो थोड़ी सी मतलब फट गई थी, मतलब लिटरली पूरी फट गई थी। तो मैंने अश्नीर को फ़ोन किया कि मतलब मैं थोड़ा मतलब वो हो गया था, आई वॉज टू ओवरवेल्म्ड कि यार के मतलब कि ये तो मतलब गलत कर दिया मैंने बहुत बड़ा। तो मतलब मुझे लगा मेरे को थोड़ा मतलब कोई भी होता, प्रगट को आप जानते हो, किसी को जानते हो तो वो कैसे रिएक्ट करता। तो इन्होंने बहुत कामली कहा कि वी आर टुगेदर इन दिस, कि जो होगा कोई चक्कर नहीं, तो जा इसको सॉल्व कर, तो डर ना, जो हुआ कोई इशू नहीं है। तो इन्होंने पूरा सपोर्ट दिया। ये मतलब ये बात मैंने नहीं बताई, ये कॉन्वर्सेशन आपने ये पूछी, ये सवाल किसी ने नहीं पूछा। तो मतलब ये बहुत मतलब मैं उस दिन इनके लिए रिस्पेक्ट मेरी 10x होगी। मतलब उन्होंने मेरे को कहा कि कोई इशू नहीं, हम साथ हैं इसमें, तो जा इसको सॉल्व कर। तो विद इन 30-40 मिनट्स नेक्स्ट मतलब 45 मिनट्स बाद ऐप वॉज अप एंड रनिंग। उसके बाद कोई ज़्यादा इशू आए नहीं।
तो IPL मई एंड में ख़त्म हो जाएगा, अभी 15 लाख के आसपास डाउनलोड है। हम क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं 31 मई तक, कितने डाउनलोड एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं? और रेवेन्यू का भी अगर मैं क्वेश्चन पूछूं तो आर बी इन द वे ऑफ मेकिंग द रेवेन्यू, कि अभी हम बर्न तो मेरे को लगता नहीं कहीं कर रहे हैं, मार्केटिंग में कोई पैसा खर्च नहीं हो रहा है आपके नाम पे, और आपकी एड्स इतनी अच्छी चल रही हैं कि मेरे को नहीं लगता कि अभी किसी और से ऐड कराने की ज़रूरत है। तो क्या बोलते हैं आप इसके ऊपर?
नहीं, यही प्रॉब्लम है जब इन्वेस्टर को आप एंकर बना दो ना। अब इन्होंने पैसे लगाए हमारे पे, कंपनी पे, ठीक है, हम इनको कुछ नहीं बताते क्या चल रहा है, ठीक है। इनको लगा चलो स्टेज पे मौका मिल गया, मैं पूछ लेता हूँ। मैं तो नहीं बता रहा।
मेरे को लगा कि अच्छा क्वेश्चन था, मेरे को पता नहीं था पूरा हो जाएगा। एनी हाउ, तो अब मैं सोच रहा हूँ पूछूं क्या, कौन सा अच्छा लगेगा कौन सा बुरा लगेगा। अब आपने एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के ऊपर एक जगह बोला कि मैं एक सर्विस क्लास फैमिली से आता हूँ, माधुरी मैम एक बिजनेस क्लास फैमिली से आती हैं। तो माधुरी मैम ने जितना आपको बिजनेस के बारे में सिखाया और जितना उन्होंने आपको तैयार किया बिजनेस करने के लिए, वो ज़्यादा बड़ी मोटिवेशन थी आपके लिए कि आप बिजनेस में आए। तो मैं ये जानना चाहूँगा कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप वाली लाइफ ज़्यादा बेटर रही आपको कि जॉब करने वाली ज़्यादा बेटर रही? और ये एक्सीडेंटल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप बनी कि पुश करने वाली एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप बनी?
मतलब यार देखो, वो तो आउटकम पे डिपेंड करता है ना। अगर आपने एंटरप्रेन्योर बन के ज़्यादा पैसे कमा लिए, ज़्यादा सक्सेसफुल हो गए, तो आपको हमेशा लगेगा यार एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप वाली लाइफ अच्छी है। अब अगर आप जॉब करते हुए ज़्यादा पैसे कमा रहे थे, आपको ज़्यादा खुशी हो रही थी, तो वो लाइफ बेटर है। मतलब मेरे को एक चीज़ पता है कि मैं फिर से नौकरी नहीं कर सकता लाइफ में। मतलब मेरा हर बंदे का कुछ ना कुछ तो डर होता है ना, किसी चीज़ से तो फटती होगी। मेरी इस बात से फटती है कि मेरे को अगर लाइफ में किसी और की नौकरी करनी पड़ी ना, मतलब मैं जेन्युइनली मर जाऊंगा। मेरे को ऐसा लगता है खत्म हो जाऊंगा उसी टाइम। एंड ये इसलिए नहीं है कि मेरे को ये लगता है कि नौकरी करना बुरी चीज़ है। आई थिंक आप जब नौकरी कर रहे हो ना, आप अपने दिमाग का 20% यूज कर रहे हो, लिटरली ऑन एन एवरेज 20% अपना पोटेंशियल यूज कर रहे हो। जब आप एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप कर रहे हो, आप अपनी औकात के बाहर खेल रहे हो, कंप्लीटली औकात के बाहर खेल रहे हो। आपको पता ही नहीं है, आप आधा टाइम खुद को भी फॉल्स कॉन्फिडेंस दे रहे हो, दूसरों को भी फॉल्स कॉन्फिडेंस दे रहे हो, बट उस चक्कर में कुछ बड़ी चीज बन रही है, ठीक है। तो उसका मजा ही अपना है। तो एटलीस्ट मेरे को पर्सनली, मेरे लिए तो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप वाला फेज इज द मोर एक्साइटिंग फेज। मैं खुद लोगों को बोलता हूँ कि जब मैं खुद भी फाउंडर नहीं बना था, जब मैं ग्रोफर्स में था एज अ CFO, मैंने पहले साल में इतना सीख लिया था जितना मैंने 9 साल बैंक्स में काम करके नहीं सीखा था। तो क्योंकि यार कुछ भी करो, जब आप जॉब कर रहे हो, आप सुबह 10 बजे दफ्तर आए, शाम को 5 बजे गए, 8 बजे गए, आप चले गए, उसके बाद कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा। साला लाला का धंधा, लाला का माल, लाला की टेक्नोलॉजी, ऐप चले ना चले, मेरे 8 बज गए भाई, ठीक है। अब तो मैं कल सुबह 10 बजे आऊँगा, फिर बात करेंगे, ठीक है। बट एज अ फाउंडर आप वो नहीं सोच सकते ना, रात के 4 बजे हैं या सुबह के 6 बजे हैं, आपको करना ही करना है और आपको मज़ा भी उसी चीज़ में आ रहा है।
असीम, तूने नौकरी बहुत कम करी है, सीधे बिजनेस में आया, बहुत मतलब 2-3 साल के लिए नौकरी करी
नहीं करी मैंने,
करी नहीं है ना,
करी नहीं है।
करी नहीं है। तो कॉलेज से निकलते ही तू इसमें आ गया, तो तेरे दिमाग में क्यों आया कि डायरेक्ट मैं काम धंधा करूं, नौकरी ना करूं? ऐसा क्या था, किस चीज़ ने तेरे को ऐसा तैयार किया?
आई थिंक मैंने अपने आसपास देख लिया था कि जो जॉब कर रहे हैं, मेरे पेरेंट्स दोनों जॉब कर रहे थे और मेरे फ्रेंड्स थे, उनके पेरेंट्स बिजनेस में थे, तो हमें हर चीज़ के लिए साइकिल लेनी है तो 3 साल वेट करना पड़ता था कि तू इतने मार्क्स ला, उतने मार्क्स ला। तो मैंने कहा यार कि लाइफ चेंज हो सकती है बिज़नेस करके। तो मेरा वो विजन और गोल क्लियर था कि यार बिज़नेस करना है, फाइनेंशियल इंडिपेंडेंस चाहिए मुझे, ऐसे 1 साल 2 साल 3 साल के लिए चीज़ों के लिए वेट नहीं करनी। तो आई थिंक वो मोटिवेशन मेरी वहीं डिफाइन हो गई थी। और जब मैं कॉलेज गया था, मैं तो +1 +2 से लग गया था उसी डायरेक्शन में, एंड कॉलेज में ही मैंने अपना पहला बिज़नेस स्टार्ट कर दिया था। एंड कॉलेज से निकलते निकलते आई थिंक अपने कॉलेज में जाके मैंने हायरिंग कर ली थी प्लेसमेंट ड्राइव फाइनल ईयर में।
ओके, सो क्या नाम, अब एक और क्वेश्चन है तेरे लिए, वो तेरे से ही क्वेश्चन है। तेरे को क्या लगता है अब ये 3rd यूनिकॉर्न में तू आ गया है, एक बिजनेस का 100 करोड़ की कंपनी के बाद सीधा हजारों करोड़ की कंपनी बना रहा है अश्नीर जी के साथ, अब इससे नेक्स्ट व्हाट इज योर टारगेट, व्हाट यू वांट टू अचीव?
देखो, जब मैंने बेसिकली स्टार्ट किया था, मैंने इतना ही सोचा था कि मुझे बिज़नेस में जाना है और एक सक्सेसफुल बिज़नेस बनाना है। तो उसके बाद मैंने यही सोचा था कि मुझे कुछ किसी बड़े एंटरप्रेन्योर के साथ काम करना है। अभी तक तो मैंने इतना ही सोचा है, कुछ इससे ज़्यादा मैं जब तक एक फेज़ ख़त्म नहीं होता उसको एक सक्सेस स्टोरी नहीं बन जाती, दूसरे फेज़ के बारे में सोचने का पॉइंट नहीं है। तो आई थिंक अभी यही फेज़ है, इसी को जी रहा हूँ, इसी को एंजॉय कर रहा हूँ, और आगे कुछ नहीं सोच रहा इसके बारे में कि आगे क्या करना है। लिविंग इन द प्रेजेंट।
So I believe I shall open the house for public now. So guys, your questions. Vishal, you want to ask something? Okay, give mic to Vishal. Okay.
Hello. My question is to Ashneer. Do you think your outspokenness will help you in politics if you ever get to join it?
यार आउटस्पोकननेस तो हेल्प ही करेगी ना, मतलब सिंपल सी बात है। साला कोई पॉलिटिशियन को सीधा जवाब भी पूछ लो तो घुमाते रहते हैं, ठीक है। अब एंड मार्केट बदल गई है ना जी। अब मैं पॉलिटिशियन को देखता हूँ ना, मेरे को बड़ी हंसी आती है। साले सब सफेद कुर्ता पजामा पहन के घूमते हैं, ठीक है, और नॉर्मल लाइफ में कोई सफेद कुर्ता पजामा पहन के नहीं घूमता, ठीक है। तो एक पॉलिटिशियन को बताना पड़ता है जनता को कि मैं नेता हूं, और उसकी शक्ल पे नहीं झलक रहा है, उसके कपड़ों पे झलक रहा है कि भाई ठीक है सफेद कुर्ता पजामा पहन के घूम रहा है तो नेता होगा। बिकॉज नॉर्मल जनता कभी सफेद कुर्ता पजामा नहीं पहनती, रात को पहनती सोते टाइम। तो कुछ ना कुछ तो डिफरेंट आना पड़ेगा, ठीक है। मेरा तो सिंपल उसूल है, साल अगर मैं इलेक्ट भी हो गया ना, मैं तो पार्लियामेंट भी बर्बरी की टी शर्ट पहन के जाऊंगा, भाड़ में जाए, बोलते रहना जी ये राहुल गांधी वाली टी शर्ट पहन के आ गया, हाँ पहन के आ गया। यार साला जब हिंदुस्तान का बिजनेसमैन गुची और बरी पहन के घूम रहा है, तो जब पार्लियामेंट में भी जाएगा तो अपने आप को रिप्रेजेंट करने आ रहा है ना यार। तुम्हारे ये झूठे चोले पहन के तो नहीं आने वाला मैं।
थैंक यू।
हेलो अश्नीर जी, दिस साइड। सर अभी आईपीएल खत्म हो जाएगा, देन वर्ल्ड कप आएगा, वर्ल्ड कप में पाकिस्तान की टीम भी खेलेगी, तो क्या उन प्लेयर्स को भी पैसे मिलेंगे?
ये इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन है। तो पहले वर्ल्ड कप तो आने दे भाई।
सर हमारे से ज्यादा पाकिस्तान के लोग वेट कर रहे हैं इसका।
नहीं, अच्छा पाकिस्तान के लोग वेट कर रहे हैं कि उनको पैसे मिलेंगे। नहीं, उसमें भी हमने कुछ और जुगाड़ निकाला है। बिकॉज जब आईपीएल है तो नेशनैलिटी की बात नहीं है, ठीक है। तो बेस्ट क्रिकेटर शुड विन मोर मनी, राइट? बट जब इंडिया खेल रहा है तब नेशनैलिटी का इशू आ जाता है। तो तब भी हम कुछ ऐसा स्कीम निकालेंगे कि साला अगर इंडिया वाले अच्छा खेलेंगे तो मिलेंगे, ठीक है, और अगर वो पाकिस्तान से मैच हार जाएंगे तो हम उनके बैंक अकाउंट से पैसे खींच लेंगे।
हाँ जी, वहाँ पीछे माइक दे दीजिए।
सर, मेरा नाम अभिजीत है। मेरा 2 सवाल हैं। पहला कि आप जो ये कह रहे हैं कि क्रिक पे में हमारा बर्न रेट बिल्कुल ज़ीरो है, जब मैंने साइन अप किया था आई गॉट अ 50 रुपीज़ रिवॉर्ड, तो उसको हम बर्न रेट काउंट करेंगे कि नहीं करेंगे? दूसरा कि कॉल इट भारत पे या सक्सेस, लॉस में जब हमने इकोनॉमिक टाइम्स देखा था रिसेंटली, सबसे ऊपर था, सबसे लंबा बार ग्राफ था लॉस में, अराउंड 3000 करोड़। तो ये हम कह सकते हैं कि आपके बाद वो लॉस हुआ है बट वो लेगेसी कंटिन्यू हुई है, तो हम उसको कैसे आप जस्टिफाई करते हैं उस चीज़ को?
यार देख, भारत पे वाले ना एकदम गधे लोग हैं, मतलब गधे भी नहीं, गधेड़े हैं वो, ठीक है। मैं तुमको फैक्ट बताता हूँ, जब मैंने 3.5 साल कंपनी चलाई है, ठीक है, मैंने 4,500 करोड़ रुपए रेज करे थे, 1500 करोड़ रुपए खर्च करे थे, ठीक। जब मैंने कुल मिला के 3.5 साल में 1500 करोड़ रुपए खर्च करे हैं 3.5 साल में, ठीक है, तो 1 साल का लॉस 2000 करोड़ कैसे हो सकता है? तो एक होता है ना कि एक इंसान के पीछे इतना पड़ जाए कि वो कुछ पागल ही हो रखा है, ठीक है। तो जब मैं कंपनी से बाहर आया, भाई कंपनी तुम्हारे पास हाथ में है, जो बुक्स बनानी है तुमने बनानी है, ठीक है। तो ताकि मेरा नाम बदनाम हो, उन्होंने पता नहीं क्या बुक्स बनाई है, 2000 करोड़ का लॉस दिखा दिया, ठीक है, जो कि हो ही नहीं सकता। जब भाई मैं 1 मार्च को निकला हूं, 1 मार्च तक 2018 जून से लेके 1 मार्च तक 1500 करोड़ रुपए खर्च हुए कंपनी में, तो उससे ज्यादा लॉस कहां से हो जाएगा? ठीक है, तो वो भाई उनसे पूछो, एक रजनीश कुमार जी बैठे हैं, वो अपने आप को SBI का चेयरमैन बोलते हैं, उनको पकड़ के पूछ लो, भाई तू बता दे, हिसाब दे दे कहां से हो गया, ठीक है। 1 नंबर के बेवकूफ हैं वो। मेरे अगेंस्ट इतने केस कर रखे हैं वो, मतलब मैं आपको मार्केट में मजाक बताता हूं, दिल्ली में क्या है कि दिल्ली में 2 टाइप के वकील हैं, एक जो अश्लील केस के अगेंस्ट केस कर रहे हैं, एक जो नहीं कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। जो कर रहे हैं उनके दिन अच्छे चल रहे हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पे 100 करोड़ रुपए बढ़ रहे हैं साल के अश्लील ग्रोवर पे केस करने के। जो नहीं कर रहे हैं वो रो रहे हैं कि साल हमारे को केस नहीं मिला, क्योंकि मैं तो वकील पाल नहीं रहा, मेरा तो एक ही वकील है सामने, चाहे साला रोहतगी आ जाए चाहे कोई मर्जी आ जाए, मेरा एक ही वकील जाता है वहां पे, ठीक है। तो भारत पे की बेवकूफियों के मेरे पास कोई जवाब नहीं है, ठीक है। आप उनसे संपर्क करें, मैं आपको नंबर दे दूंगा। बाकी पहला क्वेश्चन यार, बर्न 2 तरीके का बर्न होता है, एक होता है ऐसे वाला बर्न, हम वो वाला नहीं कर रहे हैं, धंधे बनाने वाला बर्न तो कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। अब 50 रुपए में अगर मैं ऐड नहीं कर रहा IPL में, IPL की ऐड कितनी महंगी पड़ती है आपको पता है? मतलब मैं इसी IPL में कम से कम नहीं तो ड्रीम 11 250-300 करोड़ रुपए खर्च रहा होगा इस IPL में, ठीक है। अब मैं छोटा प्लेयर हूं, मैं अभी इस स्पेस में घुसा हूं, मैं अपनी पोजीशनिंग बनाना चाहता हूं, मैं स्मार्टली खेल रहा हूं, मैं बोल रहा हूं ठीक है पहली गेम फ्री, 50 कोई भी कस्टमर आएगा 50 रुपए ले लो, पहली गेम फ्री, तो मेरी कॉस्ट ऑफ एक्विजिशन तो 50 रुपए ही हुई ना। जो आपको 50 रुपए कैशबैक मिला, पर कस्टमर मिले तो 50 रुपए ही हुआ ना। तो फॉर मी दैट्स अ स्मार्टर वे ऑफ एक्वायरिंग कस्टमर रादर देन डूइंग एड्स। तो धंधा यार, हर धंधे में पैसा लगता है टू एक्वायर कस्टमर एंड बनाना, बट फर्क ये है कि हम वो पागलों वाला पैसा खर्च नहीं रहे।
सर आपने ये तो बता दिया कि आपकी मूवी आ रही है, बट आपकी मूवी में हीरो का रोल कौन प्ले कर रहा है?
हीरो का रोल कौन प्ले कर रहा है मतलब एक्टर कौन है ये पूछ रही है तू?
राइट, आपका रोल कौन प्ले कर रहा है?
हीरो तो मैं ही हूँ। होपफुली, पता नहीं, पता लगा पिक्चर बन गई मेरे को विलन बना दिया उसमें। नहीं यार, एक्टर की ऑडिशन करेंगे अभी, देखते हैं कौन कर सकता है। एक्चुअली प्रॉब्लम क्या हो रही है, वो जब से पिक्चर बनानी शुरू की है ना, मेरा वेट कम होता जा रहा है। तो पहले उनको एक मोटा एक्टर चलता, अब उनको थोड़ा पतला एक्टर लेना पड़ रहा है, तो होपफुली डिसाइड हो जाएगा थोड़े दिनों में।
कोई ऐसा जो आप चाहते हो कि मैं इसको देखना चाहता हूँ अपनी?
यार जो मर्जी बंदा को रख लो, 300 करोड़ बनानी चाहिए पिक्चर, बाकी मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा। चाहे कपिल शर्मा को रख लो, फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
Hi Ashni sir, hi Asim. So I have a question directly to Ashni sir. I am your biggest fan for saying all those candid things so easily. So first question is, sir, what is your bigger purpose of your life? You have done one unicorn, you're into another, you're becoming a politician. What is the bigger purpose you're achieving? And when is your next book and with what title is it coming?
यार ये बिगर पर्पस नहीं पता होता मेरे को लाइफ में, ठीक है। मैं इतना सोचने वाला बंदा नहीं हूँ, मैं एकदम कैपिटलिस्ट बंदा हूँ। मेरे लिए हर चीज़ की मेजर, मतलब सक्सेस की जो मेजर है ना, वो पैसों में है, ठीक है। कि अगर तुमने किताब उतारी, तुम्हारी किताब क्या सबसे ज़्यादा बिकी या नहीं बिकी, दैट इज़ अ गुड मेजर ऑफ सक्सेस फॉर मी। तो मैं नंबर्स ड्रिवन बंदा हूँ। कई लोगों को लगता है कि कुछ इंटेलेक्चुअल पर्पस होगा, कोई लार्जर पर्पस होगा लाइफ में। नहीं है यार, क्यों चाहिए? मेरे को लगता है अगर हर बंदा नंबर्स ड्रिवन बन जाए और कैपिटलिस्ट बन जाए, देश का वैसे ही भला हो जाएगा, ठीक है। तो मेरा कोई लार्जर पर्पस नहीं है, मैं कोई बाबा नहीं हूँ कि इवेंचुअली ये करना है, या मैं तो धरती में ये करने आया था। मैं तो धरती पे मजे लेने आया था। मैं मजे ले रहा हूँ।
Thank you so much.
हेलो अश्नीर सर। सर एक्चुअली मेरा क्वेश्चन आपके लिए है, जब आपने कहा पॉलिटिक्स के बारे में, एंड इससे पहले के जो आपके इंटरव्यू हो रखे हैं उधर आपने टैलेंट के बारे में बहुत बात करी है कि टैलेंट इंडिया में बहुत कम है। तो आप अगर पॉलिटिक्स में जा रहे हैं और आपने कहा कि एक बिगर इम्पैक्ट लाना है, तो आपका एजुकेशन के मामले में आपका क्या कहना है? एंड प्लस आज का जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जो आ रहा है, जो कि ऑलरेडी मतलब वाइट कॉलर जॉब को ले जा रहा है, तो आपका उसके बारे में क्या ख्याल है? क्योंकि सर बेसिकली मैं भी एक एडटेक स्टार्टअप के अंदर ही काम कर रहा हूँ, और हम लोग स्कूल के एजुकेशन को बच्चों के लिए फ्री कर रहे हैं, प्राइवेट स्कूल के एजुकेशन को, लेकिन उसमें टैलेंट भी दे रहे हैं। तो आपका टैलेंट के लिए क्या बात है? और आप अगर आप पॉलिटिक्स में जा रहे हैं तो आपका एजुकेशन को लेके क्या रहेगा पॉइंट?
एजुकेशन को लेके प्रॉब्लम तो सिंपल सी बात है कि साले इनफ नंबर ऑफ सीट्स ही नहीं है यार, ठीक है। कोई भी मिडिल क्लास या अपर मिडिल क्लास पेरेंट है, उसका बच्चा एस्पायर ही नहीं कर रहा कि मेरे को पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी जाना है या दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी जाना है। उसका बच्चा एस्पायर कर रहा है मेरे को इंडिया से बाहर भेज दो, ठीक है। तो साला इंडिया तो मार्केट बना पड़ा है यूएस की एजुकेशन के लिए, ठीक है। मतलब मेरे को लगता है ऑलरेडी इंडियन स्टूडेंट्स गोइंग टू यूएस वो चाइना को सरपास कर चुके हैं। तो सबसे बड़ा इशू तो यही है ना कि बच्चे को पढ़ने के लिए इंडिया से बाहर भागना है, ठीक है। और एक बार ही इंडिया से पढ़ने के लिए बच्चा बाहर चला गया, फिर पेरेंट्स उसके पीछे भाग रहे हैं कि भाई वापस आ जा। तो समवेयर मेरे को लगता है कि बहुत बड़ी मार्केट है, एंड यूएस ने एकदम डोमिनेट कर रखी है कि सब बच्चे यहाँ से बाहर भाग रहे हैं। एंड उसका रीज़न यही है कि क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन जो इंडिया में होनी चाहिए वो नहीं है, ठीक है। मैं भी बहुत यूनिवर्सिटीज़ जाता हूँ, नहीं है यार, वो सेम लेवल ऑफ एजुकेशन नहीं है। मैं आपको क्लियरली बोल देता हूँ, ठीक है। हम आईआईटीज़ की बात करते रहते हैं, आईएम्स की बात करते रहते हैं, बट कुल मिला के कितने आईआईटी हैं यार? 6, 8, 10, ठीक है। आईएम भी इतने से ही हैं। बाकी जो कॉलेज है उसमें क्या हाल है? वहाँ पे क्या प्लेसमेंट लग रही है बच्चों की पढ़ने के बाद? क्या अटेंडेंस लग रही है? क्या प्रॉफ्स टॉप टैलेंट आ रहा है पढ़ाने के लिए, ठीक है। वो सब मेजर गैप्स हैं। एंड मैं होपफुल ये हूँ कि प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ वो गैप को आइडेंटिफाई कर लें और एजुकेशन को ले आएँ, और उसको देखते देखते गवर्नमेंट भी उठ जाए। वरना अदरवाइज अब मेरे को नहीं पता साल के 1 लाख बच्चे बाहर जाते हैं, कितने बाहर जाते हैं, ये नंबर ना बहुत जल्दी 10 लाख पहुंच जाएगा, ठीक है। तो दैट इज माय व्यू ऑन एजुकेशन।
डू यू सपोर्ट कि एजुकेशन को प्राइवेटाइज कर देना चाहिए? जैसे फिलहाल के लिए तो एजुकेशन प्राइवेटाइज नहीं है।
सब कुछ प्राइवेटाइज कर देना चाहिए, गवर्नमेंट का बिजनेस ही नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट शुड नॉट बी इन एनी बिजनेस यार। भाई जब तुम एयर इंडिया को प्राइवेटाइज कर रहे हो तो कॉलेज तुम क्यों चला रहे हो? क्या लॉजिक है? तो गवर्नमेंट का बिजनेस गवर्न करना है, ठीक है, धंधे चलाना छोड़ना है। वो टाइम तो चला गया ना कि जब आप बोलते थे जी पावर प्लांट भी सरकार चलाएगी, रेलवे भी सरकार चलाएगी, जहाज भी सरकार चलाएगी। अब तो सरकार कुछ भी नहीं चलाती, तो एजुकेशन क्यों सरकार चला रही है? सब का सब प्राइवेटाइज कर दो। मैं तो कह रहा हूँ दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी का एक एक कॉलेज बांट दो, सबको बोली लगा दो। या पे तुम साले फालतू की ऑक्शन करा रहे हो आईपीएल की बैठ के। 15 करोड़ का कोहली बेच दो, 12 करोड़ का ईशान किशन बेच दो, ठीक है। मैं तो कह रहा हूं ऐसे ऑक्शन कराओ ना, हाँ जी श्री राम कॉलेज ऑफ कॉमर्स बोली लगाओ, तभी इंप्रूव होएगा बॉस।
Sir, I have a very small question, MCQ type ही है। Basically, I want to ask कि जैसे आजकल हर कोई बात कर रहा है startups, like they talk about innovation लेके आओ, ideas लेके आओ, ideology बढ़ाओ, thought process बढ़ाओ, curate करो कुछ। So I have seen कि बहुत सारे tools जो innovation से बनते हैं, so काफ़ी पैसा कमा लेते हैं वो, right? और उसके बाद उसको कॉपी करके आई हैव सीन कि उससे ज़्यादा पैसा कमा लेते हैं। सो व्हाट यू वुड सजेस्ट कि उसको कॉपी किया जाए या नया क्यूरेट किया जाए?
यार कॉपी वाला कौन पैसा कमा रहा है यार? समझा नहीं मैं, सॉरी
सर। लाइक जैसे लेट्स सपोज आई टेक अ वेरी स्मॉल एग्जांपल, जोमेटो बना, फिर स्विगी बना, मतलब काफ़ी पैसा कमा रहे हैं ना एक दूसरे को कॉपी करके। ऐसे बहुत सारे और जगह में भी प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, टूल्स भी हैं, जैसे AI टूल्स हैं, एक तरह के बहुत सारे टूल्स हैं, वो सब अच्छा खासा पैसा कमा रहे हैं। सो दैट्स व्हाट आई एम आस्किंग कि हमें न्यू क्यूरेट करना चाहिए या वी शुड कॉपी देम?
नहीं यार, जिसमें ज़्यादा पैसा बन रहा है वो कर लो। मतलब बिजनेस का तो सिंपल रूल है ना यार, लाइक अगर तुमको फर्स्ट मूवर बन के ज़्यादा एडवांटेज मिल रहा है तो फर्स्ट मूवर बनो। अगर फर्स्ट मूवर किसी और को बन के सेकेंड मूवर बन के तुमको एडवांटेज मिल रहा है तो कॉपी करके बिजनेस बना लो। सो या आई थिंक उसमें कोई सीधा जवाब नहीं है।
So Ashneer, you could have opened any company after आपने शार्क टैंक करा और इतने सारे बिजनेस आइडियाज आपको मिलते थे, एंड द नेम ऑफ द कंपनी इज थर्ड यूनिकॉर्न। तो ऐसा आपको क्या लगा फैंटेसी स्पोर्ट्स में कि ये एक थर्ड यूनिकॉर्न बनेगी?
नहीं यार, सी हियर्स द थिंग, मैं इवन पहले भी जो मेरे मन में आता था मैं तो वही करता था यार, ठीक है। तुमको ये लग रहा है कि यार कुछ भी कर सकते थे, फैंटेसी क्यों कर रहे हो, ठीक है। मेरे को लगता है साला इतना दिमाग लगा के मेरे को तो लग रहा है फैंटेसी सही चीज है करने को। अब आप उसका लॉजिक सुनो ना, आईपीएल का एक मैच मार्केटिंग राइट जो बीसीसीआई बेचता है 52 करोड़ रुपए के बिकते हैं। एक आईपीएल पे 400 करोड़ रुपए का फैंटेसी खेला जाता है, ठीक है। अगर मैं 10% भी रेवेन्यू पूल पकड़ लूं उसका, तो पर मैच देयर इज मोर मनी इन फैंटेसी देन इन ऑल द एड्स कंबाइंड विच बीसीसीआई हैज सोल्ड एज मार्केटिंग राइट इन होलसेल, ठीक है। तो नंबर बहुत बड़ा है। एंड दूसरा मेरा है कि यार साला मेरा धंधा है, मेरा जो मर्जी आएगा करूंगा यार। अब तो मैं तुमसे पूछता हूं कि भाई तुम ये भी कर सकते तो तुम ये क्यों कर रहे हो? तू भाई डॉक्टर भी बन सकता था, इंजीनियर क्यों बन गया, ठीक है। एवरीवन लाइफ दे हैव टू लिव ऑन देयर ओन यार, ठीक है। जस्ट बिकॉज मैं पब्लिक हूं, ठीक है, जनता मेरे को कुछ भी बोलती है, बोल ले, मैं तो जवाब नहीं देने वाला।
लास्ट क्वेश्चन जितिन, आई वुड लाइक कि आप पूछ के लेट अस।
Ashneer, I think your clarity of thought is amazing and I think that's led to a lot of successes that you've had. एक किसी ने सवाल पूछा था which I would like you to address is this ये जो सारी AI revolution है, what do you think about that? ये कहाँ, ये जो young entrepreneurs हैं उनको कैसे इसको tackle करना चाहिए? What should be their strategy, etc.
यार सी टेक्नोलॉजी ना जब भी आती है तो लोगों की फट जाती है। आप तो एआई की बात कर रहे हो, सबसे पहले जब कैलकुलेटर बने थे ना लोगों की तब फट गई थी, कि सब कुछ ही कैलकुलेटर कर लेगा तो हम क्या करेंगे, ठीक है। उसी से कैलकुलेटर ने किसी की नौकरी नहीं खाई और नौकरियां क्रिएट ही करी। फिर जब कंप्यूटर आया तब भी सेम क्वेश्चन था, जब इंटरनेट आया तब भी सेम क्वेश्चन था, जब इंटरनेट ऑन मोबाइल आया तब भी सेम क्वेश्चन था, हम क्या करेंगे। तो ना थोड़ा इंसान को ये लगता है कि वो एकदम फुद्दू है, और एक ना एक दिन कोई तो चीज आ जाएगी जो बोलेगी भाई तू तो फुद्दू है, तेरा तो कोई वजूद ही नहीं है अब, ठीक है। बट ऐसा होता नहीं है। तो मैं तो एआई को एक जस्ट वन फेज इन टेक्नोलॉजी एवोल्यूशन देखता हूँ, ठीक है। अगर आप बोलो जी ये सबकी नौकरियां खा जाएगा और आधी नौकरियां उड़ जाएंगी, लोग बेरोजगार घूमेंगे, कुछ नहीं होने वाला ऐसा, ठीक है। यू नो अगर आप हिस्टोरिकली भी देखो, पूरी ह्यूमैनिटी में इतनी अमाउंट ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट और इतनी प्रोग्रेस जो आज तक थी वो कभी भी नहीं थी पास्ट में, ठीक है। तो वो कर्व कभी नीचे नहीं जाने वाली है, चाहे एआई आ जाए चाहे कुछ और आ जाए। तो इतना घबराने की बात नहीं है यार, कोई थोड़ा तो अपने पे कॉन्फिडेंस रखो यार।
चलो
चैट जीपीटी खोल के देख ले, उसमें डाल।
चलो गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच। तो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन था। अब अशनीर जी अगर कोई क्वेश्चन लेना चाहते तो उनकी मर्जी है, अदरवाइज आई बिलीव वी आर गुड टू क्लोज।
ले लो यार 3-4 क्वेश्चन ले लो। और हाँ
चलो 4 क्वेश्चन।
भाई 2+2 वाले तू बैठ जा, तेरे से क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछ रहा मैं।
very last question, one last question.
2-3 पूछ लो यार, क्यों इतना।
3 क्वेश्चन।
Hi Ashneer.
Hello. Hey Ashneer, my question is simple, like this confidence that you've got right now with so much of candid conversation, were you always like that since childhood or it came after your success with the startup?
नहीं यार, कॉन्फिडेंस पहले से था, बाहर नहीं निकलता था। नहीं, बचपन से कोई कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं था, मैं तो पहले बोलता ही नहीं था यार। और अभी भी मैं ना सिर्फ स्टेज पे बोलता हूँ, स्टेज से उतर के एकदम चुप हो जाता हूँ। तो आई थिंक वो ना एक डिफरेंट पर्सोना है जो स्टेज पे आता है, वो स्टेज से उतर के ख़त्म हो जाता है। एंड मेरा कुछ नहीं, मतलब मैं आपको, आप मेरी किताब भी पढ़ोगे ना, उसमें क्लियरली लिखा है, मैंने आज तक, मतलब पब्लिक स्पीकिंग तो बहुत दूर की बात है। मतलब एक रूम में अगर 3 लोग बैठे होते थे ना, मैं तब चुप हो जाता था। मेरा ऑप्टिमम कॉन्वर्सेशन होता था, एक बंदा और बैठा है और एक मैं बैठा हूँ, तो चलो बात हो जाएगी। 2 बंदे आ गए ना रूम में तो मैं चुप कि मैं नहीं बोल रहा अब। तो मैं तो इतना शांत था। वो तो चले गए शार्क टैंक में, साला वो कैमरा को कुछ दिख गया हम में, या मेरे को कुछ कैमरा में दिख गया, उसके बाद अब बोल लेता हूँ, फर्क नहीं पड़ता है।
Hi sir, so all the businesses you have done till date, all of those were digital, और retail businesses की बहुत बड़ी percentage है Indian economy में. So what's the future for retail businesses and what's the future for digital businesses?
अबे हर चीज का फ्यूचर मेरे से क्यों पूछते रहते हो यार? इसका क्या फ्यूचर है, उसका क्या फ्यूचर है, आपका क्या फ्यूचर है, मेरा क्या फ्यूचर है? अब मतलब मेरे पास कोई मशीन है क्या फ्यूचर में देखने की? मेरे को नहीं पता भाई, मैं बताता हूँ फ्यूचर में क्या होने वाला है।
गाइस ये लास्ट क्वेश्चन है, मैम है उनको
7 बज रहे हैं, 8 बजे मैं खाना खाने वाला हूँ, ये बता सकता हूँ बस। उसके बियॉन्ड का मेरे को नहीं पता।
तो मैडम को माइक दे दें, ये लास्ट क्वेश्चन है।
Can we quickly have the mic in the front row?
It's not about future. I just want to know what is your honest sentiment about the startup ecosystem outside of Bangalore in India?
Honest sentiment about startup ecosystem outside
Bangalore.
यार सी, अभी पिछले साल जो यूफोरिया था अभी वो यूफोरिया नहीं है, ठीक है। उसका रीजन क्या है कि पिछले साल पैसा बहुत आ रहा था, तो जब पैसा आता है ना तो बंदे में कॉन्फिडेंस आता है। अब वो पैसा आना बंद हो गया है, ठीक है। इनफैक्ट जो बंदे पैसा भेज रहे थे अब वो सवाल भेजते हैं कि भाई पहला पैसा भेजा था उसका जवाब दो या हिसाब किताब दो। तो थोड़ा सा ना म्यूटेड है सेंटिमेंट स्टार्टअप स्पेस में म्यूटेड है, बट इतना भी खराब नहीं है जितना बाहर खराब है। यूएस में इंडिया से बहुत ज़्यादा खराब सेंटिमेंट है, मतलब किसी को स्टार्टअप में पैसे ही नहीं लगाने। इंडिया में अभी तक वो बुरा हाल नहीं हुआ है। इंडिया में ये है, हाँ ठीक है, बड़ा पैसा लगना बंद हो गया है, बट लोगों को ये नहीं लग रहा कि फ्यूचर में स्टार्टअप होंगे ही नहीं या ये सब बंद हो जाएंगे। तो 2022 के बाद वाला जो फेज चल रहा है ना, वो थोड़ा प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी वाला फेज है कि भाई तमीज़ से धंधा करो, बहुत तुमने मज़े कर लिए। तो अब थोड़ा, और जब भी तमीज़ से काम होता है ना तो शांति हो जाती है, मतलब पार्टी नहीं चल रही अभी। तो दैट्स द सेंटिमेंट है।
And what about the ecosystem, like ecosystem in general outside of Bangalore? जब हम startups की बात करते हैं, जैसे पंजाब का या some states which are still catching up on the ecosystem. So what's your take on those states?
नहीं ऐसी ecosystem अगर आप देखो, it's 60-40 Bangalore and Delhi, ठीक है। 60% of all big startups are in Bangalore. 40% of all big startups are in Delhi. उसके बाद ना एकदम से वो टेल बन जाती है, बहुत ही थिन हो जाता है। इवन बॉम्बे इज नॉट हाई ऑन स्टार्टअप्स, मतलब जितने भी ढंग के लोगों ने बॉम्बे में स्टार्टअप करी है वो इवेंचुअली या तो दिल्ली शिफ्ट हो गए या बैंगलोर शिफ्ट हो गए। सो दो शहर की कहानी है घूम फिर के स्टार्टअप्स, उसके बियॉन्ड बहुत ही थिन चल रहा है अभी तक। होपफुली चेंज हो जाएगा बिकॉज यहाँ पे महंगा इतना हो गया है। अब कभी मैं पढ़ रहा था कि बैंगलोर में 3 BHK आपको 1 लाख रुपए से कम का नहीं मिल सकता। अब इतने महंगा अगर मैं किराए पे घर लूंगा तो उस बंदे को तनख्वाह भी उतनी ज़्यादा देनी पड़ेगी। सो एवरीथिंग इज गोइंग टू कम डाउन टू कॉस्ट वेरी सून, एंड आई एम होपिंग कि व्हेन इट कम टू कॉस्ट, जो दिल्ली और बैंगलोर की इन्फ्लेशन है बिकम्स अ डिसएडवांटेज फॉर दोज सिटीज एंड एडवांटेज फॉर द अदर सिटीज।
थैंक यू जी।
लास्ट क्वेश्चन।
नो, आई बिलीव अशनीर जी हमें समय की कमी की वजह से बंद करना पड़ेगा। थैंक यू गाइस, बहुत अच्छा आपने साथ दिया इस पूरी डिस्कशन में। थैंक यू अशनीर जी, दिल्ली से इतनी दूर आने के लिए हमारे पास, और थैंक यू असीम, थैंक यू सो मच, वी आर वेरी प्राउड ऑफ यू। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच टू दिस वंडरफुल पैनल। एंड पहले बता देती हूँ, मैंने क्लियर करने को, मैंने ख़त्म करने को नहीं कहा। अगर आप उम्मीदें वक्त से लगा के शिकवा हमसे करेंगे तो आप कमाल करेंगे। Well, thank you so much for being here this evening, and candid, raw and unfiltered like always. To felicitate this wonderful panel, can I please have on the dais Vishal Kedia, Director, Develop Tech IT Solutions Private Limited, and one of the pilot investors of Third Unicorn. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a loud round of applause for Ashneer Grover, founder, Third Unicorn. Aseem Ghavri, co-founder, Third Unicorn. And our formidable moderator, Puneet Verma, founder, Cybrain Software Solutions. Well, he brought it all together so beautifully. So can we have a loud round of applause for him? Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. And the customary picture to follow from here on. Well, शाम-ए-फिराक का वक्त है, यानी it's that evening where we must part ways once more. शाम-ए-फिराक अब ना पूछ, आई और आके टल जाएगी। दिल है कि फिर बहल जाएगा, जान है कि फिर संभल जाएगी। मे बी जान का मामला नहीं है, लेकिन दिल का ज़रूर हो सकता है। दिल बहल जाएगा जब हम अगले साल फिर मिलेंगे टाइकॉन पे। एंड एक और दफ़ा रॉबिन सर आपको जहमत करनी होगी to give the vote of thanks.
First of all, thank you, Niharika. You've shown a lot of energy throughout the day, right? And you've been at, I think, 5th TiECon. Thank you very much. We have a small gift for you. Yes, yes.
This, okay. I think this is really special because it's been my 5th TiECon in a year and I can't thank you enough for having me.
Thank you, Niharika. Thank you all. I think that every session today has shown a lot of energy. We've learned a lot, right? And we look forward to TiECon 24 now. And again, great thank you for the energy shown in the last 2 days. Thank you.
And this is where your Sutradhar, Niharika, that girl behind the mic, signs off for this edition of TiECon. For this edition of TiECon, आपसे फिर मुलाकात होगी अगले साल. Till then, हंसते रहिए, मुस्कुराते रहिए, खुश रहिए. ये मुस्कुराहट आप पे बहुत अच्छी लगती है. Thank you so much.
If you get lot of leads but you couldn't convince them, here are the biggest mistakes you make and how can you scale your business to the next level. Hello guys, my name is Sheikh Ali from BotSphere. I have helped so many businesses scale online. I personally have convinced more than 12,000 plus people to buy my products or my service. Here are my biggest learnings and how can you use that to scale your business to the next level. So the first mistake that every business owners or freelancers make is having a high entry barrier for the leads to get it. What does that mean? Let me simplify this with a very day-to-day example. Consider you are hungry, you are in the middle of the street, you are looking for a snack. You have a lot of options. You see dosa centers, you see veg restaurants, non-veg restaurants, kebab. So many options are available. There comes McDonald's. How do they actually make us buy their products or their service? Here is how. They put a banner saying you get the burger for as low as 39 rupees. So they brought the attention. What happens after they got the attention of the people? 99% of the people who enters the store seeing the 39 rupees burger end up buying at least 200 to 300 rupees worth of products or service. Here is the takeaway. Reduce the entry barrier for the leads to use your products or the service. Give it a free trial. Give a free ebook, a free webinar, 1 month trial. Give products for cheaper price. Use it for $1, 14-day trial. Do something that takes the lead to start using your product or the service. That's how you start getting a lot of customers. You may ask me, okay, I got a customer, but how do I make money with them? Again, we can use the same McDonald's example. How do they actually make money? They don't actually make money through the 39 rupees burger. Most of the money are being made in upsells and cross sells. I repeat one more time. Most of the money in any business are made in upsells or cross sells. Okay, this is where the wealth is. This is where the money should be made. Once the customer trusts us, you can upsell it as long as you want, as quick as you want, as high as you want, because they trust you, they love your service, they love your products, and they want to use it furthermore. So this is where the wealth is. You should